I didn't know I was muted. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to a chill night of knowledge and relationships. This is your boy M3, and today we're going to have an open topic. But let me go ahead and also bring in First Lady Tammy. Tammy, what's up? How you doing?
Not much. Just preparing for tomorrow and getting ready for the weekend. So not much, not much.
Okay, okay. Did you was off too, right, for spring break?
Spring break is next week.
Oh, for you.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
okay.
but my daughter has picture day tomorrow, so I had to take her hair down. I had to wash it. I still haven't flat ironed it yet, so I'm letting her take a break.
Ah, I
Do the
see.
process.
Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. I'm just yeah, ours is ending pretty soon. So I was pretty much off for spring break. So just a week a little earlier. Now, like I said, this is like a chill and open topic. And so, you know, before we begin, if anybody likes to donate just to contribute to the live stream, feel free to do so. Uh, it's already pinned to the top, the Cash App, the Venmo, the PayPal. But you know what's free? What's free is getting the likes up. Now, let me go ahead and highlight some of the people who are watching. Shout outs to Be Easy, that dude. Yes, what's up to you, my brother? Thank you for tuning in. We also have Real Talk with Mimsy Limbs. Hey, fam. And hey, back to you as well. Thank you for always tuning in to support. And then 100% back to you, Be Easy. Keep it 100. Now, yeah, so like I said, man, tonight it's gonna be a nice like chill fight. Tammy, thank you for tuning in on time as well too. Um, Other
No
than that,
problem.
we just want to just kind of just do like a recap of some things. So it's gonna be a mixture, right? Some is gonna be talking about like what's going on like around the news, the celebrity stuff. Some of our topics that we've been talking about, like recently. Um, like one of the topics that one of our recent topics from this week, we was talking about a lot of theories, between the metaverse and then like the multiverse. So those are like some cool topics because I feel like every now and then it's kind of good to kind of like mix things up. We usually talk about the same traditional relationships of what's going on, but I felt like well, me, and the rest of the team, felt like, hey, let's talk about something that's pretty much out of this world. Now, other topics I know that's been, man, been trending like so much. Um, Unfortunately, it's the Will Smith and Jada topics. And people has been uploading like just left and right and just giving us like a whole bunch of like current events about Will and Jada. But however, you know, is it a distraction for what's going on inside like the or without sorry, is it a distraction throughout the world that's going on? I feel like a lot of times, we've been before all this was going on. I feel like America was very attuned with the Russia, the Ukraine, you know, and other things that was going on, and now this is happening. So I feel like, man, we kind of drifted off into that. Black man, Canadian. Sorry, Black David. Good evening, fam. Good evening to you as well, sir. Thank you for tuning in. Get the likes up, everyone. And be easy. Of course, it's a distraction. People have profit heavily off of this. And then Black David says, I am working on an episode for Saturday podcast. Okay, that's what's up, Black David. You know, I can't wait, man, to be tuning into that. But yeah, other than that, First Lady Tammy, like, you have any thoughts you want to share?
Um, I mean, this Will Smith and Jada thing. I don't really care about Will Smith and Jada just because. I mean, I don't know. I think that there's too many. I mean, I do think it's a distraction because there's always a distraction. You always need to cause a distraction, take your focus off of something
Hmm.
that you need to be focused on. So they want to put something else out there.
Hmm.
The whole Will and Jada thing. Their relationship is just wide open for everybody to see. So, and everybody's gonna have an opinion about what happened at the Oscars and what happened before the Oscars. And so, I mean, the reality is you really don't know what's going on in anybody's relationship, even if they let you in. Nobody ever lets
Hmm.
you in all the way. So your opinions are always based on what you see what you see and what you hear. But if you're not seeing everything, then your view is really just limited. Um, so yeah, and I mean, the topic on Monday, yeah, it was interesting. I was watching it. It was interesting. I don't really care about aliens and you know extra dimensions. I don't care about that stuff. I don't care. Like I live here and I pay attention to what's going on around me. I don't care about if there's 50 other dimensions. I don't care about aliens and flying ships. I don't care. Those things don't interest me. So it's
Hmm.
like I don't really have an opinion about those things. Like, I mean, if aliens are real, they are. If they're not, they're not. I mean, if this is one of however many dimensions, then hey, then I'm in this dimension and something's in another one. I mean, I don't really care about those things. Have never been of interest to me. Um, so I don't really discuss those things just because I don't have an interest in it. So I don't really have an opinion whether it's real or not. Because if
Hmm.
it is, it is. If it's not, it's not. And I don't really care about aliens. They ain't bugging me, so um, they ain't done nothing to me. So they leaving me alone. If they're out there, they ain't bugging me. So I must be doing something right because they ain't coming to get me. So
Hmm.
yeah. So I mean, I don't believe in coincidences. So I
Hmm.
just don't. I don't believe in coincidences. I don't believe in luck.
Yeah.
I, I just don't. Like everything happens if and when it's supposed to.
Hmm.
If something doesn't happen, it wasn't meant to, and something does happen, it was supposed to. So everything happens when and if it's supposed to. So how to cohabitate on a planet Earth will deal with the dimensions. You see, I agree with be easy that dude. Yeah,
Hmm.
I absolutely agree with what he said. People
Yes. Alien lives
people
matter.
so focus on other things, and they need to focus on getting what we got down here together. People focus on other planets, and if there's people on Mars and exploring Mars and colonizing Mars and all that kind of stuff, we need to focus on what's going on down here. And I think that's the issue is that rather than deal with what's going on here, people want to deal with things in other places. So, even with the whole Ukraine thing, people want to go help, Ukraine and all that kind of stuff. But yet you have so many people in here on in America that need to be taken care of and helped, and ain't nobody trying to do that. So my
Mm-hmm.
thing is that, there's so many focus on things that are there. There's too much focus on other things and not enough focus where it needs to be. And that's part of the problem.
Right, right. But see, everyone wants to play you know, they want to play Superman for those other countries, but then yet they don't want to help their own city. Like
Yep.
Be Easy says, like help Oakland, St. Louis, Baltimore, etc. Yeah,
Help
we need to
Oakland.
focus on trying to
I don't mean to laugh, but
Chef
Oakland. Like,
Tammy cooking right now.
sorry.
Okay, yeah, she definitely
I'm
is
sorry.
cooking.
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry. Oakland. You know
Got
what?
knives and
People that are from Oakland are they love their city. I'll tell you that much. People love their
well,
city. They're from Oakland. So you don't never hear anyone say, you know what? I think I'm gonna take a trip to Oakland. Nobody says that. Well, you know what? I don't live there, so that's probably why I say that. And I guess I'm too much of a square because I don't like to be out and about. I like to stay in my house where it's nice and safe, and I know what's going on. I don't need to be out there in the streets. That's why I didn't get caught up in that thing they had, that shooting they had in downtown Sacramento, because I don't run the streets. I keep my behind in the house where I know what's
yeah,
going on and where I know it's safe. So,
yeah, it was damn, it was definitely unfortunate because like that would happen like in the old downtown, or I guess they call it the old Sacramento, near
yeah.
that little like that golden bridge or whatever was spray paint bridge. But anyway, um, yeah, it was definitely unfortunate, like for those lives that that was lost just by going out, and I don't know what was the contributing factor of why that even happened to begin with,
I heard it was
but
gang activity. That's what I heard, that it was gang activity, gang related. So,
mm,
so I don't know. I mean, it's a possibility. I mean, even when it comes to gangs, there's gangs that do a lot of positive things in their communities, but they don't talk about stuff like that. They don't
I
talk
don't
about
think it. Yeah,
so because there's that's the thing. I don't know. Like, I've never been a part of a gang. I don't plan to be part of a gang, but
I
it is
don't
what it
think
is.
that it was gang related. I think somebody was pissed off and they decided to not only target that person that they wanted to go after, but they was just like, forget it. I'm just gonna spray anybody by all means. And the reason why I say this because the news will always want to make it seem like okay, gangs, well, black gangs are the reason why there's so much crime that's going on.
Oh, it wasn't the
It's
news
not.
though.
Hmm.
It was like some YouTuber um
Mm.
was talking about it, and he had pictures of the people that died. Not everybody that died was a gang member, but I guess that was like the main reason why it started, was for gang activity. So yeah,
Right.
but I mean the news media does try to paint a picture.
Hmm.
So I definitely agree with that.
Right. Right. But yeah, but besides that, going back to like people who love their cities, I'm like, look, I mean, I'm from Oakland, but I mean, I'm not gonna be like, yo, I want to go back to Oakland, nor do I even want to move back to Oakland, you know? So,
Oakland,
uh,
California.
and I'm not saying it as a disrespect, but it's like, well, I mean, just because you're born in a city doesn't mean that you have to be loyal to the city. I mean, what has the city done for me besides like um, members who was into drug related activity taking family members out? People when you try to invest in property, the main ones, especially around your area that you try and build up, are the ones that's going to try to run you out or tear your shit down. So it is what it is to me. How I look at it. I don't news media always paint a negative narrative of black folks. Oh yeah,
Of course.
Crime is in a centralized area of Oakland, just like Chicago. The whole city is not a war zone. That I definitely agree. See, the problem is when let me read this. What has your country done for you? We have to do it yourself. Oh, excuse me. Exactly. See, the problem is that like we, I feel like there are people who generally care for building their city up, but however, when you have the people in your city that you're trying to help that are stopping you from making it grow, from progressing, you're just like, well, man, I'm just wasting my money.
Pretty
Why I'm
much.
even here, and nobody doesn't even appreciate what I'm doing for my own city
Right.
because everybody's gonna always have some type of obligation. Like, oh man, if I make it, I'm gonna help feed the community. I'm gonna build this program, that program. You could do that, but your own people in the hood keep trying to tear it down because they don't like that you're successful and they're still stuck in the same bubble. So they want you to be where they're at. And what happens is that they will always try to sabotage what you do. And that's pretty much part of our not oppressors, but our counterparts. That's pretty much like the counterparts of what they really want you guys to do. Well, sorry, what they really want us to do. I mean, we're fulfilling like the racist legacy of of what we're supposed to be doing. So that way, it makes it easier for themselves. You ain't got to worry about other people outside of being black to try to terrorize and tarnish like your name when you're doing it yourself. So unfortunately, that's just what it is. And until
Yeah.
that we get out of it, we're always gonna it's always gonna be the same cycle.
There's a lot of entitlement that people have. So, I mean, and people are very selfish and people thrive on negativity. So, people probably wouldn't watch the news if it wasn't for the negativity. I mean, if you ever
Hmm.
watch the news, you ever notice like if there's something good, it comes at the very end and it's something really, really, really small.
Hmm.
Everything before that was just negative, 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 negative. Even the weather ain't something to look forward to.
Look, Mickey. Hmm.
The weather ain't even something for you to look forward to.
Yeah, watch out. There's gonna be a flash flood, huge tornado incoming.
Right.
You're gonna have snow that's gonna be like 20 inches. So,
Right.
and but see, the reason why they do that is because here's the other thing. They also use that as a way, as a tool to also control like the stock market as well.
You
Like
said to
every
control
day,
what?
the stock market. So people who are like investing to stocks, you know, whenever they hear like some bad news, it brings like the shares down, the overall stock market. But you hear something good, it brings it up. It's also a way to pretty much control the infrastructure of the market because you have a lot of big time investors that needs to buy in and they need to sell. So it's kind of like discounts. Okay, you're not going to buy a watch that's $100 when you know that in the next 2 weeks it's going to go down to $50. You buy it for
That's
50.
true.
You hold it, and then maybe if you're lucky enough, it might go up to a $200 profit, and then you sell it. Let me see. The only reason why the news exists is to scare and distract you. Yes, indeed. He who controls the media controls the mind, and the stock game is rigged. Absolutely. It's to make sure to keep us poor and keep the rich richer. Because whatever we lose is going to their pockets, not ours. Let's see. Let's see. Let me go ahead and do this real quick. So, what I'm about to do is anybody that likes to come up, have an open discussion, feel free to do so. I'm gonna post a link right now. Okay. All right. So underneath here, next to get the likes up and subscribe, here's the StreamYard link for you to join the stream if you guys wish to, and ladies as well too. So let's go ahead and do this real quick. Bam. Who controls the stock market? Is it a fair and equitable system? Should politicians be able to buy and trade stocks? You know what's funny too? After the market, when the market is closed for us, then you have the insider buyers that is like bring the market up. And then by the time before the market opens, then they're already selling the shares. Okay. Now we also have somebody, you know, that's up here. Unfortunately, I don't have my Ring doorbell with me, but it's all good. I'd like to welcome Mr. Be Easy, that dude. What's up, Be Easy?
What's happening?
Not much, man. Thank you for tuning in, man.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I seen y'all was on. I was unable to tune in to y'all last couple live streams, so want to check y'all out this evening.
Hey, it's all good, man. Yeah, thank you for tuning in. Tonight, man, we're just having an open discussion. Whatever comes to your mind, we could talk about it. We just know
Okay.
like what things that's been trending. The Will
Yeah, I'm a.
Jada thing over the Russia and Ukraine and
Mhm.
all this other madness.
Yeah, I'm a deep thinker, so my I'm always trying to stay abreast with the ongoings of the global societal landscape. But yeah, people are running this Will and Jada thing into the ground, and it's been extremely profitable for a lot of people. I've even seen that. I think Chris Rock has some big hot shot law firm, so it looks like he preparing to sue Will for a sizable amount of money. So this saga is
Mm,
going to continue. People is still going to continue, and like Tammy was saying, I really don't care about this drama stuff. People always love to say, mind your own business, right? But then when it comes to somebody else's business, hey, let's dig into their business and dissect every part of their life. And some people, it's really like the nerves of some. Okay, some of this stuff is fun, right? To do a couple streams about it. You see some memes, the memes is funny as hell, right? But then when you excessively going in and digging into a conclusion that you've already came, right? People came to the
mm,
conclusion that they believe Jada is for the streets. People came to the conclusion that they believe Will is a simp beta, right?
mm,
Nothing that's transpired. Has people changed their mind on any of that? So you just regurgitating different perspectives of the same topic over and over and over. I don't know. That's a little weird to me. But for the people that's making money off it, I know why they're doing it. But there's some people that are not monetized, just sitting on the internet all day, commenting on every shade room post, every little meme. And if you focusing on somebody else's business that much, I know that you have nothing going on in your life. You can't possibly to understand every intricate details of what Jada did. People like, oh, August Alsina got another song come out. Like what? Like people is really hitting me up with this
mm,
information, sending it to me, and you might glance over it, but it's just because other people present it to you. And I just think like you have all the time to send me this, but you won't send me any book that empowers me. You won't send me a book about stocks to help me combat against the rigged stock game, but you'll send me
mm,
more information about some salacious video with look at Pete Davidson with Kanye's daughter. That's what people have sent me. They sent me Pete Davidson with Kanye's daughter. They've sent me countless Will and Jada stuff, and and I'm
Mm.
supposed to be doing backflips because yay, Katanji Brown, it's a Supreme Court justice. That has been the landscape, but I don't hear people talking about the Ukrainian stuff where people love to say no reparations for blacks, nothing for blacks, really, right? Because we don't have the money. Y'all need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Meanwhile,
Mhm.
there's tons of African countries getting bombed left and right, too. They've been in war for years, but we have no sympathy for them. Then all of a sudden, it's Ukraine. Everybody is talking about pray for Ukraine. Huh? Did y'all ever hear pray for Libya or any of these places where the US was dropping drone bomb strikes with a 90% casualty rate? Was anyone hearing anything about that?
That was never aware to my knowledge.
That's
See,
what
that's
I'm
the
trying to say.
thing. Yeah, you know the media selected for who they choose and what they feel like choosing. So I guess if those countries have some type of hidden connection with the U.S., then yeah, let's pray for these people. Oh, like we need to donate and we stand behind them. But like
Come on,
you know,
M3, you
places
know
like
what the
Nigeria,
connection is.
Africa, of
The
course.
connection is the skin tone, bro. All of those other
Mm-hmm.
countries that got bombed, the people are darker than you. Ukraine, the majority of people are
Mm-hmm.
blonde hair, blue eye.
Peace.
Don't take my word for it. A simple Google search, type in Ukraine and type in neo Nazis. Watch the results. You don't got to take my word for it. These are from reputable sources. Just type in Ukraine neo Nazis. It's a hotbed for neo Nazis over there. Blonde hair, blue
Mm-hmm.
eyes. There's African people over there that look like you. And just type in Ukraine mistreatment of Africans. When
Oh
they
yeah, I
was
saw
getting,
that.
come on, bro. Like how much
Mm-hmm.
coverage did you hear of that? How much people that's pro black and people that's trying to build community, how much coverage of that? Did they do more coverage of that or did they do more
Zero.
coverage of Will and Jada?
Zero. And the reason why I said zero on that part is because they're not going to show the racist side of the Ukraine. They're not going to show like the footages of them pushing out like the blacks out there, you know, and then serving like you know the whites over there and make sure they're safe, while our people out there is getting messed up. You know what I mean? They're all going to show the yo. We need to have sympathy for the Ukrainians. You know what I mean?
Pray for
It's, it,
Ukraine. Actually,
yeah.
I went to a Safeway, like Walmart, multiple stores. After your transaction, it says, "Do you want to round out your total and donate the rest to Ukraine?" Like they're asking you at the stores and stuff now too.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
I alluded to the point in the chat, and I believe Tammy agreed with it too. We got, you know how much crime and depravity it is in Oakland, St. Louis, Baltimore, um, Atlanta, parts of Texas, New Orleans. There's countless cities where if y'all really what they uh they passed like a 1.5 trillion dollar package that no one knows what the hell was in it, but what was in it was 14.7 billion for the Ukrainians. Don't take my word for it, look it up. Then he just sent another like 500 million, like, oh yeah, here we got to give y'all. So when it comes to anything towards blacks, it's like, nope, we ain't got no money. Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. But oh, we got to help the Ukrainians. That's just like if my house is on fire and I'm saying, damn, M3 house is on fire. Let me run over
Hmm.
there and extinguish the fire at his house. It's like, bro, you ain't gonna help your own burning house first because we want to try to make it seem like we're being the good old Christian moral nation that we are. But yeah, you just gonna let Chicago, Oakland, or whatever other city just be out of control so you could run thousands upon thousands of miles to help some foreign entity, and they letting all these Ukrainian immigrants in. People like, oh yeah, no one's legal on stolen land, etc., etc. And like all they brought over here is to displace black people. They're not brought over here to help. You think the Ukrainians is gonna come over here and say, yes, we was treating the Africans bad in our home country, but now we're gonna come to America and unite with blacks? Like, who actually believes that?
Mm. Only the naive.
Only the sheep. But people don't want to speak on this stuff. But just you avoiding the conversation doesn't make it any less real. And when those immigrants come over, you know what they get? Handouts
Oh, yeah.
in the form of a check. The same handouts that they tell you to not ask for, the same bootstraps that they tell you to pull yourself up by.
The same
No,
reparations.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, the same, bro. Peep this. If blacks ask for anything, is you need to shut up. Y'all is victims. If LeBron James could make it, if Denzel Washington can make it, anybody can make it. Stop crying. Stop asking for government money, because y'all are not victims. I don't want to hear nothing. All right, cool. We shut up. Then next thing I know, I hear Asians. Oh, we're being beat. Blacks are beating us. Stop Asian hate. And then suddenly there's a Stop Asian Hate bill, and suddenly they get hundreds of millions of donations out of nowhere. Like, huh? Is that not victimhood? Is it? I mean, come on now. Are those not handouts? Why are the Asians going to the government and asking for handouts? But then when the blacks ask for handouts, they say, oh, you should be like the model minority. Oh, the minority that's asking for handouts from the government? And then how much hate have blacks received? Has there ever been an anti-hate black bill? But you mean we could stop Asian hate? And let me put this shit to bed, because Asian men are on the records to be the top earners in America, above white men, the dominant predominant gender in earning the predominant breadwinner of the society. Asian men are earning more than that. So they would be associated with having wealth and money. So if black people are historically and systematically downtrodden, and they see an Asian person known to have money, wouldn't that be a crime of opportunity? Like, oh, damn, I see somebody that I could come up on. I'm going to rob him because he has money. And then they flipped and said, oh, he attacked him because he's Asian. That's some BS right there, because people always want to, cry about equality. Well, that's an equal jacking. I'm jacking blacks, I'm jacking Asians, I'm jacking whites. So, like, what are we talking about here? If y'all are known to have money, and these group is known to not have money, why wouldn't it be anything other than a crime of opportunity? They try to make it seem that this person was robbed only because he was Asian, and there's no way to actually prove that.
Right. So that's false. That's false. And to be honest with everybody, if you go to any Asian store and try to apply for the job, they will not hire you. They won't hire you. If they do hire you, you are one of the luckiest persons in the world, only for 1 month, because they want to have it on record to say, well, yes, we're not racist. We've hired someone who was black. You dig what I'm saying? So
yeah, the token hire.
Exactly. So they wanted to be able to have it on record so they could put their people in. So like, it's like when they all working together, it's nothing but second cousins, third cousins, fourth cousins. Trust me, I used to work at this window shop. It was nothing but Asians and whites. Come to find out, they're all related through marriage. You know, he's with his sister, and this dude over here with this guy's sister over here, this that and the third cousin, second cousins. And the only reason why there was a high yellow black guy there at the job was because they grew up in the same neighborhood. They live on the same block. They've been knowing each other since they was kids. That's the only reason why he's even staying put at that job, because they know him. But anybody else, they would not. If they're gonna hire you, it's only for a month. It's only gonna be for about a month. That's it. They're not gonna tell you what you were fired for. They're not gonna explain anything to you. And if you do decide to work inside of a restaurant, if you are black, you are a security guard. You are not in the back room washing dishes. You're a security guard. Tracy,
Allegedly.
go back. No. You are a security guard.
Allegedly.
No.
We don't want the Asian community coming
Okay,
after us.
okay. I'll just say allegedly then. I'll just say allegedly.
Asian community, we love y'all. We don't got no beef with y'all. I want y'all to know that.
Or you got to say based on
I'm
my
talking about
experience or my observation.
No, I'm talking about like
Hold
companies,
on,
like
hold on.
older folks.
Hold on a
Excuse me.
second.
I'm talking about the older folks that run businesses. They will not hire you.
But real quick,
And,
like
the younger Asian community can't tell you that. They can tell you that.
okay, so real quick, I'm just saying, like, wouldn't you rather be doing security than in the back washing dishes? I'm just saying, like, wouldn't you rather be doing that? I mean, I'm not trying to wash no damn dishes. Just saying.
Listen. At almost every restaurant, there's a security guard, and it's a black security guard. We are the ones out there risking our lives. They don't want to do that. You risk your life. I'm talking about the ones that own these businesses. They would not hire you to go sweep the floor, cook. They're not going to do that. So you ain't got to wash dishes. That's not even really the point. You won't be hired inside their premise. You're going to be a security guard outside that door. That's your job. Watch the door.
There's some element of the racial tropes as well, kind of a bit of the Will Smith syndrome, where they perceive black men to be kind of violent, savage, aggressive. I mean, people want that specific trait in a security guard, so they unfortunately look at blacks like the muscle. And I know one of my friends was actually he was a security guard in one of those jobs, and he wasn't even that big. He wasn't that big, but in the restaurant he looked like The Rock. You know what I mean? So like he was a intimidating figure for their normal patrons. So just from my observation is what I seen.
Definitely. Look, y'all, all these statements are alleged, y'all. We want to be with these communities, all right? Allegedly. Coming after us.
Allegedly.
So don't copyright strike us, please. Please.
Before a black woman come up in here talking about they have worked in a store before. Listen. You are only hired by the Asian man. It's because he wanted to get into with you with something else. It has nothing to do with the job. That's why he hired you. And we're talking about the ones that own these companies. That's the only reason why a black woman would get hired, because they want to get in your pants. And that's a fact and a legend.
Oh, damn. Okay.
It can't be both, Eddie King. Can't be both.
But here's my thing. And I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Come on, man.
Okay.
Like, for real. Come on.
Yeah. Well, hold on. But first, Lady Tammy, you have something to say?
No, I say you can't say it's a fact and allegedly. It can't be both.
I'm saying allegedly for this stream. You know why I'm saying allegedly.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but to say
first of all, yes, I can't say that. I can't say that. I can't say that.
To say it's a fact and allegedly, it doesn't make sense to say both of those.
I'm saying allegedly. Listen. Here we go again with this. You gonna be stuck on this now? I said allegedly from what Mr. Best told me. Hey, it's a legend. It's a legend. Okay, it's a legend. But in my opinion, it's a fact. It's my opinion. But I'm saying it's a legend. Yes. So it's a fact and a legend. So I can say both. It can be
a fact and allegedly though.
Listen. Yes, it can for me.
Yeah. Okay, for you.
Yeah, for me.
You don't get what I'm saying, but okay.
No, I do get what you're saying. You're trying to start an argument. I ain't with all that, man. I'm just telling people my opinion.
I'm not trying. So first of all, I'm not trying to start anything with you. To say something's allegedly, that is your opinion. You can't say it's a fact and it's.
Yes, I can say. Yes, I can say that.
Hold on a second.
Yes, I can. Don't tell me what I can't say.
So here's the thing. So to say it's a fact and my opinion, well, if it's a fact, it's a fact. If it's your opinion, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a fact.
Yes,
that'd be like me saying the sky is orange. That's a fact in my opinion. That ain't a fact. That's my opinion. That's the way I see it. That doesn't necessarily mean
it's both for me.
Good, yellow.
It's both for me. It's both for me. It's both.
Okay.
So everything we're saying is alleged.
All right. Well, hold on. Let me actually.
Now, if Mr. Best and M3, they got their own opinions. To them, it's a fact. Just like it's a fact to me, in my opinion. So it's a legend and it's a fact.
All right, hold on. Go ahead, be easy.
Well, since for the sake of the stream, it is alleged that these BLM leaders just got a $6 million mansion. I would love to hear some thoughts about that, because it's not a lot of black lives that have been changed due to Black Lives Matter, but somehow, allegedly, the people just bought a $6 million mansion in somewhere in LA, Studio City or something. I don't know if any of y'all heard about that.
Yeah, I heard about that.
King?
Yeah.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
So do
yeah,
y'all support that organization? Do y'all think that this was fair, foul? What?
No, honestly, I don't even really support like organizations, like, and this could be a little bit tricky, right? Because like you should support like the motive behind the movement in hopes that there's progression in for our people. But how many times people say like black this and black that, but only when a white person has done something wrong to our people, then we don't want to rally up. But then nobody rallies up when there's a black person, deleting another black person. No one has that same type of energy. So a long time ago, I've been stopped supporting that movement because I stopped taking that movement seriously, and that's just my opinion to it. Now, as far as the money that's allocated and it was distributed by, I guess, like the founders or the people who started the movement, and all of a sudden, all that money that was donated went to pretty much the luxury for the homes and having a gated community, and next to those same folks that you protest against. I find that, you know what? I'm not surprised, basically.
And these same people didn't even start the Black Lives Matter movement.
They actually hijacked it.
Yeah.
They just became the faces.
They hijacked it. They went and did all the legal red tape. It was some grassroots people that started it, and then they hijacked it and they went and did all the legal paperwork and got it filed, registered and stuff. And once they did that, they booted out heterosexual males. When you see the Black Lives, all you see black women, trans people, and white liberals. That's all you see. Like, where is the heterosexual masculine men? Nowhere to be found. It was more white people in the streets saying BLM and burning stuff up. Yep. But they start painting everybody else and saying it was blacks. Actually, most of the quote unquote protest was peaceful. This ain't alleged. This is factually. Yep. But they painted the a riot is not a protest. That's something separate. So they lumped in riots and protests. I didn't like the demonizing of the thing, because when people say Black Lives Matter, they essentially are talking about black people. Even though I don't agree with the organization, I agree with the sentiment, because black lives do matter. But I believe the individual Black Lives Matter. I don't support that institution. And if blacks are the most disenfranchised, we wasn't the ones donating hundreds of millions to that cause. It was just, these other special interest groups that was funneling money and using the names and faces of black people. George Floyd, Philando Castile, they was yelling at the top of their lungs. And then you go talk to these families and they barely got anything. All of those faces were black men. Yeah, there were a couple black women in there, Breonna Taylor or something. You could say her name and then it's just a list of black men. And then there's no black man to be found in leadership.
Yeah. Well, be easy. Let me say this, brother. Let me say this. Now, I think in life, if you're trying to accomplish anything, we all know this, you have to have a plan. If you do not have a plan, you will fail. Point blank, period. So, you know what I'm saying? And then in that plan, the plan that you are gathering that you're doing, you know what I mean, you have to make sure that that plan that you're doing actually is beneficial to what you're trying to make happen. You know what I'm saying? I can't go and say, well, okay, I'm going to have this done or do that or help these people or do this or use these resources. It don't work because at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? You know, by me using these resources, by me, doing this plan, you know, are the people around me, are they down for that? You know what I'm saying? Are they there to help me? Are they there to hinder me? You know what I'm saying? So my plan also has to be logical. It has to make sense. It has to be conducive to the environment. You know what I'm saying? So I think with the Black Lives Matter movement, there was no plan. Like you said, all they did was just yell out a bunch of names, get the crowd hyped up. The crowd got hyped, and we see what happened. Nothing. You know what I'm saying? So, and based on that, years later, all those families of all the people that suffered injustice, they're left, basically holding the ball. You know what I'm saying? And they're left destitute, and they're left without anything. You know what I mean? And that's a shame. You know what I mean? They're not. Some of these families never even got justice. You know what I'm saying? So I think that, when we use the organizations or we doing anything with our money, and if you plan to help anyone or help a community or whatever, you got to plan it, and you got to make sure that plan is going to work. You know what I'm saying? When you go into these communities, man, make sure that people know you, make sure they support you, and make sure they want to rock with you. If they don't, it's going to be hell on earth, and you're going to feel it. You know what I'm saying? And I'll make sure the people that's coming into your community are saying they're going to help you, make sure they actually really there to help you and not scam you. Because they could come in, scam you, use up all the money and resources, and guess what? They out. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably what happened with the BLM movement. You know what I mean? We've seen a lot of the people who were in leadership from BLM step down, you know what I mean? Or just take a break or disappear, whatever they did. And now it's at where it's at. You know what I mean? So is it sad? Yes. But that just shows you when you don't have a plan, it will fail. You know what I'm saying? And like we all said, we agree with the whole statement that Black Lives Matter because it does, but they never had a plan, so that's why it failed.
Well, I think they did have. It depends on. It failed to progress the betterment of blacks, but for the leadership, it was a massive success for them. Right? If they was just to get individual gain, I'd point to you them getting all of these luxury whips, mansions. For the individuals, it was success. For the movement and the collective of black people, it was an utter failure. So it depends on what their plan was. We don't really know. They made it, the perception was that they want to uplift black lives and bring awareness, but it seemed like just like most of these politicians and political movements is just to line their pockets and enrich themselves. Even buying a $6 million mansion, you know how much land you can get and how many you can put a bunch of tiny homes on the land, right? You could have so many people living on that, but they didn't want to. It's going to be a $6 million mansion with what, one or two people living there?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, we see they have selfish motives, and their selfish motives brought them their own gain. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's just the biggest thing.
Mm-hmm.
So.
But you did.
And that amount of money, right? Like that went in their own pockets could have been easily distributed to help pay off the families for the loss of their loved ones. It could have been used to be paying off for funeral expenses. No one should really have to come out of their pocket over police shooting, accidental deaths, so-called accidental deaths or whatever, and the like. I feel like, as a community, okay, what is the point of us putting our dollars into something or having donations to a community when it's not coming back to us?
And my thing is, why donate to someone knowing that that they're going to spend their money, they're going to do what they want to do, but they didn't come out and say, well, hey, look, we're going to use this money to teach and build like classes on the laws when it comes to the police officers and things like that. A lot of us don't know the laws. When they ask you to step out of your car, they can't do that. They can't do that. There's a law. Listen, what am I being detained for? Why are you asking me to step out of the car? For what? I don't have to step out of my car. You really don't. I'm just sitting in my car minding my own business. Why do I have to get out my car? What made you tell me to get out the car? What did you see? Well, I didn't see anything. But you're sitting here, you've been sitting here for an hour, this and that, the third. Man, I'm asleep. I just got off of work. I don't feel like going home to my wife right now. I ain't trying to hear that. A lot of times they be asleep. But still, you don't listen. If they ain't seen no weapon, if they ain't seen no type of drugs or nothing like that, okay. But they ain't seen nothing. They just tell you, look, step out of the car. Do you have any weapons on you? They can't do that. There's rules to that. But a lot of us don't know the law, and that's the problem.
Even with the search, they pressure you to make it seem like that you have to let them search your car, but you don't have no record. And most people, what's the point of you being a law-abiding citizen and having a squeaky clean record for you to not exercise it? You paying your insurance on time, and they saying, you mind if I search the car? Yeah, I do mind. And then they'll follow up. Oh, you got something to hide, to try to put the pressure on you. Oh, well, no, I don't got nothing to hide. Go ahead and search it. Nah, you ain't searching my car.
Exactly. You can say no. They supposed to obey that. You can say no.
But they have a very good way of twisting that shit.
And you don't even have to show them your identification. You really don't have to show them nothing. Am I being detained? No, you're not. Okay, have a good day. What do you want to see my ID for?
But no, you are right, M3. Even like we saying, me and Eddie are saying, even that is within your legal right. But if you pulled over in a dark corner, where it's no cell reception, and you saying, what am I being detained for? They be like, okay, I'm gonna show you what you being detained for. Like, and people are like, oh, that just only happens on the movies. Well, that's actually happened to me before. Has it happened multiple times? No, but I've been racially profiled multiple times. But I've only been assaulted by a cop once. He was saying, oh, I know you got drugs on you, like literally pulled my pants down, cuffed me, did all sorts of like crazy stuff, threw me on the hood. I mean, not every dude has that experience, but it's a lot more people that look like me that have that experience than not.
Yeah, but they only do that because they feel like we don't know anything. They feel like we don't know the laws. So they feel like they can do whatever they want with us and get away with whatever. That's why they do that.
Well, I don't think it's about like us not knowing the laws, because like you have, this is why I'm gonna say I disagree. Is that we don't have the infrastructure to protect ourselves. We don't have the money. We don't use the money to protect us, and they know that. And because of that reason, right? They don't care if you know the law or not, because I'm telling you, people who know the laws, they'll be quick to execute you in no time. All right, I gotta bring up Mr. Real Estate.
But if you got camera, if there's a camera out, then they will have no choice. Especially if you sit up there schooling them with the law. If you got a camera on them, because they got a camera on them all the time, but then they might have the camera off. But if you got a camera and school them, it's gonna be a different situation. It'll be different to me.
They try to make law, right, to not record officers like with your cell phone in some states. But real quick, I gotta give a shout outs to Mr. Real Estate. Give a shout outs to Big Rick Slaps, Red Lipstick Vibes. I see you in the chat. Thank you for tuning in, Mr. O Just Living. Hey, if anybody want to tune in, the link is posted in the not the description, but it's pinned to the top. So
okay, M3. What the thing you were saying? You said that what did you say? You said what did you say, M3? What's the last thing you said?
Well, the last thing I said
He
was
said he don't think it's about the law. It's not about them not knowing the law.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
it's about the phone thing. Don't the reason why they finna stop all that is because you got these people that go to the police station and record the station.
Mm-hmm.
You got a lot of videos out there like that, and they're coming out like, "Why are you recording our station? What's going on? What are you doing?" And this, not the third. That's why they're stopping it.
I believe they
Yeah.
call those for First Amendment auditors.
First Amendment auditors.
Yes, it's a whole community, mostly Caucasian, where they exercise their rights to the fullest. They will take a full-on video camera, go into City Hall, go into the police station, and they will film and exercise their rights because they are legally able to, because it's a public place. And time again, we see the staff act fucked up. Sheriff comes, threaten them, da 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 da. But when they stand their ground, and also they're mostly Caucasian, you know, they get their way and they get to continue to film. But yes, it's a whole class of people, it's a whole community of people, and I believe they label themselves First Amendment auditors.
Okay. Never heard about that, but
So-
all right.
And
Thanks for bringing it
So,
down.
Mr. Real
Yeah,
Estate,
thank
let
you,
me
Mr. Real Estate, for dropping a gem. And I would just
Yeah.
like to say, because
Thanks
some
for
people
telling-
say, "Oh, well, why are you making everything about race?" And then I'm like, "Okay, cool." But when you look at one race is able to do that, okay, I'll just bring it like this. If you think that I'm delusional when I speak about this, if all of those people that had stormed the Capitol, if they all looked like M3, would we have seen a different outcome? Would it have been the same? Would the coverage have been the same? Would they still not be covering it? Right? Don't take my word for it. Just ask yourself if they was all Muslim storming the Capitol. I mean, what would people have called that? Right? So even when you're applying the same logic, you know, hey, I know the law. Hey, I'm going to film you with your cell phone. You can just type it in. There's countless videos of the cops taking your cell phone. Or, hey, stop filming me. There was a dude on in Vallejo. He was filming a cop and they still shot him. They shot him while he was filming. You feel me? While he was filming the cops. And the cop said, hey, don't film me. He said, I'm on my porch. How you gonna tell me to not film you on my porch? You know, so you could try to follow the law, but it don't always work in your favor.
What city was that? That's what I'm asking.
That was in Vallejo.
Vallejo,
California. Also, I heard you say something, Eddie, earlier about being asleep. It was another young rapper.
Yeah.
He was drunk or something, right? But I guess that's a fatal offense, and he fell asleep in the drive-through at one of the restaurants. And I think he did. I think he probably had like a pistol out on a seat or something. But he was asleep, like literally passed out, hunched over on the steering wheel. They came and lit him up like over 20 times. And they could just say, "Oh, we saw a gun." Yeah, you also saw him passed out, drunk, sleep. You know, and there was another thing too in San Jose. This just happened last week. Some dudes I talked to Mr. Real Estate about it. Some dude ran up on one dude. It was three of them. 3 versus 1. One dude had a gun. The dude was fighting off the people that was attacking him, and he managed to take the gun from him. And the cops ran in and just said, "Cops, bam, bam," and shot the dude that was defending himself. And I guess the other, exactly. Just type in San Jose hero. That they the other people, it will come up. It says San Jose hero. Just type that in. The cop said he didn't comply. And the video shows in a matter of seconds they come in the room, say cops, and then shoot. As they're shooting while they're saying cops. And they're saying he didn't put the gun down. If I'm fighting off M3 to try to save my life, how the hell I'm going to comply with police orders that I probably didn't hear?
Right.
But, you know, did he have the complexion for the protection? Maybe not.
And then it's also 5 days ago, a guy he used to work at a construction company. He got shot. They told him to get out the car. They checked him, and then he started running. And then the cop grabbed him. He was trying to get away from the cop, and the cop shot him in the head. And then, as they was wrestling, the gun fell out of his pocket. The guy gun fell out of his pocket. He did not reach for the gun. He didn't point the gun, nothing. He was still trying to get away from the officer. Because I guess to me, he didn't want to go to jail for the weapon. So it was no fight. You guys can watch the camera. I didn't watch it over like 7-8 times to get something out of it. It shows the guy running from the cop. The cop grabbed him. He's trying to pull himself away from the cop, trying to run, and the cop shot him.
But we also need to, because I hear a lot of black folks say this too. Oh, he got what he deserved. He had a gun. There's no gun possession is not. You don't get the death penalty for gun possession. So what? He had a gun. Arrest him and take him to jail for the gun. Oh, he had a gun. We had to kill him. Like, you hear people say he had a gun, so he got killed. They don't hear that he was pointing the gun or he was trying to use the gun. They just say he had a gun, so he got shot.
Right.
Gun
it doesn't
possession.
even show that on camera.
Wait, hold on, real quick.
It doesn't even show that on camera at all.
Yeah, hold on, real quick. Mr. Real Estate, you had something you want to say?
My bad, Mr. Real Estate.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I was struggle streaming a little bit. I just think that when we look at these situations, we have to look at it with many different degrees of separation. I mean, from the state you're in, to the county you're in, to the city you're in, to the individual cop you're dealing with at that moment, this all plays an integral part. So, I mean, as nuanced as we would like this to be, as much as we would like to say, hey, I'm a law-abiding citizen, why don't law enforcement treat me the same no matter what jurisdiction, county, precinct? We know that's not the case. I mean, be easy talking about Vallejo. Vallejo has one of the most corrupt police.
Definitely.
In the whole state. I mean, Vallejo had. Matter of fact, I was talking about earlier the First Amendment auditors, right? There was one dude in Vallejo who was a First Amendment auditor. He would film the police all the time. They literally killed him. They raided his house, no knock warrant, like they orchestrated a conspiracy to kill that man, and he knew it was coming. He wanted people to stay the night with them. He said, "Hey, if anybody legally can carry, stay with me." The cops came through, rolled them up. So at the end of the day, self-preservation is key. And self-preservation and what the law is doesn't always go hand in hand. And it's not going to be fair and it's not going to be just. But being able to live to fight another day is always, much more important to me than trying to argue with the specific law enforcement officer that I'm dealing with in the moment.
So, Mr. Red Stater,
go ahead, Eddie.
Do you believe that, like, us knowing the law, do you think it doesn't really matter if we knew the law or not? If we don't have the complexion for the protection, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm just asking.
I don't think it's so much about the law, so much about the complexion. I think it's the subtle nuance. I think it's how you deal with the end. I've been pulled over before, ran in red lights, speed racing somebody, totally in the wrong. But because I know how to talk to cops, because I know most cops come from military, because I know the lingo, because when I'm on YouTube and I'm watching YouTube as a consumer, I watch the Leo Roundtable. Go watch that. It's a whole network of cops from across the nation. They come and they talk about national issues and shit. You'll know exactly what the enemy's thinking straight up. In my spare time, I'm watching training videos for the DEA and different precincts in Florida. So I stay in tune with it. And at the end of the day, we have to understand that your individual dealings with that person is what makes the most difference. Fuck a law, fuck race, fuck anything else. And like I said before, I've been pulled over, drag racing, whatever, totally in the wrong, but because I knew how to deal with them. Oh, and I had a pistol on me, but because I did know the law and I knew how to carry it and I had an amicable outcome. So I wouldn't say that we have to just put all the earnest on complexion or knowing the law. I think it's varying degrees of all of it. We got to know the law. We got to know how to de-escalate a racist ass motherfucker who wants to kill you. If I'm in the middle of the woods right now and I got a racist ass hillbilly that wants to kill me, I know how to talk his lingo. I know how to make it seem like I'm a goat. So at the end of the day, we have to learn, a lot more of these subtle, nuanced things that we don't learn, that our parents don't teach us, because, what happens when we just rely heavily on one or the other? What happens when I just rely on the law? Hey, fuck you. My insurance is good. I don't got to talk to you. Am I detained? But if I'm just relying on the law and I'm not speaking to the person, and I don't know how the enemy thinks, I know straight up there's no reason in the world why you should, a black man, white man, anything. There's no reason in the world why you should ever deny police searching your vehicle. Know why? Because I watched the training manual. I know that they're going to search your shit anyways. Their protocol is they're going to call the dogs. They're going to do a false alert. They're going to say that the dog alerted, and then go search it anyways. All you're doing is dragging out the process and pissing them off, and you're sticking to your pride and the law and shit, but is that going to get you home safely? So, I mean, it's not fair. It's fucked up. And the only reason why I can speak to such other nuances is because I've been on both opposite ends of the spectrum. I'm a graduate. I'm an alumni of the Sacramento City Management and Planning Academy, where I work directly with law enforcement officers. I showed up to the precinct every Wednesday for 4 months, learning about how the different city departments work. I helped put the first black sheriff of Sacramento in office, along with the Capoli. So I've been on it on that side. And I've also had my family members almost murdered by the police on some conspiracy type shit in the height of the Black Lives Matter movement. So I've seen both ends of the spectrum. I've had many interactions with police, and they've always been amicable. And that's because I use the knowledge that I have to make sure that, above all else, that motherfucker who's pulling me over don't feel threatened. He don't feel nothing. He feels like I'm a happy-go-lucky individual, whatever. Yeah, sure, they'll do something good, and then we're going to get on our day. And 9 times out of 10, most people don't realize this. 9 times out of 10, and there is some racism at play and shit, but 9 times out of 10, when a cop pulls you over, you actually did something. I'm not saying you did something illegal, but you did something to alert their attention. I grew up, but my family members is like, Be Easy understands the lingo, but my family members is with the shit, move and shake. So when I was 16 years old learning to drive, I was learning to drive by a man who's teaching me to drive as if I got keys in the trunk. I drive to this day, all peripherals. If there's a cop that just got on, I know the cop's coming a miles away because situational awareness is key. But when you're just happy-go-lucky, you you don't know. There's never been a time that I've been pulled over and I didn't see it coming a mile away. So situational awareness goes a long way. A lot of these things are subtle nuance, but above all else, it's kind of like a jack of all trades things. You got to know your local politics. You got to know the individual you're dealing with. You got to have a level of decorum. You got to be able to disarm them, and you got to make sure that you're also within the right, eyes of the law. But I mean, it's a huge burden, and it's a huge complication for the average black man to do. And the only reason why I can do it is because of the circles that I've been able to move into, and not everybody has that access.
Let me say this, fam.
Go ahead, Mr. Beth.
You know what I'm saying? I just want to say this. Tell me, welcome
Salute to BK, man.
You know what I mean?
Brooklyn, baby, in the house, man.
Okay, you're ready.
Where Brooklyn at? Where Brooklyn at?
But yeah, man. 2 things, y'all. There's 2 things that are key. A great YouTuber that I like to follow says, "Teach me the rules and I know how to play the game." The rules that are written and is unwritten rules. So, of course, yes, you want to live by a book, and you want to make sure that you're doing everything compliantly right. And they shouldn't take you out your car, right? That'll be the norm, or that would be what's acceptable, or that would be what's understood. But we all see that that's not what's understood due to, the police brutality that continues to happen, over and over again. You know what I'm saying? At an alarming rate. So we just gotta understand what goes on. They pull you over, comply, give them the ID. Don't say nothing crazy. You know what I mean? They're gonna see your record clean. Hopefully it is. Or if you don't have a clean record, they'll probably see whatever. Hopefully you ain't got no outstanding warrants or whatever. And you're good to go. You know what I'm saying? Pull off, go home. You know what I mean? Very simple.
If I ask you, Mr. Best, where you coming from, what would be your response?
I'll tell them where I'm coming from.
That's none of their business, though. Why would you tell them?
But are you going to press the issue and piss off a cop who has the legal authority to kill your ass in the street with impunity? Or are you going to answer a simple question and go about your day?
It's simple. It's
Wait, okay. Oh, let me say this, right?
Hold on. I'm trying to get home. You know what I mean? Live to fight another day. You know what I'm saying? That's not a fight that I'm gonna win. You know what I'm saying? At all. You know, if I attack him, you know what I mean? Oh, it's definitely over for me then. Because then, you know, he gonna call the whole squad. The sheriffs, everybody, they all coming through.
You mean if you verbally attack them?
No, if I defend myself in any type of way, you know what I'm saying?
Which includes verbal, right?
Yeah, because if we get to a verbal altercation, it's going to escalate.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We already know.
Ask, Eddie, what would you say in that one if the cops are saying, "Hey, where are you going on this late night?"
I don't answer questions. Your job is to check my license and registration. That's your job. Your job is not to ask me any personal questions.
And you immediately alerted him, pissed him off, and now he's on edge.
I would just say I don't answer questions.
Hold on.
That's all.
Hold on.
You're a police officer.
Listen,
you're a police officer, and you pull somebody over, and you say, "Hey, where are you coming from?" And they say to you, "Hey, sir, I don't answer questions." What do you, as a human being, think? Damn, this motherfucker got something to hide. Damn, I'm wondering about him now. Damn, I wonder what's in his trunk now.
You have to tell me what you pulled me over for. You have to tell me that. Even though I gave my license and registrations, you know, I don't have to answer questions about telling you where I'm coming from. You have to tell me why you pulled me over. You have to do your job.
Mm-hmm.
You're right.
That said that I have to answer those type of questions. I'm just asking.
And this is where we're separating the law from de-escalating and escalating a situation. You would have unnecessarily escalated a situation for no reason.
Yeah. All right, hold on, everybody. BK, apologist. I know you're here. I want to get your thoughts on. Damn, I'm stuttering. I want to get your thoughts into this one.
I mean, it's conflicting, right? Because you have rights as a citizen, right? And you would like to exercise your rights, but that other individual also has a gun, and he likes to exercise his force, right? So it's like you have to decide at that moment what's the best choice of action for you. Do you feel like you should defend and try to have an actual, cordial disagreement with this individual, or are you just gonna be humble and comply and, as Mr. Best said, try to get home? It depends on the situation. It depends, if you could read how this officer is coming at you. Maybe you can have a conversation. Maybe you can't. You know what I mean? So you have to be able to discern your situation. If you see he's already off the gate, kind of crazy, keep your mouth shut. Yes, sir. No, sir. And get home. You know what I mean? So it's like it's a case-by-case situation, I feel like.
And cops aren't robots, they people. Any black man up here, if you was a black cop and you pulled somebody over and say, "Hey, yeah, I pulled you over because your light's out, just wondering where you're heading from," and they say, "Oh, I don't answer questions." You're a human being. You're not a robot. You're going to feel some type of way, and you're going to have a fucking attitude, and you're going to try to make that person's life a living hell.
By you having my license and registration, you're asking me where do I live. It's on my license. What do you mean?
The point is,
isn't that a dumb question? I'm just saying.
You have to separate the nuance, though.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say isn't that a dumb question? I'll be like, well, it's on my license and registration. There's my address is on there.
Yeah, but
Okay, where are you coming from? As a matter of fact, silence is gold. I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't say nothing.
And then you would escalate the situation.
That's even worse.
You would escalate it. That's all.
I wouldn't escalate nothing. His job is to check my license register. That's it. He doesn't have nothing on me. I haven't committed a crime.
They're not robots. They're human beings. They're gonna get an attitude and they're gonna fuck with you. It's a fact.
When you start listening, M3. What I was trying to say is, even though people probably know the law, right? But there's a code to it. If you spit that code for them to understand, they ain't gonna fuck with you. Excuse my French.
Okay. Well,
what code are you talking about?
Wait. Hold on. Let me break this down real quick. Unfortunately, right, when it comes to law, the law is not on our side. It might work for white people. Let's just be straightforward. It will work for them for some. It ain't gonna probably work for all of them.
Allegedly.
Yeah. But when it comes to us, I guess I have to say allegedly as well too.
Mhm.
We can't go by this law stuff because the law is really made against us anyway. It's not really made to protect us. Now, however, if let's just say in a scenario, right, we get pulled over. This is probably like a traffic light or whatever. We did it. It's our fault or whatever. The best way is to comply because you could go by the law and say, well, I have my rights to remain silent, or I have my rights to not give you any information. They don't care about our rights. They really think that we don't really have any rights because we don't really have that source of protection like other people have. Okay? They can't do that.
Hey, M3,
like
let me ask you. So when Eddie is saying that I don't answer questions, and then you just said you have the right to remain silent, what is the difference between saying I don't answer questions and saying, you know what, officer, I have the right to remain silent? Here's my license and registration. Is there a big difference between that?
Right.
The only difference is like based on how the officer is feeling at that moment. Because yes, they had to say you have the right to remain silent, but then they're gonna contradict that anyway and be like, why you not answering my question? And then go ahead. Yeah, say just how you was gonna say, DJ Eddie.
Yeah.
If you tell the officer, what will you tell the officer? After he read your rights, he said you have the right to remain silent, blah blah blah, whatever, right?
He said, "Do you understand your rights?" And I said, "Yes." He said, because they're gonna ask you, "Do you understand your rights?" Yes. So where you coming from?
When does a cop ever ask you during a traffic stop whether you understand your rights?
Do you understand your rights?
Cops don't ask you that during a traffic stop. Yeah, they ask you that during process.
I'm just saying in general, when they read you your rights, period.
They only do that when they're about to arrest you.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm putting this in a scenario, right? Because he's saying that, like, okay,
but you still have the right whether they arrest you or not.
Exactly.
You have the right. Yeah, you have the right according to like the so-called law. But they're gonna override that and they're gonna be like, well, I have the right to arrest you, or I have the right to beat you, and then they're gonna just throw in something and be like you was being hostile.
So you're saying they can win that in court?
They're gonna lie because you've already pissed them off, and then they're gonna try to find a reason to get you up out of here.
Can they win like that in court? That's what I'm saying. Can they win like that in court?
A lot of them have gotten away with it. It's the
law. But it's the law, right?
The thing is that so if you stand in front of a judge,
you get allegedly.
Allegedly, okay.
Nowadays, allegedly as well, you may not even wind up getting in court. You know what I'm saying? So you may not even get to court. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You may wind up pushing up them daisies. It's that crucial. So the best thing to do is to comply. Comply. Whatever question they ask you, answer them. Keep it moving. You know what I'm saying?
Rule number 1 is self-preservation. So no matter what, you should do what's in favor of your self-preservation so you can get on your way. Treat them like a fucking bully with a badge and a gun, and they jamming you up in the hallway asking for your hall pass. Are you going to mess with the bully? It's just you and the bully. Ain't nobody around. Principal ain't around. Teacher ain't around. Judge ain't around. Just y'all alone in the hallway. Are you really going to go toe-to-toe with the bully, or are you going to exercise your right in the courtroom where you're supposed to, not on the street with somebody with a badge and a gun?
Exactly.
But Mr. Real Estate, has that happened to you? Did you try it? Like, I'm not saying that you did or didn't. I'm saying, have you tried to, did you try, mentioning the laws to them, right? Did they ever get upset at you? Because know the law.
There's never been a traffic stop that I've been a part of where I've tried to educate police officers on the law.
Not just your traffic stops. You could just be sitting there chilling at your spot. You could be sitting on your steps. I'm just saying, let's just say you know the law, right? Would they be upset at you for that? Because you know the law and you know your shit?
Whenever I've ever had an interaction with the police, they were called there. Something was reported to them. They didn't just pop up randomly. And whenever I had an interaction with them, I answered their questions. I acted chill, and it was done in a matter of 2 minutes. The one time I've ever had a bad interaction with the police is because I pissed them off, and I didn't even mean to. But I pissed them off, So they made my life a living hell, and it was a terrible interaction. Towed my car and everything.
Well,
so rule number one is don't piss off the cops.
When I get pulled over, and I'm sitting down on my steps, because this happened multiple times, they'll stop. Hey, what's up? I don't say nothing. Or well, hey, do you have ID and this and the third? For what? Oh, well, you someone there was a robbery in the area, and they look just like you. How do you know? Do you have this? Do you have this? This picture? Is there a picture to where I can see? Can you line up the picture with my face? Like, what type of shit is that?
This is class. This is class warfare. I've never experienced that because I've never lived in an economically depressed neighborhood where the cops just gonna roll up on your front porch. Oh, there's a robbery and drill you. That typically happens in the hood. It don't happen in the burbs. So unfortunately,
it happens to us everywhere, not just in the hood, dog.
So you're telling me you're in a middle-class suburban neighborhood sitting on a front porch and a cop just walks up to you and says there's been a robbery.
Oh yeah. Yes. I don't just have friends in the hood. I got friends that live in the areas and nice areas.
Yeah.
I would highly have to challenge what neighborhood you're considering as the suburbs, because those are things that typically don't happen.
What things do you consider as suburbs?
Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
Suburbs mean annual income in the area is $80,000.
Wait, hold on, everybody. So I got a quick question to ask you, right? And this involves the cops and all that. But first, have anybody seen the movie Crash? Terrence Howard and Ludacris.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys probably will get where I'm coming from with this one. Now, we all gave our opinions of how we're going to, professionally or how we're going to conduct ourselves when it comes to law enforcement. However, I want to ask a really deep and serious question, right? What if in a scenario, it was you and your loved ones? Maybe you, your wife, spouse, girlfriend, whoever, right? Just someone you really love the most. And you get pulled over by the police. Now, listen carefully to this one. You comply. You're doing all your due diligence. You're being peaceful. But then the cop sexually harasses your loved one. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
And you're just watching it. How will you emotionally respond? Will you continue to still remain peaceful while the police officer is groping the loved one in front of you? Or will you be enraged?
I mean, we kind of reach him with the Hollywood example of a cop molesting your girl during a traffic stop. I don't think that really happens on the norm. But if it was me personally, I would do what I need to do to move forward with the situation, de-escalate any way I can, and then take it up in a court. Because that's where you take it up. But what? I'm going to say, hey, get off my woman. Hey, get your hands off. And now I'm going to fight him. And then he's going to say I'm resisting arrest. And now I'm dead. And now I'm shot. And now, come on now. So at the end of the day, you fight your battles in court.
So M3, you're saying that if an officer comes up and rapes somebody's woman in front of you, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Because
okay, well,
we're hearing all the. Go ahead.
If a cop actually did that, he wouldn't even allow you to leave. There would be no court. If he's doing it in front of you, he wouldn't allow you to leave.
Well, in the scene, he didn't rape the woman. He groped her. He didn't rape her. He groped her.
Groped her. Okay. That's different.
It's still sexual assault, but this is what I'm saying. Look,
and I tell my honey to chill. We're gonna take it up in court and get our few $1 million settlement. But I ain't gonna fight nobody with a gun when I'm unarmed and we in the middle of the street and all you gotta do is press a button and I'm getting lit up with bullet holes.
Do you think you would actually legitimately win that court case?
And see, that's the point.
And
because we don't know.
Because
if there's cameras involved,
if I mean nowadays there's supposed to be body cams. If it's your testimony and your female's testimony, I mean 9 times out of 10 it ain't even about winning the court case. It's about creating a media frenzy so that they settle with you. Nowadays,
that's the best.
Ain't nobody winning no court case against the cops. The cops have a budget of millions of dollars to pay out citizens when they fuck up and when they need to be held accountable. And it's a private settlement. No one talks about the amount. XYZ.
I just want to let you know, yeah, that case ain't gonna be won because that's one thing that when it comes to like police in our community, when you know, especially black folks, right? They don't want nobody to tell them what to do. So if it's me, Eddie, and M3 trying to police the community today, like, man, who is these Negroes? We ain't listen to y'all. But then when a white cop who they perceive racist comes and police the community, they like, oh, look, why they have to do them like that? Like, hold on, you don't want to be controlled or policed by blacks or you know, the pigs, as you say. Like, I mean, come on now, it has to be some level of order somewhere. And if we are able to cooperate with each other, control our own emotions, it won't be no need for the police, right? That's how it used to be with Black Panthers and stuff. They was the police. You didn't have to actual call the police. And now since we don't have black police, then when you go, the DA is not black, the judges is not black. You know, you go to jail. It's not a bunch of black COs in there. So the whole system around you is working against you. The cop is the least thing that you got to worry about. So we need to prevent even going into that system. You saying, oh, the white man holding you down? All right, cool. We'll let M3 police you. Oh man, I ain't trying to listen to what he had to say. All right, well, take whatever punishment you get then.
Well, here's the thing. We gotta go to this fantasy island garbage that we're doing right now, man. Look, this ain't a movie. You ain't gonna duke it out with the police and win. This ain't Grand Theft Auto. All the stars ain't gonna go away and you're gonna escape. All this machismo, macho man jumping off the top rope crap. Let's stop this BS, man. Like one is dangerous and two is just stupid. You're not going to win against the police. They have leverage. They have leverage. They have a gun, and they have backup that can come. There was one time, it was a lady, she was at a Taco Bell, and it was an elder lady, and she was disturbing the Taco Bell, and 4 cop cars just came out of nowhere to tell her to move. And I'm like, this is an elderly lady. She ain't even doing anything. So if they doing this for an elderly lady, can you imagine what they're gonna do for you? Stop it, y'all. Stop the cap and the BS.
Who cap it?
You know what I'm saying? Like stop it already, man. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, live to fight another day. Be smart and make sure that you're protecting yourself and your loved ones the best way possible. And the best way by doing it is to comply. If something happens with them, pursue them with legal action. And if you can't get legal action, then you know what I'm saying? You know, you try to get a settlement. If that don't work, you know what I mean? Try the Supreme Court. That don't work. You did everything you could. You tried everything that you could. You know what I'm saying? If you and your loved one needs therapy, whatever y'all need, get that support, man. There'll be people to help you. They will. But we gotta really stop this whole. We're gonna get on arms and we're gonna fight the police. No, you're not. We make up 13% of the population in the United States. Okay, we are a very small population. Like, stop with all this pride and machismo stuff, man. Like, as men, it's killing us inside and out. I know.
So, Mr. Best, would you suggest that the men, especially black men in that situation, that they are a bit more passive and docile when they're dealing with the cops?
Yes, you have to be.
Meek, humble, agreeable, kind, submissive. Yes, no matter how much it hurts your pride, do all those things, and at least you'll live to fight another day.
Yeah, you'll still be here. And we'll be able to
otherwise,
chill.
There's a whole lot of hood niggas who's dead over ego.
That doesn't happen to everybody.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen to everybody, Mr. Best. Don't happen to everybody like that.
We gotta stop with the pride, man. You ain't gonna beat the police. You're not gonna beat the law. You ain't gonna beat the government. You ain't gonna beat the FBI. You ain't gonna beat the feds. You're not gonna beat the DEA. You're not gonna beat none of these organizations. These are government-funded organizations. You're not going to win. It's not set up for you to win, dummies. All right.
History points to it. Facts.
Exactly. do what you can, help you and the people that want to be helped around you to be the best that you can be, live your life, and create a legacy and move on. That's the best thing you can do.
Speaking of which, y'all want to know a civil movement, if you will, that I believe is accredited to killing more black and brown folks over the last 10 years than Black Lives Matter and anything else combined?
What? Talk about it.
The sovereign citizen movement.
What you mean?
You ain't never heard of the sovereign citizen movement?
Nah, sounds completely new to me. What's that?
These are black people. A lot of them are Muslim. A lot of them on the East Coast. They believe that, driving and traveling is different, and that people are going by, ship laws, and XYZ. There was a woman in the East Coast named Corinne Gaines who was part of that movement. The cops raided her place, SWAT team shot her dead while her baby was in her arms and shit. And she was part of this sovereign citizen movement. They go to court. They try to represent themselves. They say they're outside of the law. They don't XYZ. But at the end of the day, what they don't realize is while they're on a soapbox preaching all this legalese, black law dictionary shit, the police precincts are training their police officers that when you see these signs, when these people say this to you, they are part of a sovereign citizen movement. And when they are saying this legalese shit to you, when they're saying, I don't have to comply, am I being detained? When they're saying this to distract you, to get you off guard so they can kill you, police officer. So all these normal citizens think they flexing the law. We black, we know the law. I ain't asking no question, but they don't know that their enemy is being trained to recognize that as somebody trying to kill them in the street.
Exactly.
And they don't see and they don't see the disparity because they don't watch Leo Roundtable. They don't watch all these Republican white cops on YouTube like I do to know how they think. So they think, oh, it's just good. I'm not going to ask no questions. Am I free to go? And then they wonder why it's escalating and all they shit ain't working. All their legalese, all their paperwork, all that shit falls to the wayside.
Yeah, you gotta know your enemy, man, and you gotta know how to room in a room full of vultures, in a society full of vultures. You gotta know how to move, man. And the worst thing you could be labeled. The worst thing you could be labeled is a terrorist organization. Once that happens, it's a wrap for you. That's why I don't understand when people still want to be in gangs or anything like that. Like, once you get that label, it's over for you.
And for Von Eric and everybody else out here talking about fucking rights, everybody else out here talking about rights, I challenge you this. Stop paying taxes to a third-party company in Puerto Rico then if you really care about your rights and you really gonna flex your fucking rights. Stop posturing. Rights is rights. But what goes on, and you got to live to fight another day. So if y'all really want to talk about rights and shit, you're still paying your taxes to Uncle Sam. You're still getting your sales tax and your income tax. And you're still getting fucked legally from Sunday to Saturday. So everybody over here who wants to talk about these rights, prove your rights in the court of the law, not in the street with somebody who got a badge and a gun who can legally kill you and get off with fucking paid leave.
I speak my rights. I speak my rights all the time. I speak my rights all the time, as long as you know them.
I just want to know this,
and it depends on how you come off. It depends. If you're going to come off being nice, you're come off being aggressive. It's like what type of energy you want to bring to the table. Mm-hmm. And but can you show me a video that there was a black man who knew every law, who knew his rights, and actually told the cops, hey. In this book, this is such and such, such and such. Have we ever seen that on video?
Okay, hold on. Before we reply to that, right? And I'm gonna get to you next, be easy, because I know you spoke up. Just want to welcome Mimsy Limbs in the building. How you doing, Mimsy Limbs?
Hey, what's going on, girl?
Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it.
All right.
I love you guys.
Oh, you too.
Mimsy, I'm gonna get to you after Be Easy, okay?
It's all right. I have nothing to say on this matter.
No, not a problem. All right, go ahead, Be Easy.
No, I actually had a question for Mr. Best and whoever else want to chime in. I know he brought up, once you're labeled a terrorist group, et cetera, et cetera. Now, that is true to an extent, but just throwing out that terrorist group and ascribing it to every group is not always appropriate. Right. So let me ask, do you believe that the Black Panthers was a terrorist group?
it don't matter if I believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I don't believe that they were a terrorist group, but were they treated as such? Yeah.
Okay, so is that motivating?
Were they basically used and destroyed as such? Yes. Proof is in the pudding.
Okay, so do you think that encourages or discourages, blacks to make another movement like that? Should we be more encouraged by what you just said to like kind of build upon the legacy of Black Panthers to like for the betterment of our community, or should we be in fear that we'll be labeled as a terrorist group?
I think what we got to do is that we got to, from any situation, you got to see the pros and cons. Pros, they was trying to help the kids. They were trying to rebuild the community. Cool. Cons, they picked up weapons. That's where it all went wrong.
Picking up weapons is a con?
Once you pick up a gun and you start saying, we're going to go at the law, and we're going to go at the police, and it's a wrap after that. And then once the president himself is speaking about you in a negative light, what you think gonna happen? Like, what do you think gonna happen? It's over for you after that.
Go ahead.
So the president was only speaking about them negative because they picked up guns.
We know that that's not the only reason, but that's what he used against them.
So what does that even matter? How you just said it, it doesn't kind of really matter what people are speaking about. So if they were practicing their rights, because we're all supposed to be equal, right? They're practicing their rights, and they were being brutalized by the cops too. Like, let's not let the cops off the hook there.
No,
so
we know that we was going through it. Be easy, like
I know. So I'm just saying at that time. You said the guns was bad. So what should they have been combating them with? Bibles and words?
I'm not saying should have been combating with Bibles and words. You taking it and you trying to twist it and saying that they shouldn't have, basically helped the community. They should have helped the community. Like I said, the pros was.
I'm only focusing on the guns part right now because you said that the guns that was the horrible part.
Once you pick up arms and you start saying, we taking the pigs out and we doing this, that, and the third, then that's when it's going to go left for you. You're not going to win that battle.
If you're leading a political movement, you cannot put yourself in a line of fire to easily be seen as radicalized and easily be deemed a terrorist organization. That will fail from the jump. Did the Black Panther Party do great things? Yes. Did they falter in some ways? Yes. Was it mostly due to any fault of their own? No. But we learn from history. We do a 2.0 and we try again. But what happened with the Black Panthers? They legally carried arms, and guess what? States changed their whole fucking state laws because of the Black Panthers. California's gun laws to this day are because of the way they are, because of the Black Panthers and what they did in Sacramento at the Capitol. So we live and we learn and we evolve.
So here's my question, right? Here's my question. Now, there's videos out there. There's videos of us saying we know the law, but then there's another videos of us saying that, we know every law, which literally out of the book, that have actually spoken out of the book. Now, have you ever seen a black man get shot that actually knew the book and explained it to them? Now, I have
knowing the book ain't shit. Hold on. I've seen white lawyers get pulled over and argue.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
This is my question. Have you ever seen a guy who actually literally spoke from the book to an officer on camera and not get shot? Have you ever seen that?
No.
Right.
I've seen plenty of people speak from the book and still get pulled over, still get harassed, still get searched. It's on video. I'm not saying they got executed. I'm just saying that there's attorneys. There's even lawyers who get pulled over by cops, and he will say, I am an attorney. I have passed the bar. What you're doing is illegal. The cops will still flex on you. They don't care. You're an attorney. You make more than me. You're in a higher class society. Well, guess what? I got a badge and a gun, and I can fuck you up right here today.
You're not listening. One part I said there is us out there saying we know the law. You can't do this. You can't do that. But you got another folks out there like us who actually know the book, that speak it, that say it, and not get attacked and not get shot. For those on this side, on the right side, that says, hey, you can't do this and do that and the third, but they don't actually speak the language of the book to these officers, and they end up getting shot. We see that all the time. Have you ever seen a black man that actually spoke the book to the officers and not get shot? Because I have. There's a difference here.
Okay, before
That's what
anybody,
I'm saying. There's a big difference.
okay, before anybody replies, I'm gonna give everybody, well, not everybody, this entire time like 5 minutes before we change to a different subject. But go ahead.
Listen, I'm gonna make it quick, man, because I'm glad we got 5 minutes on this because this needs to end. Because we keep going around in circles and circles. Bottom line is this: when you're dealing with local federally funded organizations, comply with them, figure out what they need to what you need to happen to get them off your back. You know what I'm saying? So you can move on and you can live another day. You know what I'm saying? You know, because they're not thinking about what law you know. They're not thinking about how many books or whatever, because they could change the law anytime. They could write new laws, change new laws, put new laws in. You know what I mean? Act like that law don't exist. They're not thinking about any of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? All they're thinking about is, you know what I'm saying, what they want to do in that moment. And if they want to mess with you in that moment, they're going to mess with you in that moment. So the best thing you could do is comply and make sure that you move on to your destination. You know what I'm saying? And that's the best thing you can do. And that's it.
That's only for the people that don't know.
Mimsy, real quick. Have you ever been in a situation with the police before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you don't mind, like kind of like sharing like your experiences. It could be good or bad.
It wasn't terrible. I mean, I've been in situations a couple of times. So if I'm going to be completely honest, I'm a very good girl. I really am, you know. And so when I'm in these situations, obviously I'm an emotional wreck. Okay, let's start there. And I do believe that makes a difference. A damsel in distress kind of thing, because they were always weed related, you know. Okay. Come on. So like they weren't really big deals. And I was, you know, I just kept very respectful. I just kind of waited and I listened. And at one point, like they were supposed to keep me in handcuffs, like in the backseat of the car, and like they left me out of my handcuffs and like out of the car, and like we were walking, you know, like the cops and I, like we were just traveling, and like everything was fine because like they realized that I wasn't gonna just run, you know.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I mean, it's not.
So basically, you was still able to keep your composure, even you have like a lot of raging emotions inside.
Well, once you get, because like, you know, eventually they kind of like, they leave you to yourself after a while. I don't know if that, well, they left me to myself, like in the backseat of the car. Where am I going to go? You know, they're going to go and rummage through my things. So it was my car. And so while they're rummaging through my car, I had my phone in my back pocket. And so I was texting my boyfriend at the time, you know, in the back seat. And I was like, cops, come, because I needed his help. You know, I wasn't telling him to go. I was telling him to come, you know, and they realized that everything was fine. You know, I had composed myself. And then they were like, all right, bro. Like, what the fuck? You know, we just like had normal people conversations, but it wasn't like anything terrible. And I learned my lesson. I didn't go back to that park.
Okay. You know, it's good to kind of have like, you know, different perspective. So thanks for sharing that part. I'm going to just share this. There's been times like, you know, I got put over by the cops or stopped by the police. Shoot, one time it was just me and a couple of homies. And we was coming out from a friend's house. Yo, we gave each other like dab, a simple handshake. But see, I was wearing like, you know, a long trench coat because it was cold. Cops immediately dashed over, you know, and they got a car and they stopped us. They thought the guy was giving me drugs. So no big deal, you know. He told me what was up, and I said you could feel free to search me because I have nothing to hide. You know, I told him, look, I have this pocket, I have that pocket. Search for any pocket that you would like. And I kind of gave him a little bit of humor too, because I wasn't trying to take it personal. I was doing your job. You thought I was a drug dealer. I'm not even gonna say because we're black. You know, so they searched us around. I mean, my other homies, they was complaining, they was upset, but I kept it cool. They apologized, and they let us go. All right, so the time is up about this whole cop stuff. So I have another question, and this was from our recent interview with brother Clarence. So, Bess, I'm for sure you probably remember this, but remember when Bro Clarence was talking about relationships of today and how things are definitely changing to the point where no one approaches each other anymore? I don't know if you're still in here. Bess, can you hear me? Okay, he probably stepped away, but anyway, so we had a conversation about that. And you know, when he said that, it kind of opened my eyes a little bit. Because I understand, like, now these days we go to social media, you know, we go to, I guess, Tinder, Bumble, whatever dating sites. We swipe left, swipe right, and then we, you know, all can, I guess, hook up now these days. I guess that's what y'all do. I never did it because I'm already married, and you know, my era was you approach, you talk, you vibe, you have a conversation. That is my norm still.
Facts.
But wait, who said facts?
MC.
Oh, okay. But I feel like in a few years, in the year 2025, or maybe a little bit later, I feel like just conversations overall, just code approaching, is going to be obsolete. And I'm not saying because men are afraid to approach nowadays, but I think that because there's so much of a state that we have to lose. I mean, look, we have Me Too against us. You know, we have shaming tactic against us. But then yet women still wants us to approach them. Or certain ones. But then if we do approach, we're going to get shot down anyway. So there's really no reward into the risk. But you have a whole abundance of options to really choose from when you go into these like dating sites. And I feel like, to be fair for them, maybe it's a lot more easier to have a conversation through text to build your way up into phone conversations and meet up on dates. You said no, it's not?
Not to have a meaningful conversation. You can't have no meaningful conversation through text. Text is just like, oh, you on your way? You want to eat lunch, dinner? Okay, where you want to go? Burger King? All right, cool. That's how it, but if I'm asking you how do you feel about reparations? Could you really explain that through text? But that's what people try to do. And then you text, there's no context on it. It's just words. You can't put a smile to the text. You can't put a frown to it. So you have to.
But eventually they're going to adapt to it, right? Don't you think they're going to probably adapt eventually?
Bro, if I give you shit sandwiches every day, eventually you're going to adapt to that, right? You may not want to.
What he's talking about are nonverbal cues, which are just as important as the verbal cues. So you can sit there and you can read, but there's no emotion. You don't know. You're making assumptions now on how you are to receive this message.
And assumptions, we know what the saying about assumptions. I don't want to assume how you feel about me. Like, is she happy? Is she mad? No, I want to know for certain, is she happy or if she's mad? Now you're just guessing. How is that relationship really progressing when I'm trying to guess what M3 is feeling and he's trying to guess what I'm feeling? And we don't truly communicate. We just guess what each one's perspective is versus directly, definitively, stating that. You can't definitively state anything through text except like I'm on my way. right? That's what the text is for. I'm on my way. Hey, how you doing? Just checking in on you. But right now at M3, if it was your birthday, what would be more personal to you? For me to send you a text, happy birthday, or say HBD, or for me to pick up the phone and call you?
Well, sure, I would prefer people to come in person, but either pick up the phone or join me on the live stream, and we could have a birthday bash. But the point is, you know, people are trying to. I feel like people are so accustomed to doing that eventually it's going to be a part of the norm of the society, where people will no longer. Well, I'm not gonna say no longer, but you know what I mean. In a frequent level, people are gonna stop like feeling the need to call people. Matter of fact, they're not gonna probably do the whole happy birthday HBD. You know,
it's already there, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And even that is disrespectful in itself. Happy is one word. Birthday is two words. We've got so intellectually lazy that we're abbreviating two words. People won't. YOU is 3 letters.
But into three letters, which is incorrect.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. So it doesn't even make any sense. Even when you type in you and you just use the letter U, like would it have taken you that much longer to type the Y and the O as well? No. You know what I mean? But that's how we got. People will put I love you, ILY. Like what the hell? I didn't even know what that means. You can't even write out I love you anymore. You got to write ILY. Come on now.
Not even now. You just have to put a heart.
An emoji. M3, you ain't even talking about that. At least some people using words. Some people talking through emojis.
I honestly, I really don't. I just let the women do the job and put the emojis out there. And sometimes I might reply with emoji back just to have fun with it. But
don't cap M3. You know you sending emojis back.
Yeah, you do.
Yo, that's facts though. Yo, real talk. I never used emojis until YouTube, because like it calls more attention to that message, you know. So like that's like the purpose of the emoji chat. You know, it makes you want to read what it says because you can see the cool stuff. And it's true. It's very effective. But I don't like them. So I stick to my fire, my coffee, and my heart because it's a fire coffee date.
Exactly. Coffee dates, baby. Mr. Real Estate, what you think?
About the abbreviation of our lexicon, or
just the whole just the dating system. Are you the type of guy that just enjoys internet dating and going through a whole text shenanigans and stuff? Or do you prefer a nice cold approach, or walk up to a woman, old school style, and just say hey, let's go on a coffee date?
I mean, I'll flirt with a woman in public or whatever, approach her, whatever. But as far as seriously dating, I got a vetting process. I treat it like a business. I literally got the same thing. I say to every woman, it's about 3 or 4 back and forths before I got the number, before we're going out. And if you don't fit within the parameters, then you filtered out. So, I mean, I treat it as a much more systematic approach.
You say you filtered out.
No, you said something about numbers. I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, I said after about 3 or 4 exchanges, whether that's on a dating site, whether that's on a text message. I mean, after 3 or 4 exchanges, that's all I need to do before I'm going for the date. And I just put every woman through the same paradigm, so to speak, because that's how I filter people out. It's like I run an insurance business. I'm in sales. Am I going to train my salesmen to say the same exact script and follow the same exact rebuttals? Absolutely, because they're going to get certain measured results. It's going to be repeatable. And they're going to be able to work the numbers because it's all a numbers game. But other than that, I mean, I'm not like, oh, this generation's all bad because it's text or this. I mean, obviously there is a much more hookup culture, and that's something that I kind of shy away from. I mean, I'm out here in Portland where women on their dating profiles talking about they polyamorous and they're unicorns and shit. So, I mean, it's way different out here.
Portland, Oregon, you say?
Like somebody they date multiple people or whatever.
Anywhere in Oregon they do that.
Mr. Best.
Yeah, they be doing some freaky stuff out here.
Exactly. And I think all drugs are legal out there.
Mr.
Oh, yeah.
Bass,
Strip club on every
What's up?
corner.
I'm glad you're back.
Mhm.
Hey, I'm here.
Yeah, man. Yeah, hey, yo, don't be calling me no dummy, man.
I didn't say you were dummy.
Oh, no, I know.
Hold on, real quick.
I'm
First
just
Lady Tammy, are you still here? Yeah, I know you.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'll mess with you, dog.
Okay. First Lady Tammy, what do you think about like you know, the adaptation to like from code approaching to like now people, going behind like a cell phone to approach women? Do you find that to be like, like socially acceptable, or do you kind of wish that people or men will do more code approaching, meaning that they'll walk up to you and introduce themselves and all that respectfully?
I mean, I think that whatever works for you works.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you come up to me, I mean, I'm not gonna. If you're being respectful when you come up to me, I'm gonna engage in a conversation with you. But the conversation itself is something that would make me even want to keep talking to you anyway. So some people choose to do online dating because that just fits their lifestyle, where they just don't have the time to be just going up to people. And then you have to think that sometimes women can sometimes be unapproachable, because if a guy goes up to her and gives her a compliment, some women will automatically think something else just because of the compliment that you give. So, I mean, just approaching people nowadays, you don't know what people's intentions are. The person approaching or the person being approached, you don't know what their intentions are. So you just have to be careful nowadays. People are very selfish, and people are only out for themselves. And a lot of people are not doing things with good intentions. A lot of people have reasons why they're doing things, and it's not always the best. So you have to. So I think it's just a matter of people now are a lot more cautious about meeting someone in person. And then that doesn't mean that online dating is the greatest thing, because you have where people who do online dating and like the guy said, they're looking to hook up because a lot of people are trying to do that. So, and then you have it where people meet online, and then the first time they see him, they're going to their house, and then you have it where people go to someone's house and somebody's getting killed or something else. So I mean, it's just a matter of, you need to be careful. Whichever way you choose, whether you approach somebody, you use online dating, you have to be very careful. I don't really care for the whole abbreviated messages, because I do like what Be Easy was saying, as far as I get irritated with the WYD rather than what are you doing, because the fact that you couldn't type those 3 words, but you typed those 3 letters, I mean, to me, that is lazy, because it really doesn't take that long to type. I mean, you could even do a voice thing in your phone and it'll type it for you, as long as it types the right thing. But that's the thing, is that people are very lazy, and people are very selfish, and people are very self-centered. So you really need to take the time to vet people out and get to know them, to see what they're really all about. Because you can see that in a short time, and sometimes it takes a while. But if you actually take the time to get to know people, you can learn a lot about somebody.
Man, can I speak on this, please? Can I speak on this, please?
Yeah.
Y'all taking this abbreviation thing way, way too left, man. Look, right? The abbreviation thing is still on the same line as somebody saying "What's up" to you, right? Are you gonna get annoyed and feel like somebody doesn't care, or they're not being, responsive, or they're just not giving that full effort? If they just say "What's up" to you? No, they're saying "What's up." Of course, okay. The proper way is to say, "How are you doing today? How was your day?" That is the correct way to ask somebody how their day was, or to basically greet them in a good manner. But "What's up" is also good as well. It's just a version of slang. I think the emojis, the emoticons, and the short words and all that, it's just a new form of slang. That's all it is. It's a new form of slang. You know what I'm saying? If you don't understand some of the abbreviations or whatever, just ask, what does that mean? And if you feel like they're lying, Oh, you can find out what they mean online. I done found some crazy things online. I'm like, man, what is this? Why they keep putting all these abbreviations? What the hell does this mean? And then when I look up, I'm like, oh, that's what that means? You know what I mean? So, you know, yeah, you want to check on the abbreviation, but abbreviation is just like slang. You know what I mean? We
So,
all
Mr.
speak
Betts,
slang. You know what I'm saying?
What's up, Queen?
What's
if
going on,
it's
Queen?
somebody's birthday, you think
Mhm.
it's just appropriate to call them and say happy birthday, HBD? You think that's on the same level, sending HBD versus calling them or seeing them in person?
I mean, some people don't got the time. Some people, all they could do is send you an HBD.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
So
At that
you have the
moment,
time to send
Okay,
HBD but
man.
not actually spell out happy birthday?
like I said, it's just another form of slang. It's not personal. People not trying to they trying to basically show you that they do care. They are making an effort. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And since they know this is a new way, this is a new wave that people have accepted as a form of communication. Well, most people have. You know what I'm saying? Then people are like, all right, cool. That's what we're gonna do. People always gonna follow the trends. We know that. You know
Well,
what I'm saying? Do I
And
this
like?
is the
Do I
issue,
like?
Mr. Best. Those abbreviations are seeping into their actual life, which means they're actually intellectually dumbed down when they're trying to articulate themselves in regular words. And they're so used to using slangs where if they have to write something for their job or their daughter asks them, hey, help with an essay,
it's not
they
really.
don't know. All they know is about slang.
Well,
All they
look,
know is
look,
It's
about
not really.
look.
abbreviations
It's
and
not really
You,
shortcuts.
slangs. It's
if you,
initials, really.
if you a grown person and you don't know how if you don't know the difference on basically how to speak different vernaculars of English and how to speak slang and how to speak regular English to do job interviews and all that, you have a bigger problem. And maybe
But
you
that's
should
what
do
I'm
some.
telling you.
Hold on,
It's
let me
plenty of
finish.
people that
Hold
are
on,
like that.
let me finish, brother. Maybe you need to get some hooked on phonics. Maybe you need to go back on school. Maybe you need to maybe you need to take some courses or something to help you. Maybe you missed something when you went to school. You know what I'm saying? Because you got a bigger issue then. That's something bigger than that. You know what I mean? Than you using HBD. I'm pretty sure they know it's probably birthday. But
Well,
you know, and I have a birthday coming up anyway. But whatever.
but listen,
Um,
it's better to say
Hey,
Happy
HB,
something.
early
bro.
birthday.
It's better to
hold on,
say
Eddie.
something.
Hold on. I rather because I want my statement on both things on that and the online dating thing. I want to knock both of those out. But yeah, like I said, it's just a form of expression. Like, so I don't, you know, I don't take it to heart. Like the emoji thing, if that's what y'all want to do, all right, whatever, man, cool. You want to give me a thumbs up, cool. I know you acknowledged it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you acknowledge me, I'm cool. Now, if you don't say nothing, oh, we got a problem then.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's a form of disrespect. You know what I mean? Because you blatantly see that I'm saying something, you don't say nothing at all, you just ignore me. Then yeah, it's an issue then. Or my birthday come up and you know that we talk regularly and you don't say nothing to me, you don't even call me that day or nothing. Yeah,
But
we got an issue then.
What
it's
if
You know what
better.
I'm
what if
saying?
they
It's
don't
better. It's
believe?
better
You
to
know?
say something
But
than
Yeah,
not say nothing at all, though.
yeah,
But what if they
exactly.
don't
wait,
So
go
believe
ahead.
that?
Wait, hold on.
hold on,
Go ahead,
hold
Mister.
on.
What's that?
Let me finish, y'all. I'm not done. You know what I mean? So that's that. Now, as far as the online dating thing, that is the most dangerous shit that you can do because, man, you don't know none of these people that you're meeting. You really can't properly vet them. And on the online thing, man, people can make a whatever type of profile, lifestyle, whatever they want to do, they can put it on there, man. And you are meeting somebody that you don't even know, and they don't even know you. And it's only really two types of personality. And there's a video on this too that we got to share from my brother Darius Sim that talks about the online dating thing. You know, the dudes are on there. You know what I'm saying? You know, and they on there to smash, and the women are on there to get attention most of the time. You know what I mean? There are certain websites where they are predicated to finding people. You know what I'm saying? You know, I guess like the Christian Mingles are the ones you got to pay like a big monthly fee for. But even those you got to be careful because we've heard like people meet up and tragic things have happened. So the best way I would say to be safe is to meet somebody in a place where you know you commonly frequent or someplace that you like to be. You know what I mean? Or doing an activity you like to do. We all like different things, you know, whether it's socializing, whether it's having a drink at a bar or at a lounge or whatever. There's certain things that we all like to do. So find activity you like to do that you know the opposite sex is gonna be there, and you know there's a potential for you to talk to them. It could be a library too, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And you will find somebody eventually that floats your boat. You know what I'm saying? That you can have a good convo with, or on the street. You know what I'm saying? You know, we run into people all the time. So you will run into somebody eventually. You know what I mean? The problem is that we live in a microwave generation where we want everything so fast, right? We want everything fast. We want our food fast. We want our relationship fast. We want everything fast. And the thing is that when you try to do everything fast, guess what? You know, you're gonna end up behind the 8 ball. You know what I'm saying? You know, you're gonna wind up suffering the consequences because life is not meant to live fast. You ever seen a movie? What was that movie with Adam Sandler? He had the remote and he kept fast forwarding.
I know you're talking about.
That was a good movie, by the way.
Time Switch or
Click.
No. Click.
Yeah. And what he learned is that you can't fast forward through life. You gotta take your time. You know what I'm saying? You got to experience certain things. Yeah. Or you're gonna make mistakes too. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, and that's the biggest thing. We can't fast forward things, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let's stop living this fast culture. Let's take our time, get to know people, or you know, find people that know people that you know. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And build from there. So yeah. Anybody else can answer? Go ahead. Rock out.
Mr. Ben, I do have like a reply to you, but I gotta get to Mimsy. I gotta get to Queen, because I want the ladies to kind of go, and Queen haven't even spoken yet. Mimsy, I know you have something.
No, it's all good. It's not even important. You know, Queen hasn't even spoken. Go ahead and let her rock out. Welcome, Queen.
What's up, peoples? No doorbell today. You just let me walk in.
No, you know.
Hey, I didn't get no doorbell or nothing.
What's up, Queen? Cheer.
You know, we're living in a safe neighborhood, man. The door's always open.
Okay, cool. Well, I got the key anyway. I keep telling you that, but it's okay. How y'all doing tonight?
Good.
We are.
Good. So tonight's topic is an open topic.
Okay, so there was a question about online dating?
Yeah, so like you know, well basically maybe you could piggyback what Mr. Best said, but he said online dating is dangerous. But what you think?
I think it's like playing Russian roulette. You never know when that bullet's gonna come out, shoot at you. You know, I think it's more dangerous. But you know, dating in real life is dangerous too. But
Bingo.
That online dating, man, that catfish, you know, like I don't know, I'm cool. I got to see you. I got to see how you move and interact with people. I got to know somebody that know you or live in your
That's
city.
what I was going to...
Yeah, no, I'm good. I don't trust people enough to do that. Nope. Yeah. No way. I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering, Queen, how do people get catfish when almost everybody has an iPhone that they could video chat? Is people not verifying before they go on these dates?
Well, I think a lot of times, if you look at the show Catfish, a lot of these people don't, you know, they don't video chat or, you know, so you might be okay with it because you don't talk to this dude forever how long and you got feelings now and, you know, you ain't never seen or, you know, smelt his breath, but you got feelings. I don't get that. You know, I don't understand that.
How much fault do you think is on the catfisher versus the person trying to pursue, right? Because, you know, there's enough blame to go around. Is it like equal 50-50 for you not properly vetting that person? Or is just the person wrong for catfishing?
I think the person who's doing it is definitely wrong. Like, more wrong, because that's deceitful. That's like lying. But I do believe that you have to value yourself more and protect yourself. You know what I mean? Like I can't wait for someone to put my value on me. You know, I have to protect myself, my spirit, my mental, my physical, my emotional well-being. And if I'm just throwing myself out there to a bunch of thieves, robbers, and stealers, then what you think is going to happen to me? You know, so it is my fault too, because I'm throwing myself out there and I'm not protecting myself. You know, words don't mean nothing. It's the action that counts. Because you can say whatever you want all day long and do the opposite. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I couldn't do it. I needed to see you. I needed to see what you smelt like. You know, like you got nappy hair. You do not to brush your teeth. Like Oh, and shit. Even video chat is, you know, you don't know what you're getting. You still don't know what you're getting. You know what you think you're getting. So
Queen, do you think that's the same dynamic when you meeting somebody at the library? You don't know what you're getting, just what stands before you.
I can see you versus talking to you on the phone. To me, it's different. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Hold on, real quick. Don't mean to interrupt, but I gotta give a salute to
What's up, Mike? My boy, man? I see you over there, Mike.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Mike on that corner over there next to Mimsy.
What's going on, man?
Salute. Shout out to Princess K. She says, "Hey fam, I'm waiting on my plane, but here to support. I hope everyone is having a good day."
What plane you going? Where you going, Princess K?
man, look. She's going to like the metaverse. That's where she's going to.
It's going to the moon.
Yep. So make sure you have a good flight. Good flight.
No, she's going to 600 miles under the sea.
Hold on. Shout outs to Harris Tribe Media Group. Thank you guys for tuning in. Mr. and Mrs. Like, you know, he and she said. Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. Definitely have a safe flight.
I think it's always different when you see a person versus talking to a person over the phone. I think it's different because you can read their body language. You can be catfished anyway, but I'm not into the virtual reality world dating. I ain't in that. No, I'm cool. I'm out the market anyway, but I wouldn't be in the market if that's what I had to deal with. Nope. I'm gonna meet you the old school way.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that.
I want to see what's in your grocery cart. You know what I mean? You ain't got nothing but beer and fish sticks. Then I'm cool. Pass me at the checkout line.
What's wrong with the Heineken and fish sticks? You know?
Yeah, he gonna have high blood pressure and a cardiac arrest. That's what's wrong. Oh, damn.
All right.
And then I think abbreviations or acronyms, I think it's cool. I think it's funny. I think it's cool to try to figure out what a person's saying. So I don't see nothing wrong with it, but I understand what you were saying, Big Easy, about, everything is good until it becomes too much. And I think sometimes you got to learn the balance of things.
Yeah. Wait, but hold on for 1 second.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Real Estate, he has to no, you're good. Mr. Real Estate, he has to dip out. I just want to shout him out real quick. Let me go ahead and zoom you in, Mr. Real Estate, because we appreciate you for just coming into this, this open discussion.
I appreciate you, Mr. Real Estate, man. You had some good points. I just wanted to let him know that,
Yeah, I appreciate the invite, y'all. I'm not feeling very well. I'm not really on my content creation game, but I appreciate the invite to, engage in some civil discourse and chop it up with y'all.
I hope you get well, man.
Yeah, feel better soon, bro.
Appreciate it, y'all. Till next time. Peace.
All right, man.
All right. Later, bro. People, make sure you guys go follow his content, man. Mr. Real Estate. He has over 1,000 subscribers, and he's grown, man. He had 1,000 subscribers within 30 days. So obviously he's doing something right that we need to learn from him.
87 Princess K? Oh, that's man. No, I was reading Princess K. She's 87. Man, people out here can't last 87 minutes.
I'm going to attend a surprise birthday party for my granny. My god granny. I have to fly early to help decorate. She's wow. Okay, well, Sarah, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
From knowledge and relationships to your family.
Mm-hmm.
Mimsy
Have a
lives
safe
and Mike
flight.
as well too. Yes. What's your thoughts, Mimsy? I know you said something earlier, and we didn't mean to cut you off, but we gotta make sure we get through everyone.
What was the topic again, M3? Was it about initials or was it about just dating?
Well, you know what?
You got someone's at the door. Someone's ringing the doorbell.
Hey, door's always open, bro. Mr. He said, how you doing, bro?
He said, she said.
Peace, y'all.
Peace,
How y'all
peace,
doing?
fam. Peace.
Pretty good. Welcome.
Family? What's good? Thanks for having me. How y'all doing?
Oh, good, man.
We're doing
good.
pretty
Hanging
good.
in there.
Yeah.
I'm good, family.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry. Hold on for 1 second, Mr. He said. Mimsy. And to answer your question, DJ Eddie, we was talking about how like social media has kind of changed things like in dating, and probably in 2025 or maybe 2030, cold approaching, which means that you're walking up to a woman, you're shooting your shot. All that stuff is going to be erased because right now, if you go to a gym, the library, the club, no one's going to be approaching.
Is that
a
right?
lot of people's not going, a lot of people's not going to be talking. You know why? They're going to be on this and be like, you know what? It's not much in this club anymore. Let me go ahead and meet the Princess K of my dreams or whatever. Sorry, Princess K. I just had to throw something out there. And then he was going to use social media.
He said Princess K of my dream. Go ahead, M3. Go ahead, sir.
No, because I saw the recent comment where she's like, thank you. And yes, 87. She looks like she's in her late 60s. Black don't crack. I'm trying to be like her when I grow up. Okay. Well, once you have that proper melanated skin, like you should be good. And the Neutrogena as well, too.
Right.
Natural remedies,
What
I
are you
believe.
talking about, man?
I'm just saying, if you don't want your skin to crack, Look, man. Anyways, Mimsy.
We use cocoa butter.
Oh, you put cocoa butter on your face?
Shea butter.
We do the cocoa
Coconut
butter.
oil, vitamin E oil, sandalwood.
Those are good
Especially
samples.
when I'm pregnant,
Shea butter best, bro.
Okay. Yeah, that's going to be like the best, smooth for your skin.
Yeah.
Exactly. Mimsy, what's your Mimsy? No, matter of fact, Mimsy and Mike. Well, Mike and Mimsy. No, let me start with Mike first, right? Since
For melanated
Double M.
skin, yo, my bro has
we
eczema
can call
and
him
shit.
M2. We're gonna call
That
him
shea
M2.
butter really be doing miracles.
M3 and M2.
Oh, especially the damn, what's that part? What's it called? The hemp oil as well too, though. When you rub the hemp oil for your hair, oh man, it moisturizes it completely.
100%.
Use argan oil too.
Argan oil?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I got the
ARGAN.
argan oil spray. That also helps too.
Also, tea tree oil, but you gotta dilute it because it's hella strong. And olive oil, extra virgin olive oil, is one of the best things for your skin.
I agree with all
Yes, sir.
Yo, you know
I
what?
think mine is mixed with what's that called? Aloe vera. So
if you got
get it straight from the plant too.
Yeah,
that's great for your hands, and you can eat it too.
What?
Yo,
it's that. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
If you got gum disease, right? Like if they tell you got gingivitis, right? Put tea tree oil on your toothbrush and brush your teeth with it. It'll cure gingivitis. It'll cure periodontitis. I went to a dentist. They wanted to charge me like $3,000 for some crazy operation to get rid of periodontitis.
Yeah.
Brushed my teeth with tea tree oil for like a month. It was gone. They told me it was incurable. They said I would have
people sleep on tea tree oil. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah. It's strong. It's gonna have your whole house smelling too, though. So you be prepared for that.
Yo, can you put that in the chat, y'all? Anybody, can y'all put that in the chat so maybe they can look it up?
Yes, sir.
Tea tree oil is the shit.
Tea tree oil,
and be easy when he said olive oil. You can use that too as well. A lot of people don't.
Shea butter, man, it works too.
Butter.
Especially,
yeah.
If you got an infected tooth, right? Like let's say you got an infection, you get oregano oil, right?
We have that.
And you put a drop of it on there. Oregano oil, pound for pound, has the highest rate of antioxidants out of anything known on the planet. Like
Okay.
like wine has like let's say wine has like a thousand antioxidants in it, right? Like wine.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's say even tea tree oil has like 150,000.
Post this in chat.
Oregano oil got 2.5 million units of antioxidants in it.
Yeah, that's good to know.
It'll kill anything,
oil.
bro.
Wait, tea tree oil, is that like liquid? Not liquid. You said it.
Yeah, just get the liquid form. You can even make your own concoctions out of it. You use a carrier oil like coconut oil, vitamin E, or extra virgin olive oil, and all you need is a couple drops. That oregano oil, like Von Erich said, black seed oil, tea tree oil, is so strong, bro. Like you literally just need a couple drops, bro. A couple drops work wonders. And if your skin is super sensitive, you do need to dilute it a little bit more because of the strength of it. It could, it's just like alcohol or something. It could dry your skin out if you don't properly lubricate it.
Which one? Because it said one for hair, one is for shampoo, skin.
With tea tree oil, it's for everything. Like Mike said, you could use it for your gums. You could use it for your hair. It helps with growth, stopping dandruff. If you have any type of skin ailments, you could use it on your skin. Like I ain't gonna lie, tea tree oil has
if you
a
have
lot of
eczema
benefits.
too.
Yeah.
Yo, athlete foot, all that, bro.
Oh, sure. I'm gonna definitely rub some on my foot then.
Athlete's foot too? Okay.
Kill
everything, bro. It's antiviral, antibacterial, antifungal.
Yeah. Hold on, real quick. I gotta get to Mr. He said. Mr. He said, how you doing, my brother?
He said, she said.
All is well, family. All is well. Thank you for having us.
Nah, no problem, man. You definitely have like a good stream, man, tonight. So, sorry our stream was colliding with yours, man, but I definitely, try to hop in and out and support as much as I can.
Okay. All love. Shout out to King Mike. Just to build off of what he was saying. Absolutely. I think it's always a holistic option versus the medicine that, Big Pharma tries to push on us. So, any research that anyone can do on holistic healing and natural healing versus, medicine is always advantageous. I completely agree.
That's going to be your name from now on, Mike. King Mike.
King Mike?
Yes, sir.
Yo, so now what about because this is allergy season and my allergies is really messed up. Even if I'm taking medication, whatever, what are the best natural earthly remedies that can help, like, I'm not gonna say cure, but treat the allergies?
Local
stop
honey.
the rain. Local honey?
Wild honey, yeah.
Okay.
Local honey.
Because it's got all the local pollen from the bees. So when you eat it, your body starts to build it gets used to the pollen and it doesn't react with an immune response.
Okay.
Does it depend on the name brand when it comes to tea tree
local
oil?
honey?
It's the see if there's anybody in your area.
They gotta make it there.
Who has like honeybees?
Yeah.
Because you need the local pollen.
Right.
And when your body associates the local pollen with a nutritious food, it doesn't react to it with an immune response where it tries to fight it and swells up all your, all your different tissues.
So honey,
okay.
There's also something called stinging nettle. It's supposed to be like a kind of natural antihistamine, opposed to, I think they would have you be taking Allegra or some stuff like that. Yeah, so look up stinging nettle, and it's something, I think it's called like spirulina or something like that. Those are supposed to be that will naturally assist you, so you could look those up.
Spirulina.
He said tea tree oil, honey something. What honey what?
No, local honey. So basically,
local
like,
honey.
Local honey.
So basically, you gotta get the local honey that is like within, like, I think like 30 or 60 miles within like your proximity.
Yeah.
So if from Oakland to, like, let's say maybe San Francisco, something like that. or to like San Jose. I think that would work, right?
Loco honey.
Mhm.
I don't know. I live in a small town. I would just go to like some guy in town and be like, "Yo,
Check the
like
Amish.
you're the B guy," you know?
Check the Amish community.
Oh yeah.
If you got Amish people around you, they usually be having local honey.
Yo, check out dandelions, bro.
Oh yeah, bro, you could eat dandelions.
Check
and
out dandelions.
They prevent the allergies from pollen from sticking to your sinuses and shit.
Every part of the dandelion is edible, and it's all good for something. And if you make it certain ways, and you can do many things with it.
You can make dandelion
What-
wine.
But which one is good
Oh,
for
okay.
gingivitis? For your teeth.
Gingivitis is tea tree oil. You take essentially like a little bottle, fill it up halfway with tea tree oil, fill it up halfway with olive oil, and then you brush your teeth with that.
But I'm saying, does it depends on the brand name? Because it's different
Is it good?
tree oils.
No,
different
just
brand
make sure it's not. Make sure it's like organic. So that you want to make sure it's not for like. Sometimes they sell tea tree oil for like the diffusers and shit, and that's just for aromatic.
Yeah.
Get the one that's for.
Yeah, you want the uncut tea tree oil. So, like he said, organic, the ones that's not super diluted. And also, what you can do too is use peroxide. It says it on the whole box. It's an oral debriding agent. You're just not supposed to swallow it. But peroxide is actually better than most mouthwashes. So just gargle peroxide however many times a day. You'll be good.
Gotcha.
You don't want to use peroxide every day though. It'll ruin the flora of your mouth because it's indiscriminate. It kills everything, so it kills all the good bacteria too.
Yeah.
So you don't want to use peroxide not every day. Like a few times a week, you'd be all right. But every day you screw your mouth up.
Okay, I found it. It says Public Goods tea tree oil organic. Is that the one?
Tea tree oil organic, yeah.
This is the only one I see. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Well, you want? Oh, if you see something, you want me to screen share it?
Hey, if you can't get local honey, you try to look for the Manuka honey. It's probably like $12 to $20. You'll be good with that.
Manuka honey.
Manuka honey. Okay, how you spell that? Or you might type in a private chat real quick.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Now I do have local honey like within like probably like a 15-mile. Like I do have some local honey. Which
and
my
what does
wife
that do? Is that for
right
for your skin or is that for?
No, just for the allergies.
Oh, for the allergies. Okay, let me get
it.
It
desensitizes you to the pollens of the area.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, let me go. I got that too right here.
Yo, all allergies is like you get pollen in your body and your body don't know what to do with it. So it sends out, you know what I'm saying, an immune response and all your tissues swell up to try to fight it, but there ain't nothing really to fight. It's just like a foreign substance, you know what I'm saying? So when you get your body used to that substance, it doesn't try to fight it no more. And then you don't, you know what I mean, get the reaction.
So you can use the tea tree oil for foot fungus as well?
Yeah, I would just dilute it in like a water. You know what I'm saying? Like put a couple drops in some water and spray your feet down and you'd be all right. Okay.
What about the for the gingivitis? Do you use toothpaste with the tree oil?
No,
okay.
What I would usually do is I would put some salt or baking soda on the toothbrush and then I'd put the oil on top of that.
Baking soda, yep. No, toothpaste is not helping. Toothpaste is not helping. Baking soda.
Baking soda and 2 drops of tea tree oil, right?
Yeah, I would make it up in a little bottle. I would put half the bottle with tea tree, half the bottle with olive oil, and I would put like an eighth of the bottle with oregano oil. That for me, that worked the best. But,
Gotcha.
And you still talking about for the gums, right?
Yeah, for
the gums and stuff. Yeah.
You know, if you got swollen red gums and they hurt when you touch them from smoking or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And you got like, it becomes like an infection in your gum line. And there ain't really nothing that's going to kill that on the market except for like tea tree oil and oregano oil. The dentist couldn't even believe it. You know what I'm saying? They were telling me I had pockets. They were checking my teeth, telling me I had pockets around my teeth, and that was all gone. They said it was incurable, that I needed surgery and all kinds of bullshit.
Oh, they were trying to make some money off of you.
They all do.
Yeah.
Salutes to Marcus. GVMC. Okay.
There we go. Boom.
Salutes to Princess K, DJ Eddie, M3.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
First
Marcus, man,
Tim.
what's up, man?
Mm-hmm. Marcus, feel free to come up if you want to. Yeah.
Okay, another question, guys. As far as working out, what is the item that we can use to drink? Like, what are the shakes, the milks? What type of drinks can we use in order for us to work out? Like,
you got to determine what your goal is. Are you trying to bulk up or are you trying to cut? You gotta choose one.
I'm cut. I'm talking about cut.
Yeah, you need to lower your caloric intake, which means you need to
That's
eat
the one
less
right there.
calories.
Hold on, let me see that one more time. Okay, organic, clean. Okay, I see. Yes, sir.
Okay, is that the one that your bulk used to bulking up, Mike, or
This bulk you up with muscle mass, and you want to make sure it's got whey protein concentrate and not like other shit like isolate, because they be cutting the protein powders and they be putting other stuff in there. You don't want no soy in it. Soy will make you have estrogen in your body. Like, it's not really estrogen, but it acts like estrogen, so that'll actually hurt you in your gains.
so whey protein concentrate?
You don't want no soy protein.
Soy is sugar, and soy is in everything. So don't it make sense why the boys are more feminine now? Soy is in everything, and like Brother Mike just said, processed food, it all attributes. Sorry to cut you off.
Okay,
that's how we be having those man boobs, man. Hey, Marcus, how you doing?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing? I just want to stop by and show some support.
What's up, man? How you doing, man?
No, man, just chilling. I don't know. Hearing that you said it's an open discussion. I don't know what you guys are talking about right now.
We're talking about the important things, the important items that people should have for certain things, like for foot fungus, your teeth, your skin, hair.
We'll talk about working out too, DJ.
And working out as well. Yeah, I got that written down too as well.
Yeah, so let's ask Marcus.
Thanks,
Marcus, what kind of protein you be drinking? You drink protein shakes, or you get your protein from like lean cuts, or what?
You should probably ask him, like, do you still work out, Marcus?
Yeah, I work out, just not like instead of like 6 times a week, I work like 3 to 4 times a week.
Yeah.
But I do that just because like I'm busy, and then just like my dog, and then just like, you know, my girl when she's like doing her thing, like I gotta take care of the house too, make sure it's up in par. I'll do like for proteins, it depends. Like I'll do like the red meats, but I'll try to do grass fed if I can from now and time again. I'll do like vegetables. I try to eat like the vegetable raw. I'll just rinse it, or steam the vegetable. And then as far as like protein shakes, when I used to drink them more occasionally, now I drink them from time to time depending on my workout. I'll do like ISO pure, so like the ISO, so it's like no gluten, no soy, no lactose, no dairy. ISO pure. I used to drink like the banana cream flavor. I used to drink like the chocolate. Yes, that one's fire. But you can blend some ice with it and maybe put some like either water
you can even
or
throw bananas in there, peanut butter, oats, chia seeds.
I don't really put the peanut butter just because it's peanut butter in itself. I try to stay away from the peanut butter. If you can put something more or healthier than the peanut butter. But you know, there's like a strawberry, there's like a chocolate, there's like a hazelnut flavor, Oreos and cream. But for ISOPure in itself,
are you using regular milk, whole milk, skim milk, soy milk, almond milk? What?
Well, soy milk is one of the worst milks you can actually drink. Soy milk, you stay away from soy because it's actually a lot of it's estrogen. Like there's a lot of estrogen in soy. Yeah, and I learned that from a young age too, because knowing me, I had to find out what was working, what was helping me. And one of the things I noticed was I was lactose intolerant, so no dairy, and then I had to stay away from soy, the gluten. And then as far as like workouts, I did everything from body weight, so like calisthenics, to like Olympic lifting. I did body weight. I did like free weights. I did barbell. And then like a lot of people, what they get twisted on is they tend to do cool down stretching instead of warm up stretching. So it's called aesthetic and dynamic stretching are two different things. So dynamic is when you warm up. Aesthetic is when you cool down after your workout. You know, and it's supposed to be like they're two different things. And then like you'll do like the dip bar. You'll do like free weights. You'll do like the dumbbell weights. Do like the pull up bar. And then just being athletic throughout like middle school and high school, that helped me a lot to stay in shape for the most part, and going on long distance runs and hiking, basically what I did. Yeah.
Be easy. You was trying to say something about being cut. You was actually explaining what it is that we need, but I think I kind of cut you off. I'm surprised. I'm sorry about that.
Oh no, it's all good.
I wanted you to explain like what it is that we should do about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's like really no one size fits all, because different people, there's various factors, depending on, your genetics, body type, etc. But anybody that's trying to cut, you got to lower your, your caloric intake, right? So you got to be eating less junk and the right foods. You need to be eating more clean stuff. So you really kind of, if you're not meal prepping, you need to be saying exactly how much you eating. Like the bodybuilders, they weighing out their food and saying, look, I'm eating 300 grams in the morning, and when I wake up, they say, especially if you cut in, you supposed to, I don't remember the exact amount of calories, so don't quote me on it, but you really need to cut your calories down. Literally, most people, it's really 80-20, bro. 80% diet, 20% working out intensely. If you just eat cleanly, bro, and you can still even have cheat days. The thing is, you're supposed to have cheat days, not cheat weeks, months, and years and stuff like that. So you need to be disciplined throughout the week and literally drink more water, bro. Increase your protein intake, and you may have to lower your carbs, but if you just eat a bunch of green stuff, you'll be good, bro. I literally didn't change my diet too much. I just start eating salads, bro, and drinking protein shakes. Yeah. And bro, just weight was just falling off of me, bro. And I really wasn't even doing much. I wasn't meal prepping. Now there is tips that I could give you to be super disciplined, but I'm gonna be real. I wasn't even being disciplined. I was slacking off and still seeing results, because when I did work out, I would go hard, bro. Like I would just go super intense. And like Marcus said, some people is working out 6 days and they kind of plateau, and then there's some people that's working out 3 days and like they're more ripped.
Yeah, bro, freaking jacked.
Dang. Yo, I got something to add to that though. Yo, I agree. I agree with you on most points that you made. The one thing that I can agree on is the vegetables, and only because of the current way that our vegetables is produced. I used to be for greens, and now I'm completely against all produce vegetables. I've switched over to an all meat diet.
So is this a disagreement?
Yeah, yo, I used to feel like terrible when I used to eat greens, and so I've found that an all meat diet, like paleo, you could eat other things, but you want to stay away from the greens because the way they're making them now, bro. They're spraying them with all these shit, these chemtrails,
pesticides.
Not even that, chemtrails, bro, out the plains, heavy metals on the damn crops. You know what I'm saying?
All that smoke. Watch that smoke. The smoke trails in the sky. You talking about?
Yeah, and you can't get that off the food. They got nanotech in this shit. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to grow vegetables right now with medicine in them. I want to say medicine, but you know the thing they be forcing on everybody right now? Yeah. They're trying to put that in the damn produce. And
I just think that applies for the fruit too, though.
I did not know that.
There's a big reason why they don't want you eating meat. You notice they're making a big push in this country to get people from eating cows. You know what I'm saying? They want to say cows are farting and they're ruining the ozone layer and we got to tax the meat. They don't want you to be able to eat beef. There's a reason. Cow has like 6 stomachs, bro. They get rid of all that shit that's in the grass. when you eat the meat, you're eating a clean product that's actually very healthy. So I mean, I would suggest everybody, you know, what I mean, get on some kind of paleo diet and see how you feel.
Yeah.
I used to have no energy to do nothing. Now, one thing you got to understand is you will have to increase your fiber intake. You know what I'm saying? Like we take stuff called psyllium husk to increase our fiber, and I do fast. So that's an important
But
thing
don't take
too.
it by itself.
No, not
Yeah.
psyllium husk by itself. You got to drink
Yeah,
a
I
lot of
do
water with it.
intermittent fasting.
Yeah.
But fasting is important. I would just say that, you know, leafy green vegetables and shit, bro. It used to be good, but now they've done so much fucked up shit to the food supply, bro.
So
You know
are you
what I
saying you
mean?
don't eat vegetables at all, Mike?
Nah, barely any, bro. If anything, I'll eat some red potatoes, but I mainly eat beef, steaks, like every day, just steaks.
What about
You know what I'm
salads?
saying?
Like no salad? Is salads allowed?
Steaks. Just steaks, bro. Ground beef and steaks.
But what about can I eat salad? Like that's what I'm saying.
You
Like,
you can eat whatever you want. I would just avoid salad. Because
okay.
salad is a very, like, there's really nothing in it. You're basically eating like chlorophyll and water. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
unless you're eating romaine lettuce. But even that
I buy
doesn't
that
have,
all the time.
like, you got to look at the different things that you're going to be intaking with the food. You know what I'm saying? So beef, pound for pound, it's going to have the least amount of carcinogens. It's going to have the least amount of, you know, heavy metals. It's going to have the least amount of, you know what I'm saying? Now, to get what you get out of that salad, you'd have to eat like 10 salads to get the amount of nutrients in like a fat steak. You know what I'm saying? Pound for pound, steak is the most, you know what I'm saying, nutrient and mineral rich food you could possibly eat that I know of. You know what I mean? It has almost every mineral required for survival. You do need to supplement vitamin C, but if you eat citrus fruits, you're all right. You know what I'm saying?
That's
What
why it's still
about-
important to take like vitamins to like still like counteract with all the toxins that we still put into our bodies from like the vegetables and the fruits. They don't mention about like bad meats. You know, they'll probably say grass-fed meat or whatever, but that's not the point. The point is that there's so much pollution into the vegetables that we intake is why, like, you know, we go through like a lot of health challenges because of eating bad food that we think that is still healthy for us. You know, when you eat meats, it's okay to have meat just even by itself. Even though for me, I still eat vegetables with my meat because it just tastes good. But ideally, if you wanna bulk up faster and get that protein, don't eat anything that's gonna take away the protein because fiber counteracts with protein and it takes the protein away. So you want to kind of eat it separate if you want to, ideally.
And that's why for me back in the day when I first was leaving for the military, I lost like 80 pounds, but I was like going to the gym sometimes twice a day, in the morning, real early in the morning and real late at night, and then I would get like 7 hours of sleep, and then on top of that, I do about like anything from long distance to stairmasters to playing basketball to swimming. Then I do like, you know, like I said, like the weight lifts, the cables, like the machines, you know, and then plyometrics, and then also a HIIT, which is like high interval stations, intensity stations, circuits. That would help a lot.
I would say also you want to know your family history too. You want to know what diseases run prevalent. You want to know, you know what I'm saying, what your family history is, and you also want to know, based on that, what diseases you may have. You know what I mean, and how you may have to live your life based on that. So that's very important. Do your family history. Know what runs, you know, in your family. You know what I mean, and also know, you know, what you need to do for yourself and just your body and your makeup. Overall, do what's best for you. Because everybody up here is telling us different things, but the general thing we're telling you, you got to find out what's best for you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So find out what's best for you. Do your research as always. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, continue to figure out what you need to do to be at your best. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ain't there different kinds of body types? Anybody know about the different body types? Like there's There's like hard gainer, fat like a fast gainer. They're like endomorph, exomorph, xenomorph or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
And that's why I
alien.
said that plays a huge factor into it as well. So it's not really like a universal plan that'll work for anyone. So you can just implement. And that's the thing. You can try to do what Mike said for a week and do what Marcus said for a week, and one of them may stick to you, or you can implement everything that somebody said piecemeal and make your own regiment that's catered specifically towards your dietary and your fitness needs, because Eddie may be trying to cut, Marcus may be trying to bulk, you know what I mean? Like we're not going to be on the same regiment. So, you know.
Yeah, and like for me, I was always going for like a lean but yet kind of bulky look. So for me, I'd always switch up my workouts. So like every 3 to 4 weeks, instead of doing calisthenics, I do circuits, or I do barbell, I do strength training. But the thing is, you always want to shock your body. You never want to get it comfortable, because once you get it comfortable, you're going to stay stagnant and you're going to get lazy. And then your body's not going to sweat. Your body's not going to feel like, oh, I'm not pushing myself anymore as much. It's not working anymore.
Yeah, so that's the plateau effect.
That's the plateau effect.
Point, you're not gaining anything, and it's your muscle has memory, right? So if you do 100 push-ups every day, and then now the push-ups is easy, your body is reacting like, this is 100 push-ups. What else you got for me? You either need to change the type of push-ups you're doing, or you need to be doing 200 push-ups. And once 200 is too easy, you need to keep adding 100 onto it. Some people will do 100 push-ups for 3 months straight and saying, I'm not gaining anything.
I think the most I ever did, like in one workout session, was like about 700, 800 push-ups, and then I was like, well, let me just do something else. Then I started doing like the Olympic rings. I started doing the dip bar. I started doing the diamond push-ups. I started doing like the clapping push-ups. And those are harder as they go. They're not easy. Like for me,
those is not easy. Not easy, bro. Those clapping push-ups.
Those are so hard.
That's what I'm saying. You could do the standard for like 1 week, then do the clapping ones for a week. Those you'll see a difference.
And be careful on the clapping ones, because you can mess up your wrists. Because I know some guys that messed up their wrists doing just the clapping push-ups.
You know what really get you good, bro? Do crab walking.
Oh yeah. That's that real one. I was just about to ask, do any of the panelists, does anyone on here have a gym membership?
Yeah, I do.
I work out from home.
I live in the woods, homie. I have a hard life. I don't need a gym membership.
so I got
you
like
got a wilderness membership, Mike?
Yeah, I got the wilderness membership.
For free.
During the winter, all winter long, I cut logs up and carry them home, and then I go and get
lumberjack Mike.
A lumberjack workout.
Yo, I gotta swing this thing. It's called an 8-pound maul. It's a sledgehammer with an axe head, bro, and that's what I use to split up my wood every day.
Yeah, I seen the video. He was knocking them things down, man.
Knocking them out.
I'm telling you.
We got a video out there, bro. It's great.
No, the reason why I ask is because too many times I've heard people say, I would work out if only I had a gym membership. Bro, you do not need no gym membership. I point to you the dudes in jail who they took weights from. And those dudes come out there ripped. They don't even have weights no more because they don't want them deleting people with weights. So they in there using calisthenics, body weight.
Water jugs.
There's some in them.
Body weight.
What was that?
To get cut, there's nothing better than body weight.
Nothing better, bro.
Nothing.
You don't.
Have you seen that? Have you seen the dudes? Gym membership. Have you seen the dudes at the park when they're doing the?
Hey, dude, bro, out here, I be seeing at Lake Merritt, these dudes be jacked. Some dudes bring their truck and they got a bench press that they take off the truck and they just work out at the park. I'm talking about like 50 deep. Everybody at the park just working out.
You got a little child with a 6-pack and shit walking around.
I'm not gonna lie though, for size, bro.
Which Lake Mary you talking about?
Yeah, if you're trying to get mass, yeah.
You need weights if you're trying to get huge.
But you don't need a gym membership. Instead of buying that gym membership, just keep buying all the dumbbells and build your own at the house. I understand if you don't got the space, or some people go, for motivation, and some people are in competition. But I did have a membership. I had a like the super sport one, and the majority of the women was in there, makeup, looking, you know what I'm saying, looking like they were trying to show off, and they actually were showing off. There are a bunch of dudes walking around ripped, not even lifting. Some dudes is looking like The Rock, like, bro, you're not even lifting, and they just walk around. So it was a big social aspect. So if somebody was looking for that, I understand. But if you are trying to get straight to the business, you do not need a gym membership to have an optimum level of fitness.
So I had to buy it equipment and bring it home with me. I had to buy it because it's all the way downtown, which is 24-hour fitness, and I wasn't trying to do all that. So I had just bought all the equipment and brought it to my house.
Yeah. So I used to go a lot to the 24-hour fitness, but they kept like boosting up the prices.
Yeah.
So I joined a different gym, and then this one was cheaper. It was like, bro, it was like, what the heck? You guys keep like stiffing me like on my prices. Like, I keep playing month to month, and then a lot of people get the 2-year Costco deal, and they end up getting to work out at 24. I'm like, nah. Then I just joined a different gym that was 24-hour fitness, like accessible. So like I have like some weights here and there, and like a machine here or there at home. But whenever it's like late or something, and I want to go and use like different machines in the sauna and the steam room, or go play basketball, that's why I go to the gym. And then like some of the friends go over there, and like while they work out together, we'll play some basketball here or there. But that's about it, because I used to hoop back in the day. So that was it.
Yeah, I did use a gym membership for basketball. I played a lot of basketball there. But then I was just thinking, like, damn, am I just only playing? I'm not in no basketball league. Am I just paying just to play basketball? Because all of the other stuff I was able to do at home. And like Eddie said, I just start slowly accumulating the equipment at my house to the point it didn't even make any sense for me to go.
Right.
Because it was a distraction too. Because I would see my homies, and then I would be like, I'm gonna work out for 2 hours, and it really would be like a 30-minute workout, because I'll be talking to my boys, and then you may see some girls trying to flirt, etc. It can be more of a distraction than anything.
For me, bro, I was like, no. Like, once I got my playlist, and once I got my workout, and like once I took like my amino acids and like a thermogenic or something every now and then, I'll be like, nope. Like, I'm gonna say what's up to my homie real quick, but hey, bro, I gotta destroy this workout, and like, ain't nobody gonna get in the way of my workout. And it's like, either you can join, you can keep up, or you can get left behind with me. That's how I did it.
That's the way to do it, bro.
Yeah, because like for you gotta be strict on your regimen, bro. Because it's no longer about a diet; it's about a lifestyle after, for fitness and stuff. Like, if you want to take it seriously, hey, yep, that's right. There you go.
A diet means nothing without discipline.
Yeah.
If you work out like crazy, but you don't rest in between, you won't be gaining nothing.
Yeah, that too. Because that's what you feel like.
That's actually bigger than anything. How is your muscles gonna be able to rejuvenate if you stand up all the time? Because that was my big thing too. I'll work out crazy at the gym and then stay up, watching a movie, going out, doing something, and then I get 2-3 hours of sleep, and then I'm saying, oh, I gotta work out again. So my muscles haven't even had a chance to rejuvenate. And some people, they don't see their gains either, because they don't simply get enough rest.
I think one of the things too is right when you come home from the gym, you splurge eat. You eat anything in the pantry. You're so like, you sweat so much and you burn so many calories. You're like, and especially if your healthy foods aren't ready to eat, like if you're not meal prepping, you're gonna go for the quickest thing in the pantry if you can.
Burger patties save lives.
Yeah, there you go.
Yo, she calls.
What kind of burger patties? Grass fed, 80-20. What? We need some specifics on the beef.
Well, yo, you know what it is, bro? We get the local beef, and it's really cheap, and it's all grass fed. Like, they got the cows just out in the fields. You know what I'm saying? Out here.
It's coming straight from the farm to table.
The supermarket gets it from the farms.
Okay.
So like, I'll give you an example. We get a strip steak, right? I get a pack of it like this. It's all in one piece, and we got to cut them up at home. But it's like $4.99 a pound. You know what I'm saying? Strip steak, ribeyes, whatever you want. We get the rack of them. It's like 20 steaks for like $50.
And then he has to come home and he has to cut the whole.
And then we get the tubes of the ground beef, which is what they, you know what I'm saying? They make that out the trimmings and stuff from all the steaks that they be cutting up. The ground beef's 80-20, and it's mostly grass-fed, local. And
Hey, Mike, do you use it on the grill or do you just do the stovetop?
Yo, Mims makes petrified poop patties on the stovetop, bro. She fries them all up, and then we just have them in the fridge. And you hungry, you want a snack, bro? You go grab you a triple P, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I put P.
Petrified poop patties,
Petrified
bro.
poop patties.
Just burgers in the thing. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
We make great snacks. They're like I don't know, like 20 grams of protein a pop or something.
Oh, okay. That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, when you guys get your meats, do you guys get grass-fed meats, or do you get regular meat?
I mean, the cows out here, for the most part, they live outside and they eat the grass. But in the winter, like, farmers have to keep the cows alive, so they will feed them hay.
Okay.
I mean, it could be considered grass-fed, you know, because the hay is grass that other farmers cut from around the area and then sell them. You know what I'm saying? They're not feeding them corn, though. You know what I'm saying? They're not feeding them grain. They're feeding them straight grass and hay because we have a lot of it out here, and it's really cheap.
So, Mike, I got two questions for you. One, do you know what mad cow disease is?
No.
Okay,
I mean, I know what it is. I just don't know the specifics of it.
Okay, me either. That's why I was asking to see if you did know. So, and then also, are you only eating beef, or are you also getting cuts of pork and chicken as well?
No, I don't dig on swine.
We eat fowl though.
I'll eat some chicken sometimes, but it's mainly beef. You know, there's some potatoes in there. You know, there's some fruits.
I got greens, beans, potatoes, tomatoes, ham.
We grow a lot of our own fruits though too, you know, or at least we try to.
In the summer we'll grow like some vegetables. We'll eat fresh stuff out the garden, you know, because we know where it come from, and you know we try to keep it, you know, without any kind of shit on it, like, you know, pesticides, chemicals, poisons. The land is important too. You know, where they're growing these things, they're growing, you know, science experiment plants that they invented in a lab. And then they growing them for, you know, 50 years on soil that's got chemicals being pumped in it for 50 years. You know what I'm saying?
So what fruits and vegetables do you guys grow?
Like we got, you know, blackberries growing on the property. We planted some, you know, peach trees that we got, not peach trees, plum trees. We gotta let them grow for a few years. You know what I'm saying? We're starting to plant things that don't go away. Like it grows every year.
Blackberries. Did you say that?
What do they call them? Annuals or perennials?
Perennials.
But yeah, basically like fruit-bearing trees and stuff, and then whatever we like to eat during the summer, like cherry tomatoes or something. You know what I'm saying? Just like random things like hot peppers,
cucumbers.
We might actually be growing some vegetables now though, because you might want to look into some gardening.
It's the season.
Well, it's not even that. We're going to be going into some hard times as a planet as far as food, because of all the issues with fertilizer sanctions and shit, and oil sanctions and the Green Deal. So everybody's going to have, you know what I'm saying, increase in food prices like crazy. There's going to be food shortages, possibly even famine. I would highly suggest everyone starts looking into alternative means of producing food.
Yeah.
It's not exactly possible for everybody, but you know what I'm saying? If you can't grow it,
alternative like plant-based?
No, like being able to get food by yourself without the, you know, supermarket.
Okay.
Because it's going to get pretty crazy soon. And if you can't do all that, if you live in a city, I would highly suggest you get storable, non-perishable food, like survival food.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like a year worth. It's gonna get
Hey,
hard.
thanks for dropping that definition of the mad cow disease.
I got you, brother.
What's up with the mad cow disease, though?
There it is.
I mean, do you get mad cow disease if you cook the beef? Like, I don't.
That's what I'm really trying to figure out, because, you know, before, unfortunately, especially in our community, we didn't really ask no questions. If it was right there, you know, it was a burger in front of your face, it was a bologna hot dog. It's just like, hey, you know, we just gonna eat eat whatever we gonna eat. But there's all of this stuff that's it's a chemical warfare, you know, with all of these foods that's killing us.
Yeah.
No, but in our community, they bleached meat to make it because it was really bad, and they bleach it because that's the only store we have in the community. So a lot of it also is the type of resources that are in the community.
Right. You said they bleach the meat.
Yeah, it would be meat that has gone bad, and the supermarkets would bleach it and put coloring on it and sell it to my people. And that's
They
why
do
a
that
lot
to
of people
milk.
that's why they have a lot of
I
black
was just
people
gonna say
have
that about
cancer,
milk.
cancerous issues.
No, I agree with you, Queen. That's why I was saying the chemical warfare.
Oh yeah.
I was actually talking to Mr. Real Estate, and he was saying, you know, back then people's parents, they was living to 80 and 90. Why? Because they was growing their own food. Now it's like a 50-50 shot that most people, you know, will get some form of cancer, and a lot of it is goes back to what we eat. Our diet is not only what we eat, it's also what we listen to and consume as well, but mainly what we eat.
Hey,
real quick,
what's going down?
What's up,
Hold
OG?
on for 1 second, everybody. Hold on for 1 second. How you doing, Miss OG Patrice?
Hey, how's everybody doing tonight?
All right.
Good.
Good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes,
Yes, you sound pleasant, man.
Good, good. It's good to be here. It's good to see everybody and hear everybody's voices.
Thank you
Yes,
so much.
ma'am.
And salute to the chat. Salute to the panel. Yes, what's good?
Salute. Miss OG Patrice, we're pretty much just talking about, like, you know, mad cow disease, and we're just talking about a lot of just miscellaneous stuff. Like, this is just an open topic, but we just kind of sorry, DJ, go ahead.
And items that we need, OG Patrice, like for skin, for gingivitis, fungus, things that we need also, and exercise. And far as and we're talking about exercise as well.
Now, I thought I heard, what's up, really? What's up, Quantum? I thought I heard you guys talking about like survival food for like for the times that we're in and things of that nature.
MREs, baby.
Yeah, like I have like a 90-day supply of. I went to the Army surplus store and bought like a 90-day supply of survival food, non-perishable items, and I bought me a solar panel generator, things of that nature, just and stacking up on water and toiletries and things like that in case of hard times and food deserts and food running out and things of that nature. So yeah, so I kind of been
okay. All right, I got a question for Miss OG Patrice. Miss OG Patrice, have you seen do you think the food now that's being produced is better in this generation or when you was coming up as a child, or is it about the same in terms of the quality of food that's out there?
The quality of food now I think sucks. When I was coming up though, because I spent a lot of time in the South and we grew my grandmother grew a lot of the vegetables and stuff like that and herbs. Everything was mostly, grown from her garden. And then I had an uncle that had a farm. So we got fresh milk, we got eggs and things of that nature from the South. Like they were all from Mississippi. So I ate a lot healthier than I did as a kid. And I think the food now is full of dyes and pesticides and pasteurized foods that causes a lot of cancer, a lot of illness, in our bodies right now. I think it contributes to a lot of ailments in some children. If you think now, there's more people that is allergic to things now than ever before. Like more children and adults are allergic to things more than ever before, and I think that's because they're putting a lot of things like steroids. They're putting a lot of foreign things in the animals. So when you're eating chicken, you notice if you get a chicken is twice the size, and a wing is twice the size, and just because they're shooting steroids and things like that in them. So you definitely have to be careful of that. I think that the foods now is definitely more detrimental to our health than when I was coming up as a kid.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I
totally
agree.
agree with that.
I agree.
Mm.
Yo, OG Patrice on point. She's like, I got my food ready. She's like, I'm ready.
Exactly. A lot of food for thought, man. No pun
So
intended.
I got another question for OG Patrice. Are you seeing more people knowing the landscape of how dangerous this food is? Are you seeing more people having a willingness to want to grow their own food, or are people just saying the food is bad, nothing I could do but just go to McDonald's? Are people trying to farm and grow and garden their own food, or are they just accepting the conditions and buying Popeyes every night?
It's unfortunate that I think a lot of our people in our community, because we have been so used to eating bad foods, and most of the older people are kind of old and stuck in their ways, and they're not going to garden, they're not going to grow their own fruits and vegetables. I'm hearing more of the younger generation is getting into that now. They even have here where I am in Arizona, they have a lot of greenhouse projects where students as young as 7th and 8th grade are learning what it is to grow fruits and vegetables, and their own herbs even here. But the older generation, they kind of stuck in their ways, and if they already got bad health, they not finna change their diets, because their health is bad, and it's hard to get elderly people to change their diet and deter them, and to try to get them to eat healthy. I'm glad that when my mom developed GERD like about 15 years ago, she changed her diet then. And I think, like I said, I think a lot of that came from just eating bad food. I have acid reflux real bad, so I have to be careful with what I eat. It'll upset my, digestive system. My mom and my brother have GERD, and I really do think it comes from years and years of just eating, heavily acidic foods, heavily greasy foods. We were raised on
Fried food, sugary food.
fried sugar, fried food, a lot of that soul food. Like soul food, I can't even eat that anymore. I can't eat soul food.
That was gonna be my next question to you, like, cause I love the word, right? It just sounds great, soul food. But then when you start breaking it down, it's really artery clogging food. So you can take it away on that, OG.
Exactly. It clogs your arteries. It causes diabetes. It causes high blood pressure. It causes high cholesterol. It causes heart disease. I mean, all the foods that I was raised on for Thanksgiving, when I did celebrate the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, that was your turkey and dressing. That was your macaroni and cheese. That was your candy yams. Only thing that was really healthy probably on that plate was the turkey, probably, and the greens. When we would eat fresh greens with spinach and kale mixed in it, that probably was the healthiest thing on the plate. Then you got cakes and pies, sweet potato pie, banana pudding,
Pumpkin
peach
pie,
cobbler, all of that stuff.
vanilla wafers.
Yeah. See, I don't eat any of that anymore. I can't eat it anymore. Like the older I've gotten, the worse my digestive system has gotten, and it cannot handle that type of food anymore. And I'm noticing that a lot of people now, as of late, is having the same issue. The older they get, their digestive system can no longer handle that food. It gives them bad acid reflux, or it gives them upset stomachs, things of that nature. To just eat those foods like on a regular basis, it just can't do it anymore. A lot of the fried foods, the fried chicken, the fried bacon, things of that nature. I can't do it anymore. My digestive system just can't take it.
It
When
goes
you
not healthy when you eat a lot of this is something that I had to learn from a friend of mine because he went through it at a young age, as a young teenager. And then me myself, I'm kind of facing that repercussion. But eating a lot of spices because the acid and stuff, it was messing me up. And he was younger than me, and I seen it when it affected him. And the doctor says you can't eat nothing spicy that's like Cheetos, anything that's like mineral carbonated like soda. He can't drink. He wasn't able to drink that. No spices in it, nothing like that. And for me, I can't even get it anymore. I can't really eat it as much anymore.
And you notice more people are starting to say, "Oh, I gotta go. I'm allergic to gluten, or I'm allergic to sugar, or I'm allergic to flour." And the white flour and the white sugar is dyed. That is not the natural color of flour and sugar. Sugar is brown. So if I do put a little sugar on, like maybe sprinkle it on something or in my tea or something, it's the pure raw sugar in the raw. I use the pure sugar that comes from off the cane. I no longer use white sugar. I no longer use white flour. I don't do white rice anymore. If I'm gonna eat rice, I'm gonna either eat Spanish rice or brown rice. I'm not doing none of that white stuff no more. It's just not. It's not good. It's all bleached.
Yeah, actually, that's what I was gonna ask you. Like, is it because it's due to like bleaching? Well, okay, OG Patrice, let me ask you a few questions. So, like, one with the bleaching stuff, right? So they literally like add like the bleach, like the bleach that we use to bleach our clothes. That same type of bleach to bleach our foods.
It's a similar bleach that they use for food, right?
It's a food grade one.
It's like a dye, like a toxin, but it's very toxic. Listen, and years of this thing, and we wonder why our parents or our great grandparents died. They all had high blood pressure. They all had sugar. They all had heart disease or something, and they end up dying later in life from these things. It's because of years and years of those toxins in the body that causes cancer, that causes diabetes, that causes high blood pressure. I took pork. I haven't eaten pork in over 30 years. I've been took that out of my diet. Because you have to realize that anything from a pork is toxic, because pigs, and this may sound a little gross, but it's the truth. Pigs do not have sweat glands. They do not sweat out any impurities that they eat. And pigs eat anything, even they own puke, they own, feces. Pigs eat anything.
No, so they don't even puke.
Yes, they have no pores. So they have no sweat glands. They have nothing to sweat out the impurities that they take in. So everything that pigs take in, that's what stays in them. So the poisons, all the toxins, all of that stuff, and that's why I stopped over 30 years ago eating pork. No longer eat pork.
Right, and then plus now these days, they can feed pigs with anything. Like, I saw a video. There was a man that worked at this factory, and this is how they feed like their pigs. Now he got fired after exposing the company, but what they'll do, they'll pretty much feed them like really burnt trash. But I forget the word that you really call it when you really burn things at a higher degree. And so it's like sand. Okay, sand to the pigs. Okay, they be throwing in like expired food, just rotten garbage, anything. And the pigs will eat it. And they don't care because it's not going to their bodies. It's a way, it's a cheap way to fatten them up.
Yeah.
So that way they can kill them, slice them up, and then we're gonna be the ones that's eating.
Have more meat to sell you. Good old capitalism.
Exactly. I wish I could find a video so I could kind of show you guys too, but I saw it on Instagram.
Yeah, I want to bring you out a point, M3. Here's a little something people don't know about obesity and the pigs and it's all related. So when the body takes in a toxin, right? The way that the body protects itself from being poisoned is it encapsulates that toxin in a fat. right, and stores it until the time is right when it can melt down that fat and release it through the urine, right? And it does this slowly. So it does it over the course of time so that you don't reach toxic level. You don't die. You get what I'm saying? Now, the more toxins you pull into your body, you're going to gain weight, right? And people think, oh, calories and this and that. It's not true. It's toxins. And the toxins are going to cause you to gain weight around your organs and on your outside. And then you have to basically be flushing your body out of toxins, not putting any more in order to even start removing those toxins. And that's why people have obesity problems, because they don't ever fast and drink, like, distilled water and flush their body out of toxins. And this is the biggest problem with obesity. And pigs, they get fat because they eat a lot of toxins, and then we eat the pigs, we get the toxins. You know what I'm saying? It's like an unspoken thing that nobody's talking about, because a lot of people are unaware of the way that we process the toxins. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right, Mike. And also too, it's biblical when in God's word that He tells you not to eat swine. That's what they call the pig in the Bible, and you're really not supposed to eat crab legs, shrimp, lobster, nothing with a hoof to it. All those foods are biblically that you're not supposed to eat. God tell you, do not eat those foods. He says, eat the foods that are to be received. And that's where a lot of people need to understand. When he say to be received, that means that you can digest, that is healthy for you to receive for nourishment in your body. Not the swine, not anything with the hoof, no catfish, no crab legs, no lobster, no shrimp. Like all of that is bad for you. Like literally. Exactly. Any wild thing of like that.
No bugs.
Yep.
No serpents.
He tell you to be received, and that means what is good for the body to receive for nourishment. I forget what verse is in. I'm a little rusty on that, but I think it's in Leviticus. I think.
Yeah, it's unclean animals.
Unclean. Yep.
I mean, technically, we're supposed to even inspect the animals that we were going to eat before we eat them, but it's kind of hard to do that now.
Believe me, he knew what he was doing with telling you this, because years and years of eating those things are the reasons what causes the health problems later in life.
That's right. OG Patrice knows just about everything. Her information is on point.
That's right.
On everything.
So here, hold on, let me see. I have to go back to the part, like, let me go back real quick. So when you go to, come on, Google. Okay, what's biblical clean eating? And then it says it too, like, according to Leviticus, clean meat is defined as the meat of every animal that has the hoof, cloven, and chews the cut. Examples of clean meat includes ox, cattle, buffalo, sheep, goat, deer, gazelle, antelope. And then we click here. Let's just say we won't just scroll down real quick because a lot of ads around. Okay, top 10 biblical foods. You got even 1 Corinthians, 10:31. It talks about it. But let me see. Go down to in this little chart where things could be a little bit more simple. Okay, so these are the clean foods where it says trees, bearing seeds, mostly fruits, anything that grows on a vine. Okay, the unclean foods, the pig, camel, hare, rock badger. Oh, okay, never heard of that before. Let me see. The other one is seed-bearing plants such as squash, tomatoes, corn, and beans. Okay, the ones that's unclean is the shellfish. Scales is allowed, as whatever doesn't have fins prohibited. Okay. Bill plants. Oh, I didn't know exotic birds are unclean. All birds are allowed except for eagle, vulture, kite, raven, ostrich, seagull, and owls.
Well, if you think about it, eagles and vultures eat anything. They eat dead animals. They eat dead humans. Right. They just like the pigs. So of course, But the shells, like I said, anything with a shell, shrimp has shells, catfish has fins, crab legs has shells, lobster has shells. You know what I mean? So any of that is not good for you. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much
Especially
going on.
no insects too.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yo, M3, it's Leviticus 11.
Leviticus 11?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Hold on. Let me go ahead and pull that up real quick. King James. Oh boy, let me see. Where's the King James at?
Man, how many different versions is that up there?
They give you a whole bunch.
Man, they ain't got so many different versions.
I mean, golly, the remix.
Hold on for a second. I gotta give a shout out to Nova Rain. Nova Rain, what's up? Good to have you on the chat. Thank you for tuning in. Quantum Love says other religions have dietary restrictions as well. And then we have Black Man Unfiltered. He says, I got the video game for you, M3. If you want to play it from the last night, you know. Okay. Oh, I got that. Okay. Yeah, come on, Black Man Unfiltered.
Man, I saw this thing on Ville. It grossed me out so bad. Oh my God.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me send a link to Black Man Unfiltered. The link is posted on the chat, but let me see. Let me repost it for you.
Yeah, quantum chicken too. And then now they shooting up chicken with these steroids. What chickens didn't never used to be big as turkeys. Now you can go to the store and see some chicken. It's almost fat as a turkey. The wings and the legs. That's abnormal. That's not normal. They're shooting it with steroids to fatten it up, and it's very poisonous. Yeah.
Hold on, King James. God damn. Let me see. Hold on, King James. The new King James.
The new King James version ain't that bad. It's not that much farther off the King James.
Yeah, I just can't find the regular King
versions
James.
Is blowing my mind, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
But
and every time, and all the different versions, you know, they rewriting it. You know what I mean? And man has been doing that since the beginning of the time. That's why people stay so confused.
Exactly.
Salute partly cloudy port 20. Right. Yeah, but they said the Bible's never been tampered with. Well, look at all these translations, man. Y'all throwing me off.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize it was that much, and this is the thing too, because some people will say, "No, OG Patrice, you wrong because my version says this."
Exactly.
It's like hold on, what? It's
if
just
you
like
really want to know, you got to go back to the Tanakh and just get you an English version of the Tanakh, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Because even the King James version, you know, you got words in there that was changed and words that was added, like Easter is not in the Bible. It's really not supposed to be. It's supposed to be the Sabbath, you know, the holy days and the Sabbath. And when they change Holy Spirit to Holy Ghost. You know, the Spirit is not a ghost. And these are things that man changed in the Bible. You guys need to know that. I know I don't study Christianity no more, but I studied for a whole year. Okay, in theologian school, so I know the Bible. I'm a little rusty, but I do know it. You know what I mean? And I know that they changed a lot of things. I learned that when I studied it.
They got a lot of crazy things going on, man. Like You got like words like in the cool of the day in English in the Bible, and it means ruach, which means the spirit of the Most
The
High.
spirit
So, like,
of the Most High. Yep.
how would you discern that when you read that in English? You know what I'm saying? It just says
Yep.
in the cool of the day. What does that even mean?
Right. You literally thinking it means when it cools down in the daytime. Yeah, it's crazy. Man always changing something.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So let's go ahead and read this. Do I start from the beginning, Mike?
It's the actual animals are a little bit down right there. Yeah, there's the animals if you wanted to see.
All right. I'll start from here. Okay. So, oops. By these you shall become unclean. Whoever touches the carcass of any of them shall be unclean until evening. Whoever carries part of the carcass of any of them shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. The carcass of any animal which divides the foot, but is not cloven hooved, or does not chew the cud, is unclean to you. Anyone who touches it shall be unclean. And whatever goes on its paws among all kinds of animals that go on all fours, those are unclean too. Oh, animals that goes on all fours. Oh, like dogs or whatever, right?
On all four legs.
Yeah, if they don't have a cloven hoof and chew their food, then and like they have to be able to vomit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because if they don't vomit, that means they retain all their toxins even when they get when they eat poison.
Right, they have to be able to regurgitate the food back up.
See, like a cow, eat its food, puke it up, and then chew it up again, and then eat it again. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Whoever carries such carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. It is unclean to you. Yeah. So this whole list goes on right here. And then, damn. Okay, so this one mentions about like lizards and all that. So these also shall be unclean to you among the creeping things that creep on the earth: the mole, the mouse, the large lizard, after its kind, the gecko, the monitor lizard, the sand reptile, the sand lizard, the chameleon. These are unclean to you. Among all that creep, whoever touches them when they are dead shall be unclean until evening. Anything which goes, any of them falls when they are dead shall be unclean. Whenever it is any item of wood or clothing or skin or sack, whatever item it is, in which any work is done, it must be put in water, and it shall be unclean until evening. Then it shall be clean. Any earthen vessel into which any of them falls on you shall break, and whatever it is shall be unclean. And such a vessel of any edible food upon which water falls becomes unclean, and any drink that may be drunk from it becomes unclean, and everything in which a part of any such carcass falls shall be unclean, wherever it is an oven or cooking stove. They had ovens and cooking stoves back in big old days. Okay. It shall be broken down, for they are unclean and shall be unclean to you. Nevertheless, a spring or what's that word called? What's it called?
Which one?
Right here.
Cistern. It's a water it's like a tank that holds water. So like people dig like a hole and then they pump water into it, or they have a plastic tank.
Okay. In which there is plenty of water shall be clean, but whatever touches in such carcass becomes unclean. And if a part of any carcass falls on any plant and seed which is sown, it remains clean. But if water puts on the seed, and if part of any such carcass falls in it, it becomes unclean to you. Yeah. Well, that was a long read, but it was helpful information.
The dietary laws are really deep. You know what I'm saying? They get, like, you got to understand, these people had to get this from the Most High, because at the age that they had these laws, like, they didn't even understand the sciences that we understand, and we're still not as sophisticated as the dietary laws. Like, the USDA is not as strict as the kosher dietary laws, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
These people were way advanced in what they were eating.
These
And that's
people
why they
was
it
also
was-
charitable in terms of what they expected for society, versus these other people are corrupt. That's why they is doing steroids, corrupt capitalists. All they care about is getting some extra money. They don't care about who they hurt, who gets sick, who gets cancer, because they said, I
Exactly.
ain't feeding my daughter that.
That's right. Yo,
Yep.
be easy. They had so many different kinds of laws. They even had laws like when you harvest your field, you have to leave, you know what I'm saying, food there for anyone that walks by, so if they're poor, they could eat. You know what I'm saying? It was a different mind state where people cared about everybody else, and now it's like the complete opposite. Everybody
Exactly.
isolated against each other.
Yeah, everyone's trying to floss on everybody else. I remember when it used to be a collective of farms, it will be like, hey, since Mike is growing fruits, I'm going to grow potatoes and we all going to share with the collective. Now it's like, oh, I'm trying to make better fruit than Mike, and I might even, do something to mess up his garden, right? That's what we got now. Everything is a competition
It
and a
was
bunch of
greed.
rugged
That's
individualism.
wrong, man. That's
Greed
wrong.
did it be easy, because what happened was, you know what I'm saying, Mike wanted to, you know what I'm saying, sell his apples because he knew he could sell them for triple the price to a guy out in California. And then, you know what I'm saying, he could buy local apples for, you know what I'm saying, 1/3 of it. And the greed is what caused this to happen. People needed bigger crops, you know what I'm saying, bigger fruits to keep that bottom line, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Then they stopped caring about what they're actually doing. It's not about producing food no more. It's about, maximizing profits. And the greed is what completed the, devil's work on this planet.
And this is
Bingo.
the type of
Absolutely.
discussions we need to have. This is the type of discussions we need to have. I think this is important.
And we definitely need to, start with our kids and get them more into farming and planting and growing their own fruits and vegetables and herbs and spices, the same way they did back then in the biblical days. I think it's becoming more of a norm now, like I said, with the younger generation, because they're teaching them pretty young to do this. But like, even in order for us to stay healthy and our children and our children's children's, like, diets need to be changed,
Yeah.
in black households, in the black communities. They put fast foods on every corner, but you have to go miles and miles to get to a whole food, to get some good nourishment, to get some good produce, to get some good fruit, to get some good vegetables. You lucky if you have a fresh fruit and produce store even in your community, depending on where you live. And these are the things that are lacking in the urban communities, in the low poverty communities all over the world. We're lacking this, and that's why the nutrition that our children are getting from school and home is not healthy for them, and it's causing children to become obese. Like, you having childhood diabetes, you having all the childhood obesity. All of these things are running rampant in communities. Is because of poor diet and poor eating habits.
Yeah, man. A lot of my friends, they got diabetes, and a lot of them got their legs and toes cut off, and it's sad. I've been watching them for years, like eating fast food, McDonald's, Burger King. I've watched them do that for years.
Yeah, no, another thing, we can have the best diet laid out, meal prep, But the diet means nothing without the discipline. We gotta discipline our
Yes.
minds, because everything we're talking about is health.
Absolutely.
Yes.
When we talk about health, we only limit it to physical health. But what's more important than physical health is your mental health. It's all encompassing. You can't talk about one without the other. But we'll focus on the physical health. Yeah, I need to go to the gym. I need to lift some weight. I need to do some push-up. No, you need to get your mind right first. That's what you really need to do. Because what is the point of having a six-pack if you got, deficient mental health? If you're deranged with your mental health, what does it matter if you got your body is aesthetically pleasing? So that's what we really need to do, to have the discipline to say, look, it's a McDonald's right there, it's a Popeyes right there, and I'm gonna drive the extra miles to go to Whole Foods. Not because I could say, oh man, the white man put a McDonald's here, so I have to eat this Big Mac. There's no gun being put to your head. So we gotta develop the mental fortitude to be able to combat this. We can hit from all angles: chemical warfare, gender war, race war, etc. We need to be mentally strong to be able to combat this, right? If we can't even combat the junky food and liquor stores in our neighborhood, how the hell we gonna fight racism, white supremacy, police? You know what I mean? We can't even fight our own dietary choice.
Right.
I agree. It definitely starts with the mental health first. A lot of us mentally is not disciplined to start a diet, because listen, and start working out. Everything is mental, and we don't realize it. For us, especially, is mental with us. We have to. You're right. We have to get our mind strong, to discipline. Because I know when I started back working out, it took me a week just to get in the mindset of it. Like literally, like my mind had to start getting there. Then I had to start laying out workout clothes that I'm gonna work out in. Then I had to get my bag together. It's a mental thing, a journey. I didn't just get up and just go to the gym and start working out. It literally was a mind thing. And that's what, and then once you get on that mindset and get that discipline and get in a routine, then you could keep that, but you got to keep that momentum. You can't let nothing and nobody sway you off that. Even when you lazy and don't want to go, set an alarm for you, set a reminder, like whatever it takes for you to help you stay mentally focused on the drive of wanting to get healthy. And maybe we should stop saying diet. Maybe we should just say a healthy lifestyle, because it truly is a mindset.
And OG Patrice, how do we keep our minds focused on a healthy diet? Because I know sometimes we get distracted. Is there an easier way to keep our minds focused? Because it's hard. I'm just going to tell you flat out, it's hard.
Yeah, it is. It definitely takes discipline. Again, the mental, you got to work on the mental, and then literally start cleaning out your cabinets, your refrigerator, with all of the things that is not good. And literally, if you really either give it away to somebody or throw it out, and when you go to the grocery store, don't buy those things no more. You got to be strong enough to say, I'm not going to get the cookies. I'm going to get the healthy rice cake. So I'm going to get the, the non-fattening, no saturated fat, this, and, low sodium or no sodium, this or that. It's a mindset. Our minds have to be renewed and retrained in this. And it's not easy. And it shouldn't be, and it's not going to be an overnight thing. I'm telling y'all, it is really tough. But listen, wean yourself. The same way people that's trying to stop smoking, trying to lose weight, wean yourself off of things slowly, because sometimes your body can give you a shock to the body. Like when I stopped drinking, I was addicted to Coca-Colas, y'all. I'm telling you, addicted. I had to wean myself off. And when I start weaning myself off, I start getting caffeine headaches. And the headaches got so bad, it makes you just want to drink that Coke so your head can stop hurting and you can get the caffeine work. But you just have to, it's literally withdrawals that you have to go through. especially if you addicted to something, just like being addicted to cigarettes, addicted to Coca-Colas, addicted to food. It's a weaning process. You can't do it cold turkey because you're gonna follow every time. It's a gradual process.
And I would also add to, I totally concur with what you said, OG Patrice. But what people say, there's nothing of value that you want that comes easy, right? Just name something that you want to attain. And if it's something valuable, it's not easy. So essentially everything is hard. So what you got to do is choose your hard. So if I'm working out every day to get a 6-pack and these big biceps, that's hard to do. I got to have discipline. But you know what else is hard? Me eating a bunch of donuts and McDonald's every day, being fat and can never barely get up the stairs. You have to choose your hard. You can't escape the hard. You just got to choose which hard route you take. Both of them are hard. One route is hard, the other one is harder.
Exactly.
Isn't it harder? Isn't it harder watching? I heard Eddie just say, like, my boy's dad had to just get his foot chopped off because he had diabetes.
Yeah.
Right. So some people, you over here complaining about shoes and what Jordans you don't got, and it's people that don't even got feet.
Listen, let the doctor tell you you're borderline for diabetes. You're borderline for high blood pressure. When I heard that 30 years ago that I was borderline for high blood pressure, and it runs in most of our family. It ran on both sides of my family, diabetes and high blood pressure. My mom has high blood pressure. Her twin sister has high blood pressure. My father had high blood. It runs on both sides, and that is two things that I feared was getting diabetes and high blood pressure, because when you, for the most part, if once you're diagnosed with that, 9 times out of 10, you on that type of medication for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And then we want to wait till we get it to decide to want to, try to eat right,
now
try to
I
work out.
Eat clean.
Now, you know what I mean?
Now
When we need to
Patrice advice sounds good.
Exactly. Right. When we need to say to keep preventing from getting heart disease, to prevent from getting diabetes, to prevent from getting high blood pressure, we need to work on it now. And I thank God in my 57 years young age, I can say I do not have any major health conditions. I'm grateful. And because I told my mom that was a fear of mine, because it ran on both sides of my family, I was really concerned about getting heart disease or diabetes or high blood pressure. Those are the main 3 things I was afraid I was going to get as I got older. Question,
y'all. Is there a cure for lung disease? Is there a certain type of food that you can eat that help you out? Is there anything that can help you as far as lung disease? Is it curable?
Well, it depends on what kind of lung disease.
Okay.
Some certain foods you could take that are good for your lung health, and certain natural vitamins and minerals you could take, even from the things that we're naming: heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes. Listen, guys, it's something to reverse those things if you are in borderline stage of it. But you have to be in borderline stage of it. I've heard of certain types of diabetes being reversed. I've heard of that. Don't know for sure, but I've heard that it has been reversed in some people. But again, don't wait until you get those things to want to all of a sudden make the change to your diet and start working out. Do it now to prevent those things from happening.
Yeah, there is something that I heard of. I actually had shared something on my Instagram. It's called burdock root, and
Burdock
something.
root.
Yeah, so you could look that up, and it's something that's called like Mullein, Mueilen. I got the article. I could send it to you. But yeah, I'm always looking for those natural remedies, and even the thing that I recommended earlier, stinging nettle, that also will help as well as natural remedies. So not only do we need to do preventative maintenance, we need to exhaust as many natural and holistic options as we can, because of course they won't always be the end all be all. But like Mike said, there's some remedies that you could do holistically that will help improve your health, because this is a capitalist nation, so big pharma is no different. They're not about the business of giving you cures, because
Yep.
treatments are
They
more
about
profitable.
managing. They about managing it. Yep.
Yeah, because the treatments are more profitable. If I give you a cure, it's a one and done. If I give you a treatment, you got to keep coming back every month,
Exactly.
which means you got to keep
Exactly.
cashing out.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. And that's how they get their check. That's how they get paid. You keep coming
A
back.
lot of times, if you are a smoker, like my stepfather, he smoked for 30 years before he finally stopped in the last 10 years of his life. But by the time he did, the damage was done, and he ended up passing away, from lung cancer, and it ended up spreading and things of that nature. And what people don't realize is even secondhand smoke is killing people from lung cancer. Donna Summers, I said that on another show. Donna Summers never smoked a day in her life, and she died from lung cancer because both of her husbands that she was married to smoked. So guess how many years of secondhand smoke she endured, and she ended up dying from lung cancer. They actually end up outliving her. That's why I don't like being around anyone that smoke. I can't stand it. It's like, no, please. And they will blow smoke all in your face. They will be inconsiderate. And look, I'll ask them, please stop. Please, would you mind moving your cigarette? Like, I can't. Please move your cigarette, because I'm not trying to inhale your smoke.
Gotcha.
But not only that, I mean, the drinking too, because I've heard some people like OG Patrice say, it's like, I don't want to be around no one that don't smoke. And then there's some of those people that's like sloppy drunks. It's like, you can't be like pointing a finger at somebody that's smoking and then you over here drinking. It's like, we all need to be trying to rid ourselves of these coping mechanisms. But I do see people where they'll have a different vice and they say, I don't smoke, but it's like, dude, you drinking every day. Like, you ain't doing much different, because
or you addicted to food, or you addicted to food, or you addicted to gambling, or you addicted to shopping. Exactly.
Yeah, you're still addicted, and that personality is the same. It's just a different vice. So we all need to be trying to. Yeah, all need to be trying to help each other overcome our addictions. Because I have seen people say, I don't smoke, I don't drink. So they believe that they're above people. And then you look at them, they're addicted to purses, or I'm a sneakerhead. That means you addicted to buying shoes. How are you any different than somebody that wants to smoke? Like, we can point out the flaws and inconsistencies in both. So that's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes people get a little judgmental with that.
Absolutely. And listen, and addictiveness is a hereditary thing, guys. It is a thing called an addictive gene that you can inherit from one or both of your parents. And like my father had an addiction to alcohol, right? And my sister inherited his addictive gene, because she ended up getting addicted to drugs and alcohol. She's clean now, been clean for many, many, many years. But that addictive gene is still there. It's hereditary. Now, all of us didn't get it, but my sister got it. My sister got it. And when we went to her, what do you call those, psychotherapist visits and stuff like that as a family, they found addictive genes in the chromosomes of the children when they do the test on you, and to see which parent inherited which child inherited it from whatever parent. That's how we found out that my sister had inherited my father's addictive gene.
So with that addictive gene thing, do you think that her being because you're saying that your sister turned out to be an
Mm-hmm.
alcoholic as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So do you think that that was an inevitable fate for her to be an alcoholic, or was it more about the genes, or was it more about her personal choices?
It was both, right? Because
Okay.
she didn't know that she had inherited the addictive gene until she got addicted, right? Like you don't find out those things until they especially test you for that. Just like they can test women to find out if they have I forget what it's called. It's three initials. Candid Ann may know if she's still listening to find out if you have the gene that causes breast cancer. It's the same thing. It could be hereditary, and sometimes it may skip a generation or whatever. But when they ran the test on my sister, she had the addictive gene that she inherited from my father. When it was ran on all three of us, me and my two brothers, we had the addictive gene too, but it wasn't to no damn alcohol. It went to the alcohol. I'm addicted to shopping. My two brothers is addicted to shopping and goddamn gambling. so it's there. It's the
So
addictive
OG,
gene is there.
did your sister also see your pops drinking a lot too? Do you think that led to it, or was it just
Absolutely. Oh,
okay?
absolutely. We all grew up with him drinking, but the difference is now all of us drank. All of us drank. All of us still do drink except my sister. She's the only one that alcohol is different for her. When you have the addictive gene of that, it's different for you than it is for somebody else that can drink and not become an alcoholic. When you drink and have an addictive gene and become an alcoholic, you can't drink because that addictive gene is there for the rest of your life. So when they say you're an addict, so my sister, I'll always be an addict. Don't mean she's actively an addict. It just means she has the addictive gene. She'll always be a recovering addict. Thank you, Candid Ann. Yes, the BRCA1 and BRCA2. Yes. And I have a girlfriend that her and all three of her sisters have had breast cancer. And guess what their mama died from? Breast cancer. Two of her sisters are gone. She's the only one living so far that has survived breast cancer. And their mother died from breast cancer. So we're finding out that these things are hereditary. A lot. An addictive gene is hereditary. It's something in the gene of the chromosome, and it's something in the brain that cause addictions. It's just different vices of addictions.
I agree. I mean, I've struggled with something very similar with alcohol, and I think if you're born and your brain doesn't produce, for example, like enough dopamine, and then you find something that puts you at that level where because you supplement in the dopamine with like alcohol or nicotine or caffeine, then I feel like, what I'm saying, it has a tendency to make you, not necessarily addicted, but dependent on these things to feel normal, because there's something missing.
Exactly. The North. What did you pronounce? Pronounce it again. I forget. It's dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin. All of these stimulates the neurotransmitters in the brain. These are things that controls our emotions, our desires for food, for drink, and all those things. So exactly. So when those things are unbalanced, it causes mental illness and it causes addictions. And most people that suffers from some form of mental illness end up becoming addicted to something, whether it's pills, alcohol, drugs, something. It's something exactly, because they trying to medicate it to stop whatever's ailing them, only to get something added on to that. So it's absolutely
they're addicted
right.
to the coping mechanism, right? So it's a way to distract them from the actual issue. So while they're saying, "Oh, I'm not addicted to weed or beer or pills," but you're basically mulling over how miserable you perceive your life to be. So you run to beer as an escape, right? Because when I get drunk, I don't think about how miserable my life is or how stressed my life is. So I believe a lot of people are addicted to those coping mechanisms. How many times you see on the tropes on the movies when a woman is sad, what does she grab? That bucket of ice cream and is just eating right away. You know what I mean? Somebody gets mad, they go to the bar and try to drink themselves, and then you get drunk and your problem still persists. So you know, it's just like you're kind of addicted to that coping mechanism and the temporary escape, no matter how detrimental it may be. Just that temporary pleasure or that temporary dopamine hit, which dopamine you can get elicit the same response, not even by drugs too. It's some people that could watch you know, the pornographic movies, or some people could you know, see something in nature, and that will elicit the same response as if they did do a drug, you know.
Social media, bro, give you dopamine hits.
Yo,
exactly.
Man, I used to get such a rush when that's the only thing that, and it's an emotional thing too. You know, addiction. That's the only thing used to make me feel better is if I went shopping, I had to come home with something. I don't care if it was a pair of shoes, a purse, a handkerchief. I had to get something. And that was the only thing that was making me feel better by myself. When I got so badly in debt and had to tear up all my credit cards and get out of debt, literally because of it, and I knew I had an addiction. I was like, okay, I got this shit. It's crazy. And then my closet overflowing, 2 closets, just shit I ain't even wore, still got tags on it. Just buying it just to buy. That is a problem. You know what I mean? And I said, okay, I gotta stop this. I gotta stop this. And I weaned myself slowly, and I tore up all my credit cards. Literally only have one that I use, and I asked them to give me a certain amount of limit on it to keep me controlled for my spending habits. I would shop online. I would go in the malls. I was like, it was the only thing that I felt emotionally attached to that made me feel good a lot of times. And that was because I was trying to fill the void of something else. I don't know what it was, but whatever it was, I was longing. Shopping was the only thing that made me feel good at the time.
I also would like to add, if possible, real quick, that a lot of these things, when they're given to a brain that is not fully developed yet, right? All of this extra serotonin that we're not developing ourselves yet, you know, like the kids, they're receiving too much of this at too much of a young age, right? And then as their brain is now continuing to develop, it is developing with this extra. So now any less than that, when their brain is developed, is a problem.
Oh, Mimi, you said Mimsy, you said a mouthful. Why do you think these children are so addicted to these games?
Oh yeah,
video games.
It's because as soon as they pop out of vagina, they have a phone or a tablet in their face.
Yes, the parents too, mainly in that regard, because from the age 0 to 7, these are psychological studies. The kids are just human recorders. They're recording everything they hear, observing all of their surroundings. So due to people being this is what I was kind of alluding to about the you know, abbreviations earlier. Like, I'm not like against them. I'm just saying people get intellectually lazy and dumbed down, and it seeps into other areas of their life and society. For instance, parenting. When I grew up, people was like, you had to sit at the table, you had to say grace. People, you couldn't even put your elbows on the table. Now I go out, I see people, it's little kids with a tablet on the table. Right? There's psychological studies too. When you eat with your family, that's the time where you're supposed to unpack. Hey, OG Patrice, how was your day? Oh, you had a rough day. Oh, hey, kids, did you do your homework? People ain't doing that now because everybody eating in a separate room. And now when people are eating, they're not eating and looking at someone else. They're eating and looking at a screen, an iPhone, a tablet, etc. Kid, and then the kids go from school being on a screen to come home with an iPad, then go in their room with a TV. Their whole life is
or
just
the,
on the
or the
screen.
computer just you absolutely. I was just talking about this the other night. I said nobody sits down as a family anymore and actually have dinner and have verbal conversations anymore about their day, what's going on in their life, how's school, how's work. Like nobody sits down like that as a family no more. Maybe those that still celebrate the holidays may do it then, if then. But everybody is off in their own world and they doing their own thing. The kids are locked in their room, whatever. Somebody might be eating on the couch, sitting on the couch eating a plate. The other one may be at the table. The other one may be at the counter. It's crazy, but it's such separatism, if you will. You could be on the same roof with people and still not know what's going on in their lives because y'all ain't talking. Everybody's so busy doing their own thing. Nobody's having conversations anymore.
No, and I'm really getting sick of this because people are allowing these devices to run their life and raise their kids. Especially, it's leaving these kids devoid of creativity and something as simple as an imagination. When I was growing up, we used to play, oh, if you fall off the bed, you in the hot lava. Oh, we got cops and robbers and we using our fingers as like a play gun or
your imagination
gun.
And your
Yes.
imagination.
Now
what happened to the imagination?
The computer is giving them imagination. They don't need an imagination. Why would imagine a dragon when we just play a game with the actual dragon? You know what I mean? And kids, I used to see, OG Patrice, I know you know about this. Girls used to be double dutch, and I'm talking about they used to be getting it.
Are you kidding me? I would love me some double dutch. Are you kidding me?
Could anyone show me where any kids is double dutching? I don't even see kids ride bikes anymore.
That was the popular game, double dutch. I couldn't do it.
Hey, I love double dutching. I can't do
Man,
it.
I love me some double dutch. Listen, and when the boys were looking, we clown and we be doing the pop up and jumping up and splitting our legs like, listen, Linda, listen. I love me some double dutch, but you're right. I rarely see it anymore. That was our favorite pastime as girls. Go right there on the side of the curb of the street or right there on the sidewalk and play double dutch.
People used to play patty cake and have fun. Now people can't have fun without a tablet.
And then two square.
Play all the red light, green light.
Yeah, we had all the best games.
Captain May I and Freeze and Elimination Dodgeball. Like we had so much
Kickball.
We invented, hopscotch. Like we invented.
There we go, hopscotch. There we go.
A lot of things. Like it was the imagination. I used to love playing jacks. We were, what you on? I'm on my 2s. I'm on my 3s. I'm on my 4s. Playing jacks. Where you have the little ball and the jacks and you spread them out on the floor. You pick up one at a time first. Then you be on your 2s. Then you be on your 3s. It was just, yeah. And the batting ball. Remember the batting ball? Remember the batting ball?
Yeah.
The little batting ball, like, listen, doing the willies. And it was just so much to the imagination. So many games it was very simple, but very fun.
We made do too, because I know all of y'all feel this, because this was just like a common, thing in the community. It was like we couldn't even be in the house, even if you had video games. It's like you ain't about to just sit in the house all day. Go play. Right. Y'all know these two words. Go play. You come back when the street lights come on.
Go outside and play. Mm-hmm.
Or they say this. You gotta pick a choice. You ain't finna keep coming in and out of this house. You either gonna stay in, or I'm like,
right, what? Yes.
I'm staying out.
We had lunch schedules. The time we got to eat breakfast, the time we got to eat lunch and dinner. It was time.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all didn't have an icy lady. Y'all didn't have an icy lady in y'all hood though.
Oh my God, yes I did. What?
I did.
We had a candy lady. Quit playing. Candy lady. She sold icy. She sold penny candy.
She had chips,
5-cent candy.
Everything. Everything.
It was a candy lady on the block, baby. Yes.
Hey, but you know what? As funny as we think about this, we used to have an icy lady, a candy lady that all the kids could go to. Do we think realistically that would be allowed to happen in 2022?
No, because
I barely see the ice cream man.
Listen,
that's what I was gonna say.
Because they be requiring you
our own Caspers.
They be requiring you to have a license now. Like I don't think we can have candy stores no more. They want you to have a license.
Yeah. You know what all the Karens or the barbecue Beckys, they might call and get you shut down. Before it wasn't like that. People used to run up to the kids back to back running up to the icy. No parents cared. Nobody was ever harmed. But now I could never see that happening again. And I think Eddie said it. I do not see no ice cream trucks. They always used to be going around.
Listen, the ice cream truck and the good humor truck. Quit playing. The good humor truck.
All I know is I was getting in WrestleMania bars in the Mario.
Man, the WWE when that come on, everybody in the house.
Man, you better quit playing.
Is in the house with.
I used to go to wrestling in Chicago. I used to go to wrestling matches at the amphitheater with my uncles. Love watching those wrestlers with the fake moves and listen. Man, please. You talking about fun.
When I was growing up, I thought it was real.
I did too.
At first I did think it was real, but then even when I knew it was fake, it's just like a movie, right? You like the character so much because I could go old school with the wrestler. I don't know the new people, but I know the old school Superfly, Jimmy Snuka, Ultimate Warrior, Kamala, Papa Shango, Junkyard Dog,
Ted DiBiase.
Exactly. $1 Million Man.
Shake the Snake Robber.
I would love how
Bret Hart.
Bret Hart, the Hart Foundation.
Somebody would come out with a grill. Somebody would come out with a grill and they just start cooking, and they just cook for that whole block. You know what I'm saying?
I remember block parties. Block parties was the bomb. Where we were.
It's that one person on the block, that one lady.
That one mean old lady.
Yeah, I forget this lady's name, man. I forget her name. She passed away about over 20 years ago, or almost close to 20 years ago. But I forget her name. But man, when I was growing up as a kid, man, I'm telling you, you know what I'm saying? I think her name was Miss Percy. Rest in peace to Miss Percy. When I was growing up as a kid, she died I think in 05. I just turned 2021. But man, when I was growing up, man. Her block, I go to my aunt house. Man, that house on her block, when she would cook, the whole block would be at that house. The whole block. I mean, flooded with plates.
Yeah, it was always somebody always had the house that everybody loved to go to.
Yeah,
and the food was like a chef made it. It's not better.
But that block party OG, what you was talking about.
Yes.
Everybody would know about that block party. Now, just be one person.
Because everybody pitched in. Everybody pitched in.
Everybody ate.
Yeah.
Exactly. And what we would do was take those blockers and block off each side of the block where couldn't no cars come in on each end. Just only the cars that that the people on the block that lived there. And that's it. And we would be right in the middle of the street, music playing, tables and chairs out, and kids out, and just having a good time, man.
Dominoes.
Just having a good time.
Your parents let you know what it was. They're like, look, you want some more? You know what I'm saying? You better answer right the first time. Don't say that you don't want no more. You really want some more. If you come back the second time, it's gonna be a problem. You know what I mean?
No, if you come back the second time, it's gonna be gone.
That
food gonna be gone.
My mother used to get the fire department to give us the sprinklers, because the fire hydrant was kind of in front of one fire hydrant was kind of in front of our house and between the next house. And so she would have the fire department come give her a sprinkler so that she could, and my father would take care of the sprinkler for the kids who couldn't go to the pool or didn't go to the beach. And so, you know, the kids, we would be able to play on the block with the water and get wet in the water without, busting out over the fire hydrant.
Yeah, I remember the fire hydrant days. It'd be so hot and muggy in Chicago, man. We was kids. We would cut that fire hydrant on. And of course, the fire department would come right back and cut it off. As soon as they leave, we cut it right back off. Man, we used to have so much fun in the fire hydrant and put that stick in the fire hydrant to make the wave go up high. You put a stick in there and make it like proper stick in the fire hydrant hole, and then it makes the fire hydrant like spurt out, and it makes a taller wave, and we just run through it, man. You talking about fun time.
The thing is too, if you would go to a block that you ain't know, or you trying to find where the party was at,
somebody always knew.
All you had to do was listen to where the music was at.
Exactly.
That too. Yep.
Wait,
once you heard Before I Let Go, you like, oh yeah, it's that house right there.
We used to have quarter parties, then it went up to 50 cents, then it went up to $1. We used to have and the parties where you put the wind wear and all of that on a what do you call them little cards, them little rectangle looking cards, them index cards, the index cards. We used to put our parties, our dollar parties that we would have, like whoever parent was at home or gave them permission to have a party in the basement, and we had the blue lights and the red lights, and we used to have parties, man, and they came from all around in the community, and man, we would listen to just some good R&B, soul music, and just having a good time as teenagers. Those was really some great times I grew up in, where you felt safe as a kid, in your neighborhood, in your community, because everybody knew each other, everybody looked out for each other, and all the parents knew the kids and knew each other. Now you have some kids, they play and be at each other's house, and the parents don't even know each other. It's crazy.
And the OGs back in the day, they used to check these young kids. When I was growing up, be like, "Hey man, don't be talking to that old lady like that. What's wrong with you?"
Exactly. The OGs could check you as a kid when you got out of line.
Do more than check you. They could whoop you.
Yep.
That's what they do.
And tell your mama, yep, I whooped them, and I'm gonna tell your mama when she get home, she gonna whoop your butt.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Realistically, they probably didn't already called your mama. Hey, I had to whoop your kid. They was cutting up.
They would go to your house and tell you, like, yo, man, he was cutting up. I had to whoop your kid. You know what I mean? He did this and he did that.
And your mama gonna say, "Boy, get yourself in the house."
Yeah,
you embarrassing me.
Now, folks don't want you to touch that kid. You can go to jail. You can get locked up.
Right.
Yeah,
so much has changed, man.
See, that's where I be getting a little bit annoyed with some parents, because I've seen some parents where they let their kid be so unruly. So if you think your kid is unruly and getting an attitude with you, how you think they acting towards that teacher? And the teacher raised their voice at the kid, and then the parent comes storm down. Ain't bet not nobody yell at my kid like that. Like, what? If you would have disciplined this little baby's kids, we wouldn't even be here right now.
Mm-hmm. The worst too is, man, when you would get in trouble, you get in trouble at school, and your mom
and your parents got to have to leave work or skip work or be late for work to come up to the school. You already know you was in trouble.
I was more scared of my parent than any other repercussion.
Exactly.
Wait, hold on, guys. Mr. Best was still talking.
No, that's what I said.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what? Mr. Best Ben stopped talking for how many minutes? 3 minutes.
No, that's all
good. What are you talking
about? No, you wasn't listening. Yeah, you was still talking. But look, I remember what my auntie was telling me a long time ago, Aunt Blanche. She was like, it was this friend that she fell out with. I think this was before I was born. But she had some unruly, undisciplined kids. And one time they came to her house, and the parent was there. The mom was there. and they was jumping all on top of my auntie's like new furniture at the time, all the couches, the tables. I mean, they're kids, but still, you're the adult. You need to tell those kids like to sit their behinds down and relax. Keep their hands folded and don't touch anything. This woman did not do anything. So my auntie, she had discipline them by telling them to sit down. And then she told the kid's mom, she was like, look, the fact that you didn't even do anything to your children, to me, I look at it as disrespect. You should always be able to control your children. They shouldn't be, so free to like, jump or down in people's house or whatever. So I'm gonna have to send you on your way and you could leave my house. That was it. Sometimes, man, you gotta, yeah.
Now I just want to ask a question to the panel, since we know I think it's safe to assume we've all here been kind of spanked, whooped before, whatever you want to call it.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
Okay, cool. That will be considered corporal punishment, right? So the way I was, man, whatever they could find is what you getting hit with. Oh, it's my sandal. Oh, go get me a twig. Sometimes you had to go get your weapon that they was finna hit you with. Yeah, the belt. They hit you with the belt. Don't say nothing, or I'm gonna give you something to cry about. You just did when you whacked me. So I'm saying all this to say, out of all of that, I didn't like the corporal punishment, but my stepdad, he did a punishment that was even worse. He had me standing in the corner all day. Little kids coming to the house saying, hey, could he come out and play? No, he has to stand in the corner. And I couldn't sit down. You got to stand up literally all day. I was like, give me my whooping and let me go. But no, but no, that one with the psychological punishment. So I'm saying all this to say, do you guys believe in that corporal punishment, spanking, whoopings, etc., or are you think a more psychological disciplinary action is better?
A little bit of both, but not to like a high degree. I mean, I feel like ass whoopings deserve, but you don't want to also give somebody.
But now people be trying to call CPS on you.
Yeah, I think it was better back in the day for you to get your ass whooped because there was a lot more discipline. The kids were listening more like I was listening. I was more scared of my mama than the bullies. She had strict rules. All the parents on the block had strict rules. The time to come in, the time to eat, the time to go to sleep. We couldn't even get up to get a snack. We would get an ass whooped.
I got my butt whooped.
It was to the point to where I couldn't even get up and use the bathroom. I had to sneak up and get up and go to the bathroom, but I didn't pee in the toilet. I peed in the bathtub because it was a lot quieter. Because if I would pee in the toilet, she would have woke up and I would have got my ass whooped. That's what I did. I pissed in the bathtub because it was quieter. There wasn't no water in there.
I definitely got whoopings. I got whooping with a switch. I got whoopings with a belt. But today, I don't whoop any children because I don't have any. And I respect the way my son and his fiance is raising their children, and they don't believe in whooping their children. So of course I won't whoop them because they don't require them to have whoopings. They be on punishments and things like that. So it's a difference in the generation, right? Yeah. As where I grew up getting whoopings. I whooped my son. I spanked him when he was little, tap on the hand, tap on the leg, tap on the behind. And I whooped him. He wasn't a bad kid, maybe once or twice his whole life. But he grew up with that type of punishment because I did. But I think now him and his fiance and the newer generation, they just believe in punishment or take something away from them that they really want to do or really want to have. Like they may no internet, can't get online for 2 weeks or whatever, or you can't play the game for 2 weeks or you can't go outside for 2 weeks, something like that. So
yeah, those are all of the psychological. It's just an upgraded psychological punishment, right? Because how much the kid wants to play the game, so it's really affecting their psyche because they're addicted to these games, right? They're addicted to these social media platforms. So when you take their phone, it's really like you did whoop them with a switch over and over and over. You know, it is kind of a different time. But I would say, do any of you guys have any type of disdain towards your parents or the guardians that did spank you? Like, do you look and say, oh, I wish they would have never spanked me, I would have turned out a different way? Or are you kind of grateful that you got spankings because you knew that you was, you know, kind of a little bit bad?
Wait, before we answer that question, I gotta read a message from Colin Mitchell. He says, my dad being a general in the army, instead of grounding me, I will do 20 push-ups and 2 sit-ups every time I talk back or act a fool. I learned quickly. And by the way, I got whooped daily too.
I heard many military kids say that same thing. What he's saying, that he would be grounded with the push-ups and the sit-ups and
what's up, Colin?
yeah, the things of that nature. So absolutely, and got whooped. Sometimes they would get the pedal to the hands or the pedal to the derriere.
Yeah, when I was a kid, it was the branch for me. It was the branch. It was the branch for him 3 too. They snatched the branch off the tree and whoop us. It went from there to the spanking on the hand, the behind, and the stitching cords.
I didn't get whooped with a stitching cord, thank God, because I heard those things. Man, I heard those stitching cords wasn't no joke.
That wasn't no joke, especially if you're naked. You get a whooping. No.
Oh my God, naked.
I was, but look, I was out of pocket. You know, I was cutting up. So
yeah.
That was my fault.
Look, I'll put it like this though, right? Like, you know, our whoopings wasn't as bad as like the ones that we saw like our neighbors get. You know, I've seen neighbors get like the Nintendo 64 cartridges thrown at them like an item. You know what I mean?
Oh my God!
And then they'll take the freaking controller, they'll take the cord, wrap it around, and they'll use that as a whooping.
Yeah,
I'm like, damn, that's a smash attack right there.
Yeah, when you talking belt buckle, when you talking closed hand, fist, now that to me that's the abuse, you know. And a lot of people still say even the belt and the stitching cord and the switch was abuse. Do I feel that way? I don't. I don't feel like it affected me in a mental way in that sense. To me, that was definitely things that I knew when at the times when I did get whooped, it was like, okay, I'm not doing this no more because man, that hurt and I don't want that anymore. So you know, I think it made a difference for me. It didn't affect me mentally, but I've heard some grown-ups now say that it did affect them mentally, and the ones that I think that it did probably got whooped a lot when they were kids. They got whooped more than the average kid.
Man, whoop, punch.
My mom was so mad at me one time when I cut school. She looked around, was trying to find something to pick up. She couldn't find nothing else but the welcome mat and started whooping me with that.
Yeah, welcome to this ass whooping.
The welcome mat.
She looked around, was like, what you know what? And she picked up the welcome mat because she couldn't find nothing else. I was like, yes, you know.
But I think a lot of parents too, when the kids have it messed them up later on, is because it was beyond just a spanking or a correction. It was just abuse. You know, I think there's a difference between getting a whooping versus just being physically abused. And I think sometimes people have to, you know, parents, you know, when they're angry, you know, like my parents never hit me when they were angry, but if they would have whooped me as much as I deserved, I wouldn't be here. I was off the hook. I had a mouth. You know, I called my dad a bastard to his face. He looked at me and he told me to run. And he said, I better not find you. And I hid for 5 hours. And he could not find me.
Wait a minute. Let me ask y'all this. Am I the only one on this panel that ran away from home after getting whooped? I ran away from home.
I did too, but that just added that added to another aspect.
Hey, yeah, I
No,
thought about it, but
ran
was a little
away.
too scared. I didn't want that
I
extra
ran
smoke.
away, but I didn't make it far. I went to the cabinet. I got something to drink and some snacks, and then I went to the shed in the backyard with my dog and made a pallet and slept in the back with my dog for 2 hours. Then I went back in the house and I went off and I said, I ran away. I could be dead and you didn't come look for me. And my mother was like, well, you shouldn't have ran away. So
yeah, I ran away right over to my auntie house. She stayed like a half a mile away. I would run over there with my little suit, with my pillowcase, with my little few clothes in a minute, and she would just get on the phone and call my mom and dad and she over here, But so I didn't run too far.
Did you read Colin's thing M3?
yeah. Before I read it again,
AR,
right?
what's up,
One,
AR?
Hello to like AR, right?
What's up, man?
I'm for sure you probably had your ass whoopings growing up too, with your parents, just like any other black children.
Well, I mean, as soon as she said the word bastard, it's like my antennas went up and I just appeared, That's what I be talking about, man. He's
Hey, so AR, what is your take on corporal punishment? Do you think more kids should be getting spanked for discipline?
Children. What age we're talking about? Like, under 18 or
from 0 to 18?
0 to 18. Yeah, I don't think the spanking is the issue. I think it's the lack of parenting. So I think it's something that needs to be done with the parents, not the children.
Who would be the disciplinary figure for the parents? Like, if the parents get spanked, who would be the one implementing that spanking?
If the grandparents not around, you pick it. Neighbors, cops, don't matter. Go across their head. I don't matter.
Whoop the parents. Just go ahead and beat the parents up.
But I don't know. I don't know about.
Listen,
you're trying to make me sound like I'm a monster. But,
listen. So if the kids was just out of line, cutting school, cutting class, sneaking out from home, going to parties, at the age of 8 to 10, 13, sneaking out of homes, all the time, and the parents have gave them hey, you're grounded. They've been saying all that. None of that works.
Well, I mean, I think the issue is that most of the children you can't really spank because once they reach 11 or 12 years old, they have guns and they have knives and shit on
this
them.
This the new age.
And they calling the police. They calling the police on their own parents. So, this day and age, you're right, AR, you gotta be careful because the kids can call the police on the parents, they can go to jail, and they can divorce their parents if they feel like their parents. Yes, if they feel like their parents is not treating them right and things of that nature.
It's called something where they can have an attorney sign that they can have their own
emancipation.
Yeah, so I mean,
the police.
Yeah, because they could be like a legal, their own adult.
Why
when the police come, they don't even agree with the kids do by calling the police on them. They don't agree to that. A lot of them don't agree to that. They actually get upset if the kid called the police for getting his ass whooped.
But now the parents could get actually arrested, depending on the state. But I'm in New York City, which is extremely Democratic and liberal. That's why everything's fucked up. But I don't even think the parents, for the most part, have the right to cut off the child's cell phone. If the child is doing some weird or some bad shit, the parents can't even turn off their phone or ask for the password to unlock their phone to see if they're looking at porn, if they're talking to another girl or another boy. They can't even do that.
Wait a minute. Are you saying it like it's a law they can't do that?
I don't know if I'm not sure if it's an actual law, but I do work with the youth where they'll call the cops on the parents. And the cops will tell the parents they can't do that.
If I'm paying that phone bill, I can do any damn thing I want with that phone.
But this is the problem. This is why they're even more out of control because now once you get the cops involved, the cops are going to ask you where you want to go.
So where they
get the phone, or where you want to go? You want to come in the back of the squad car, or it's rough.
But where they getting the idea from? From that damn phone?
Well, the
from
problem
TikTok
is
or I don't
know.
Yeah,
from the phone.
Kids aren't.
Exactly. That's why they need the phone get to be taken. Like at school, everything.
Oh.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Queen.
Oh, it's okay. Kids are not growing up respecting their parents. One, because the parents are off the hook, But now you have kids who are literally deleting their parents, you know, because their parents told them no. Oh, you can't have a party. And just like that, was it those two, there were twin black girls. They totally brutalized their mom. And then the other boy, he had a party and his parents, he showed his friend, oh yeah, they're in the other bedroom. You know, I deleted them while he's having a party. So these kids are just today are off the hook too.
Talking about the female twins, the twin killers.
And that's the
it was a
thing.
documentary on
No,
that.
one was two black girls, and then the other guy, I think he was a Caucasian, if I'm not mistaken. Young.
Yeah, the two black twin girls, they were, I think it happened in Atlanta. Their mother was a beautician. I remember that story. Yeah.
They were off the hook.
Yeah.
When they did that.
Wait, hold on.
Like
hold on,
15, 16.
Wait, OG Patrice, hold on for 1 second. Tammy, I know you just came back. Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Tammy, like so far with the topic about like just you know, parental, you know, beatings and raising like the kids like to be better than all that stuff. Like, what you think?
So do you prefer the kid? Do you prefer that some kids be grounded or get their ass whooped?
So so let me speak from two different perspectives. So I'm a parent. I have whooped my daughter before when she was young. Typically, what she got whooped for was not something she got whooped for twice. I discipline my daughter differently from how I was disciplined because I don't agree with how I was disciplined. Because I do believe there is a difference between punishment and discipline, and when it crosses a line, it can be very traumatic and detrimental to that child. So I say that because the discipline I received was very extreme. Like when I got whoopings, I would be in between the box spring and the mattress in order for me not to move. I've been hit with a baseball bat before. I've been hit with switches before, been hit with belts, all kinds of different things. And I didn't agree with that just because as a parent with my daughter, I do give her a choice. So I give her a choice if she wants a whooping or a different punishment. And she typically will choose the whooping because the other punishment in her eyes is a lot worse because it lasts a lot longer. So the whooping is over when it's over, but the other punishment, I intentionally make it worse for her and longer, but she still has the choice of what she wants. So when she gets the whooping, I tell her exactly how many times I'm going to hit her. She understands exactly why she's got the whooping that she got. After she gets it and she's calmed down, her and I have a discussion about why she got it. What could she have done differently? What steps were taken that brought me to this point? Because I do want her to understand what happened. I do want her to understand what different things did I do or did we try to do that were not effective, and now this is where we are because of choices that were made. So I believe that when it comes to parenting, discipline and punishment are very, very different. I was punished. Like when I left home because it was so much better not to be at home than it was to be there. So for me, I didn't agree with the way that I was disciplined because there was no other anything. It was just, that was the only discipline. There was nothing. So, and we weren't bad kids. We weren't on drugs. We weren't hanging out with a bunch of, we weren't even allowed, like, because I was listening and people were talking about, you know, are you going to go out? Are you going to stay outside? Or are you going to go in the house? Like, we didn't have that option because we weren't even allowed to go outside and play. Like, we had to stay in the house. So we weren't out there doing all kinds of stuff, but my mother, the way she raised me is because of how she was raised. And so she talked to me later on down the line about things that she went through when she was younger. And so her and I have had discussions about it. so my mom can understand how I felt. And I think that, you know, those discussions need to be had because kids don't always understand what's going on as far as the discipline they receive. Some parents, you know, their thing is, I'm gonna beat you or whatever, and that's it and that's all. We're not gonna have a discussion afterwards because you know what you did. Well, it's possible, but depending on when you choose to discipline your child, they may not even remember what they're getting them for. So I do think that when it comes to parenting, you need to parents need to pay attention, and parents need to be parents. And so from the teacher perspective, yes, kids need their asses whipped, because I work with some kids and the amount of disrespect is, it blows my mind. And I work with middle schoolers, and my 9-year-old daughter doesn't talk to me the way some of these kids do. And so you have it where parents are delusional, or they are not delusional, they're pretending as if they are when it comes to their kids, and they act like their kids do no wrong. And the reality is that it's not always the teacher's fault. Sometimes it is the parent. So when you have kids that are going off, and that's the thing is that I think when it comes to teaching, they need to put these teachers in real classrooms so you can see what is it really like with these kids. You're not going to go in the classroom with these kids that are going to follow all the rules, do everything you tell them to do. You're going to be in a classroom with kids that are disrespectful, rude, could care less about you. And the reason they do that is because they treat their parents that way. So because they treat their parents that way, they think they can treat anybody that way. And you have these kids that have this attitude of, I'm going to do what I want to do if and when I want to, and there's really nothing you can do about it. So that's the issue, is that the mentality of a lot of the kids is that they are in control of the environment. Because if they say so, the teacher did something, things are not, their parents may not be on their side, and that depends if you're an active parent. With my daughter, I'm an active parent in her classroom. If her teacher tells me about something she did, if I call her, because yes, she has a cell phone, and she has a cell phone because if she's with her dad, I need to be able to contact her. If she's in a situation where she needs to leave, I need her to be able to contact me. So she has a phone for reasons of safety. I need her to have that so she can contact me at any time. But that's the thing, is that I was at a meeting with her teacher. Her teacher told me that she was in class talking. I called her up. The second I said, what was your teacher talking to me about? She started crying on the phone. Because she already knew that your teacher told me something, it's a problem. So my daughter is more scared of me than she is those kids at school. And that's the problem, is that the kids are not scared of their parents. Because a lot of parents, because of this, you know, you can't whip your kids thing, they don't want to do anything. Well, the reality is, you know, even if you can't whip your kids, there is discipline that you can put in place. But the reality is some parents don't want to put it in place. Some parents want to be friends rather than being parents, because you did what it took to make a baby. But then when it comes to actually knowing how to raise a child, you don't even understand how to do that, because you weren't prepared for that. You were just prepared to open your legs and make a baby, but you didn't understand the aftermath of that. So like I said, with me, when it comes to discipline my daughter, I do discipline her differently than I was, just because the discipline I received came from a place of punishment, and the whole, you know, thing where this is going to hurt me more than it hurts you, really didn't apply, because it really hurt me more than it hurt my mother, I believe. So so I think, yeah, kids definitely need discipline. I mean, you have to do something, because if you don't discipline them, the streets will. And some kids are just not getting that, and that's part of the problem. That's why the kids do what they do. That's why you have these kids trying to fight teachers. You have these kids talking to teachers any kind of way. I mean, it's craziness. It's craziness.
You said you got to get them before the streets get them.
You do.
You say that?
Yeah. You do. Mm-hmm. Because the reality is, because you have to, because that's the thing, is that if they don't learn what they need to from you, they're going to learn it somewhere, and you don't want them to learn it anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So
you real quick, AR, you're next after Tammy.
You need to be an active parent in your child's life. And that's the thing, is that there is a lot of talk about people being single parents. Even if you are not together, you can still be in your child's life, and you can still raise your child, because the reality is that some relationships do not work. So the thing is that you need to care more about your child and do what's best for your child. So that means that you and that parent have to learn how to get along for the sake of your child, and that's what you're going to have to do. But once again, that's another thing, that people are not putting their kids first. They're more focused on what that man is doing or what that woman is doing, rather than making sure your kids have everything they need. And we're not talking about just material stuff. We're not talking about making sure they have a roof over their head, making sure they have clothes, food, all that kind of stuff. You need to help take care of their mental. You need to help take care of all those other things that are not bought with money. You need to take care of all those other things before somebody else does it for them. So, yeah.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah. AR, I know you wanted to say something.
To Tabby. Beep, beep.
Of course.
Yeah. I think
Why it's not working?
There's two issues what I'm dealing with in New York City. Well, few of them, but 3. One, for the teenagers, maybe around 15 or 16, it's done for them, man. It's over. You know, it's done. Just, I mean, I can't say what should happen on the platform, but it's done for them. They're not going to change. Maybe they'll change in their 30s, 40s, but the issue is that by the time they change, they've done so much damage and they've hurt so many people. Just in the Bronx 2 days ago, a 13-year-old took a 76-year-old woman, slammed her to the ground. I mean, that's happened on a daily basis. 3 days ago, I think a 71-year-old was shot and she died by another 14-year-old. So over here, the kids are really, really out of. That's why I don't believe in reparations. You give these, let me watch what I say. If you give these people, they got the PPP loan, they went crazy, illegally. But even when I look at some instances, if you look on Instagram, right, these ladies, right? I know you don't want to call them the numbers, right? But these ladies, you scroll on there, everyone's half naked on there, right? Even with the ones that claim they're like a fitness trainer or whatever, they're all basically half naked. They all got kids. So if they display themselves like that on social media for the world to see, imagine their household. Not everyone, but I'm pretty sure that 99.9999%.
The household don't do
some of them are
anything.
married too.
The household don't do anything. This is why the kids are acting the way they acted. This is the outcome that we see now today. Not just slamming old ladies. You got 12 and 10-year-olds with AK-47 mini AKs. They can get to a weapon faster than an adult can. And they out there going out disrespecting these adults and stuff. Where are they getting that from? They're not.
Man.
The parents are not saying anything to these kids at home.
Well, let me ask you a question, AR. Right? I want to kind of get to the topic, right? Because you mentioned about IG models that have kids, and
they're not models though.
Well, there's something, right? They do something on the web. Hold on. Before you tell me, right? Let me ask you this question. Okay, now you know what they do, right? On IG. But these are women that are actually married, so-called marriage material. So if they have husbands, families, children, why is the husbands not saying anything?
Am I able to curse or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you something, man. No, not at M3, no. But before I was in this, listen, if your wife was naked on Instagram, I probably fucked her.
Wow.
These women are loose. They're loose. There's no way. Listen, how can you, unless she's making a lot of money from it, but a lot of these women, they're not even making money, bro. They're not even making money. How can you be a supposed real man and you have your wife out there with the cheeks out? That looks that's just crazy. These women, listen, man, they're fast, man. They're extremely fast, man.
Could we please give it PG-13 for Miss OG Patrice, please? Just saying, everybody.
Yeah, I know, but you gotta blame that on M3. He gave me the green light.
You too, M3.
But but also
PG-3.
All right.
Hey, what y'all need to do is y'all need to have a swear jar. Y'all can cuss as much as you want, but you gotta hit the Cash App.
Yeah, man.
Hey, well, exactly. Oh, you know what?
If you want to cuss up, you know what? I was watching this TV show, Luke Cage, and every time you cuss, you have to put $1 inside the bucket.
There you go. Drop a dollar in that Cash App.
There you go.
I like the
Drop 20
idea
and
though.
you just go crazy. On it.
That's
But
what I
also-
do. I do that. That's where I got that from.
But also, like in the Bronx we have these. It's all over as well. But like, you have some of these parents, even some of these Haitian. These parents don't speak English. How are you gonna have a child in an English-based school and you don't speak the language? You've been here over 20, 30 years. How would you know what's on that child's cell phone? How would you know what him and his friend are speaking about if you don't speak the language?
That's a good question.
20, 30 years you've been here.
Right.
So
Black man,
I'm trying to
come
understand
up
that
in the
myself.
chat.
I'm trying to
We're talking
understand
about
that.
parental guidance and all that, and discipline and all kinds of jazz.
But everything is not so cut and dry, though.
yeah, but your child's out here messing with me, and I'm licensed to carry, so I'll shoot. I don't care, male, female, kid, it don't matter. So because I have that mentality, and there's a lot of other people that's like that. You're gonna rob the wrong. And some people, they've been robbing the wrong people. And look what's happening to them.
Yeah.
Or even you're hurt because your situation is different. You're hurting people. You're allowing your child is out there. Your 15-year-old child is out there hurting people, and the elderly's getting beat up around here. They're getting beat up so bad, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I heard that in New York, especially that teenagers and young adults are beating up the elderly pretty bad in New York.
Yeah.
And that's listen, and in these cases, a lot of times, these teenagers and young adults that's doing that, they not realizing that some of these older people, are getting licensed to carry, and they're not going to keep on letting you beat them and rob them, on the first or the third when they get their little Social Security or whatever, and they're gonna have some waiting for them, and in incidents like that, it's gonna be. It is what it's going to be. It's sad, but if you out here robbing people with weapons, you can expect possibly something that could happen back to you. If someone that you're robbing has a weapon, that's self-defense. So,
what they're doing? They're sending them to family court so they won't be charged. So those kids get out the same. OG Patrice, the same day they get arrested for murder, they get out the same day. And they're sealing their case, so you can't even look up their cases. Not just the kids. New York City is protecting the criminals. So they send the kids to family court so they won't have a record and they can work it out. But guess what? They get back on the streets the same day. What is that about?
So are you speaking kids that are there? So they're not over the age of 16, where they can be charged as an adult. So they're not even going through juvie.
They're not even going to juvenile. Nope. They send them to family court.
Black man say, "You would shoot a kid, bro?"
I sure would if he tries it.
No, it was a question. You said you would shoot a kid.
Oh, you would shoot a kid.
Sure. Yep, that's right. I had a conversation with him, I think on Sarah Hill Speaks, about the whole Will Smith thing, whatever. Okay. And he's like, but what if you slap him and he falls back and he bumps his head? What are we talking about?
These kids, they know how to use them weapons better than the police officers. People do not know that. So I'm not gonna lie, I'll do the same thing if they try to shoot me.
Listen, Eddie, I was on the live stream a few weeks ago. Arshawn knows. I was on the live stream trying to host I think M3 was there too. My car was being broken into as I was talking about these B words, right?
Yeah.
Not the BIT, the bats, right?
Yeah.
I'm talking about them, and as I'm on the live stream, kids breaking into my car.
Wow. As you on the live stream,
checking as I'm holding him, trying to say, Arshawn, you gotta hold it down. And as I'm holding him, his ID, which is this is how stupid it is. Who robs a car with their ID? I'm not giving y'all tips, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
He lives like 4 blocks from me. I'm just like, this can't be real. As I'm on the live stream talking about them, he's doing it.
Wow. That's crazy.
Now, how old was the kid that was breaking into your car?
17.
So you held them until the police got there?
Yeah.
Well, he better be glad. You held him. He better.
Yeah, he better be glad. That's all. Yeah, and he didn't have a weapon. Did he have a weapon?
No, he did. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I just felt confused. Like, why?
Yeah, and unfortunately, they getting younger and younger doing this kind of stuff. And like you
They
saying,
become a
where
lot more. It could have been worse for me because they be traveling huge packs. They be traveling huge packs. You know, like
They
like
do.
14, 20 of them.
No, it's more than that. It's more than that. They be going coming in
They be
packs.
coming crazy. So I was like, no, let me not even hit him in case they want to come back.
Right.
Yeah, did y'all see that?
Wait, okay, hold on. So you literally caught the kid when he was breaking into your car.
Yo, as I'm sitting right here, my car is like right there, right? My window, my car is like right there. Because I do everything. I live in the house, but I do everything in the basement. And I'm hearing something like, and the next door neighbor's like banging on my window, boom, 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 boom. And I'm doing the stream, you know, you try, you know, like shut the fuck, you know.
Yeah.
But I went outside, and I'm like, you know, so I'm holding him, but I'm thinking like, damn, this fucking kid may come back. He don't live too far from here. So I'm like, you all right, man? You know, you gotta wait for the cops. I get off of him, you know. I'm like, you all right, man? You all right? But you gotta stay here though, you know. And if he try to run, then I'll probably knock his ass out or something like that. But it's unfortunate, man, you know. But if we was like outside somewhere in the parking lot or something away from where I'm currently at, you know, if I felt like I was in danger, you know, I would have definitely did that.
This happened when you was live,
bro. I'm on live stream. And I'm just like, this can't be happening.
So this was okay. Wait, hold on.
Wow.
I was on your stream last Sunday.
No, I think it was. I believe the Sunday before that.
The Sunday before that.
And I just turned my screen off, and I was gone for like a half an hour, 40 minutes.
You know what? I think the Sunday before that.
I think it was the Sunday before that. And I'm just like,
because sometimes I know, like on your Saturdays, you have the women's side mostly, or sometimes it's co-ed, but women's side is on Saturdays. So, where was I at?
Now this is on Sunday. This is on one of the Sundays.
Yeah.
And I think I told Sean, can he take over? Just can't, you know, it's a very unfortunate, but you know, I don't know, man. They're gonna create, you know, someone's gonna mess with one of the issues I have is like all these kids that's dying from violence and all these people that's being sliced up and being hurt. I think almost every day someone's getting slashed on a train. But where's the children? Where's the uncles? Where's the fathers? Where's the men at that's like upset about this? Like why they're not out there talking about, you know, just in Brooklyn, I think it was like about a month ago, a kid was taken from daycare from his father. As he's putting his son in the seat, he got shot in the shoulder in Brooklyn, which is directly across the street from my aunt. So this stuff is starting to it's not like it's just a coincidence. It's happening everywhere. What happened is due to the PPP loans, they was able to buy parts to guns, buy parts or whatever, and they're making the guns inside their home. And some of them are being arrested. They're making the guns with no serial number. It's insane.
Yep. That's what I've been telling everybody that.
I've been saying AR, you said it was no men around these environments to stop or protect people from these attacks. Let's just say hypothetically these men were there. What type of resistance should these men be offering? Should they all be with their guns out? Should they be having blades? Should they just be knocking people out? Should they be quick to call the cops? Like what's the recourse?
Well, New York City, I don't know if you know, unless you're law enforcement, it's very difficult to have a license to carry. So most of New Yorkers are running, unless you're dirty, you know, you're walking around, you know, dirty with it, which is most of these young teenagers. But no, what I'm saying is that when someone dies from your family when someone's getting sliced in the face, what I'm saying is that where's the men at the outcry about it? Like, where's the men? I know we have.
And most of these kids, unfortunately, their fathers are either in jail, deceased, or they just not around, and that's the problem, you know. And the mother is probably working or probably not, you know, attentive to what her child is doing when they're out there in the street. You know, it's no telling, and it's unfortunate that it's that way for the most part for a lot of these kids that's growing up with only, you know, just a mother, single parent household. Unfortunately, it's a lot of that you're seeing, and they starting young. They starting at, 11, 10, 11, 12, having juvenile records, and then it leads on to, it continues to escalate, unfortunately.
There's also nothing for them to do in the community.
No, but that's not the issue. I used to think that
in all areas. I'm just saying sometimes when there's nothing for them to do, because most 14-year-olds are in an after-school program, but if there's no after-school program, there's nothing for them to do. There's no community center. There's nowhere for them to go. I'm not saying all of them, but I'm just saying when you take the resources out the community,
yeah, absolutely,
you take money and jobs out the community, the people in the community become the prey. So that's what happened.
Unfortunately,
you have
the
parents,
poverty breeds the crime.
You have parents who are children themselves having kids, so they can't teach them nothing because they're not doing nothing. So what do you have? You just have a perpetual cycle of destruction and mayhem.
So shouldn't we prevent people living in urban low-income communities from even being able to reproduce until they're able to reach a certain financial status?
No, I don't believe that.
How are you going to do that too, AR? How are we going to prevent it?
I'm not sure what exact measures you can take, but I do believe when they reach whenever a lady or man, whatever, reaches a certain age where you could do something that's safe, some sort of birth control, forced birth control, even though I know it's not 100% accurate, but some sort of forced birth control until she reaches a certain status or she can't receive a government assistance.
No,
to stop from reproducing a lot of what we're seeing now. A lot of what we're seeing now is bad parents.
That's not what you're going to stop. You're not going to stop. You're not going to stop bad parenting because people aren't having sex and having kids. Bad parents exist regardless, but I think there's things you can do when people get pregnant in certain communities, but it's also uplifting the community. We have to want to do better. It don't matter. You don't know where these kids are coming from. You know what kind of households they come from. We're assuming they come from single parents. But sometimes a lot of these kids who do the crime come from wealthy parents. That's how they're able to get around and get stuff. They rob because they want to, not because they need to. Because it's a rush. So you don't know where they're coming from. I know plenty of kids that grew up in the suburbs. Parents drove Range Rovers and Mercedes. They went to affluent schools and they're in jail for selling drugs because they had nothing else to do. But they went to elite schools.
But that's
when they say idle time is the devil. Idle time is the devil's workshop.
That's like 1 out of 10.
Them out there, more than you think.
That's 1 out of 10. That's 1 out of 10. What needs to happen is that if you stop the reproduction, I'm not talking about abortions, I don't believe in that, but if you stop the reproduction of these low IQ or low income people until they're able to get out of that position. Now you can set a program to get them out of that if they want to work for it, to be able to elevate themselves. But people who don't want to elevate themselves, that don't want to work and so forth, and they want to continue to receive government assistance, they shouldn't be. If you stop them from reproducing, 20 years we'll have a better outcome. Because they won't be able to they won't keep reproducing these low IQ kids.
The programs that you talk about implementing, who else but the government will implement those programs?
Yeah, I'm for it though.
Okay. Because I thought I heard you say get off the welfare and government assistance.
Kept us in chains, picking cotton too. So
I mean, if the people that's not working, if you want to make them pick cotton to do a job, then as long as they're getting paid for it, I guess.
You got to be kidding me, right? AR, you want us to go back to picking cotton?
No. Well, I'm not gonna be picking cotton because I'm trying to do something for myself. But the people that's not doing anything, that is just simply getting.
Well, they don't have to. They don't have to pick cotton because they got cotton. They got advanced machines for that.
What exactly did I say that's ignorant? You would rather people that are not doing anything that's allowing their children to commit these crimes that may harm you, may harm me, may harm my family. They're not doing absolutely nothing. So what exactly did I say that's ignorant?
Controlling somebody's reproduction.
Okay, but
I can't control what you say, right? People say ignorant stuff all the time.
So when you stop someone from reproducing,
but you can't control that. You can't control that, and you really want a shady government to control somebody's reproduction that looks like you, knowing the history of what they did to people that look like you. That's ignorance to me. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, yeah.
Just real quick, AR, did you support those jab mandates?
Hold on for a second, guys.
Okay.
No.
All right. Time is now up. It's already 11 o'clock Pacific time. So I'm gonna have to wrap things up. So I'm gonna give everybody like a shout out. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in for this open discussions. So let me go ahead and highlight AR real quick. Look like you eating cereal.
Nah, man, some little light rice, But listen, I want to appreciate everyone for allowing me on. And M3, man, you have a dope show, man. I always say one of the best show on YouTube, man. I appreciate it. God bless everyone.
God bless you
Hey,
too.
thank you, man. It's guys like you that inspire me as well too. So keep doing your thing as well. All right, we're gonna shout out to Be Easy because he's that dude.
Be easy.
I am that dude. But yeah, this panel was a pretty fire panel. This was a dope freestyle session. So yeah, I look forward to joining y'all for other sessions and keep up the great work.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, my brother. Now we have to go ahead and give a shout outs to the gracious OG Patrice.
OG Patrice.
Hey. Yeah, this your girl, OG Patrice. The O stands for original, the G stands for girl. But sometimes I am an original gangster too.
Okay.
Yeah. Listen, I want to give a salute to the panel. I always love coming to your channel. I always love the dope discussions. I always will support you guys. Y'all know I rock with y'all. Salute to the chat. Salute to everybody in the chat that gave some fire comments and questions and answers and things of that nature. Even becoming involved in the panel discussion is always nice to do that. Continue to support Knowledge and Relationships channel as well as Soapbox channel as well. These guys are awesome. I thank them every time they let me come on and give my opinion and views. I'm very appreciative of it. I am a supporter of people's channels, and I go where I damn well please. Thank you.
All right. Now let's go ahead and highlight Queen Forever 2K.
What's up, Queen?
What's up? You can Eddie, you so stupid. You can find me on Instagram at Queen Forever 2K, and you see me on the Knowledge and Relationships platform. And please join in tomorrow for what is it called? Social Hour. We're going to have some amazing women we're featuring on the show tomorrow. I am so excited. OG Patrice, please come through. I think you would be so happy tomorrow. But anyway, yeah, thank you for tuning in. Have a great night.
You too.
All right. Now we're going to highlight First Lady Tammy. Tammy,
where you at, girl?
Tammy Tam.
Oh, Tammy.
You didn't send her one of my alarm clocks.
Yeah, she's asleep.
School bell, Tammy. School bell.
All right.
Wakey.
Well,
Yeah, we're gonna have to mark her absent. Yeah, go ahead, write this down.
She done fell asleep in class.
Truant Tammy.
Oh man. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for joining the panel. Thank you for everybody that's in the chat right now. Salute to all of those Colin, Black Man, everybody. Who else I get to salute? 420, thanks for joining us in the chat. Miss Love, thanks for joining us in the chat. Wale, Chicago Rilla, I think that's how you say his name. Marcus, man, I can't forget you. Mike, man, I can't forget you. Mimsy, Princess K, man, I got y'all, man. Thank you for joining the show. I am the music producer for Knowledge and Relationship. Please like and subscribe to the channel. You can find me on YouTube at DJ Eddie King. You can find me on Instagram, dj.eddie.king. And you can find me on Facebook, Eddie F. King. Thank you very much. Have a blessed day.
All right. So thank you for tuning in to Knowledge and Relationships on YouTube and also on Twitch as well. So get the likes up, subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships, and also feel free to follow us on Twitch. With that being said, thank you for tuning in to our freestyle topics. We definitely had a good one. It was very nice to have everybody tune into it and give their own personal opinions. So stay tuned for the social hour that's coming up tomorrow night at 5 o'clock Pacific time. And it is a social hour, so it will be running for 1 hour. Okay? So anyways, thank you so much. Hopefully Tammy has a good night's of rest. And until then, we will see y'all next time. Peace out, everyone. Oh, before I do that, let me turn this off real quick. How do I turn this off? Gosh, StreamYard. Always. Never be prepared. All right.
Are you struggle streaming?
No, I'm like struggle toggling because like there's so much stuff you gotta do just to close things out. But I got it now. All right, everybody.
Salute. Salute.
Salute. Oops. Damn it, that was the wrong one.
Seriously?
All right. Good night, everyone.